So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if godlike Naruto half-demon Harem Sasuke bashing. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want part 3, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 11. Naruto was livid. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. One moment, Sasuke was in the ice dome while Sakura protected the client, the next both had switched places. Now Sakura was lying prone inside the dome of ice mirrors, with countless sticking out of her body. Meanwhile, he could see the smug look on the last Uchiha's face. A swirl of black and dark red energy surrounded his body as his canines become more elongated. His fingernails turned more claw-like as they lengthened. Meanwhile, the whisker marks that defined his cheeks became more prominent while his eyes became yellow and his pupils became slits. His coat billowing from the gusts of wind his power was generating around his body. The enraged wasted no time as he jumped into the shadow below him and came out from Tsunade's shadow, his fist cocked back. Landing a crushing blow onto the raven-haired emo's head, causing the boy's head to bounce off the concrete, knocking him completely unconscious. Still, it wasn't enough for Naruto. He wanted the Uchiha to scream in agony and bleed. He wanted to slake the ground wet with the emo's blood. "Naruto-kun, you need to calm down," Ari shouted from the back of his mind. As much as she wanted to see the arrogant prick get what he deserved, she knew it would only cause her host more problems than it was worth right now. Leave a shadow clone or something and go check on Sakura-chan. Naruto debated this for a handful of seconds before allowing his shadow to detach and form into his Dekukurm, dark clone, before dissipating into a black mist and reforming where Sakura was currently laying down. Haku was kneeling beside her, the hunter nin mask discarded off to the side as she slowly worked to remove it in the girl's body. "I'm sorry Naruto-kun," Haku cried, looking up at the blonde who had managed to rein in his fury, taking on his normal appearance once more. Around them, the ice dome she had made fell to pieces. I didn't mean for. I was aiming for it. How is she, Haku-chan?" he asked softly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder to show that he did not blame her for what had happened. Taking in a few deep breaths, the ice user responded. "Minor puncture injuries. I intended to use the same tactic as I did on Zabuza-sama." Nodding, Naruto removed his jacket and rolled it up, gently placing it under the head to offer her more comfort. Haku could only blush at the sight of the blonde's exposed muscles. Brushing some pink strands out of the prone girl's face, Naruto stood up to his full height and cast his gaze over to the remaining battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. "Do you know any Iryo ninjutsu?" the blonde asked, earning a nod from the ice user. "Please heal her as much as you can." Naruto then performed a seal and had 4 more shadow clones poof into existence. "Watch over them, no one is allowed to get close." "Got it boss," the 4 said in unison. "Naruto-kun, what are you going to do?" Haku asked, a little concerned. "I promised Zabuza-san a good fight and I never break a promise." He smiled. "But first." Manipulating his dark energy into a small blade, he held it to Haku's neck. "Do you surrender?" "I surrender." She smiled, understanding what he was doing. Nodding, Naruto withdrew the blade and allowed it to dissipate into the wind. Slowly turning and making his way towards the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza. But Kakashi, the lazy man, was not having a good day. Not at all. First, Naruto had disappeared the night before and had yet to return, which had forced him to take the remainder of Team 7 to the bridge in preparation for when Zabuza would show up. How did he know the swordsman would arrive on this day? A man claiming to have overheard Gato's thugs talking had alerted the masked man that everything would happen today. Not want to take any chances, he had planned to have his entire team here on the bridge. He knew there was a risk of leaving the bridge builder's family unguarded, but had calculated it as a small chance that anything could happen. With the information he had from the client, Gato hadn't bothered them at their home, and it appeared that the man didn't even know where they resided at. A few hours after they had arrived at the bridge, Zabuza had made his appearance, along with the fake hunter nin that had saved the swordsman during their previous engagement. It wasn't missed by Kakashi that the masked individual seemed to be a bit disappointed, judging by their body language, after they had looked around at those present on the bridge. Quickly, he had instructed Sasuke and Sakura to handle the masked shinobi, though the Uchiha had stated he didn't need any help. Especially from a weak and talentless loser. So instead, he had Sakura watch over the client whilst Sasuke would handle the masked individual. At first, it appeared that the two were on even footing in terms of speed and strength. However, that had quickly gone south as soon as the masked shinobi summoned their ice mirror dome. Through the reflections in the ice panels, the masked individual could move at insane speeds. Even worse for the Uchiha was that the ice repelled his fire jutsus, making it so that the boy couldn't melt them. Kakashi had seen this while he battled the Zabuza. He knew he had to finish the swordsman quickly so he could aid his student. Still, the swordsman was not making it easy on him. None of the tricks and mind games he had used last time was working on the missing nin. When Zabuza had used his hidden mist, Kakashi had summoned a pack of dogs and had attempted to corner the swordsman and hopefully restrain him long enough to kill or at least incapacitate him. That had not worked as planned. Zabuza had cut down the dogs as they attempted to corner him in the mist. To make matters worse, Kakashi was running out of chakra from using his lone Sharinganai too much. His body was also on the verge of giving out due to blocking, evading, and countering the large swordsman. Various cuts could be seen on his body, all in non-vital areas, to show for his efforts in attempting to defeat Zabuza. Where the hell is Naruto? Kakashi angrily thought to himself. You know copycat Kakashi, Zabuza smirked. That blonde gave me a better fight than you have so far. The silver-haired only frowned at that. Taking a chance to look how Sasuke was doing, he saw something that had made his blood run cold. Sakura was now lying in the center of where the masked shinobi's dome was. Turning his gaze to where the girl once was, he saw Naruto deliver a skull-crushing blow to the Uchiha's head, knocking the boy unconscious. Oh, he is pissed. Zabuza laughed, causing Kakashi to scowl. And I have a good idea as to why he is pissed off. Unlike the lazy in front of him, Zabuza had seen the switch the Uchiha had made and it absolutely disgusted the man. Sure, he had killed for money before, but he had never betrayed an ally like that. It was dishonorable and cowardly. The two men watched as Naruto made his way over. Zabuza was getting excited as he was about to get the best fight of his life. Whilst Kakashi was glaring at the boy. For not being around when he should have been and for attacking Sasuke. Where the hell have you been, Naruto? He asked heatedly. I stayed behind to watch over the house. The blonde shrugged. I gave you explicit orders that we were all to be here at the bridge. The seethed, angry that the blonde genin had disobeyed the orders he had given. I recognize that you gave an order. Naruto started with a grin. But given as it was a stupid-ass order, I had elected to ignore it. And you're welcome for that, because shortly after you left Gato's bitch boys showed up to kidnap, possible rape, and murdered Tsunami-chan. This bit of information had caused Zabuza to scowl and Kakashi to frown. Anyways, Zabuza-san. The blonde then turned to the larger swordsman. I hope you are not too tired, I did promise you an all-out fight after all. But you did. The swordsman stated as he readied his blade. Don't hold back this time. Kakashi only narrowed his eyes at the interaction between the two. It was far too friendly for the masked Jonin's liking. Naruto, what are you thinking? The silver-haired man stated as he struggled to stand fully once more. You can't take on Zabuza alone. Your confidence in me is so aspiring, Taita-sensei. The blonde remarked, earning a chuckle from the swordsman. Now then, Zabuza-san, shall we? Naruto snapped his hand forward in a flicking motion, summoning his double-bladed shadow scythe in his hand. Both men were shocked at the weapon. It was uncommon for one to use a scythe as a weapon, as they were extremely difficult to master compared to other weapons. Gripping the weapon with both hands, the blonde smirked. Ready? Bring it. Without warning, the two kicked off the ground towards each other. It was clear to the Kiri swordsman that this fight was going to be vastly different from his prior engagement with the blonde. As Zabuza brought his large blade down with a diagonal overhead strike, Naruto swung his scythe from below to meet the large blade. The two weapons clashed together with a loud clang. While the two weapons were locked together, Naruto pulled his scythe down, with a massive blade hooked between the two blades of his weapon, prompting the larger man to lose his balance for a split second. But it was enough time for the blonde to spin and deliver a strong strike from the end of the scythe into the larger man's chest. Quickly resetting his position, Naruto awaited the next exchange of blows. Smirking at the thrill of the fight. While he had trained with Jashin, Yugao, and Anko, there was a difference when your opponent was actually trying to kill you. Though he couldn't help but wonder if Anko was trying to kill him sometimes during their spars. Kakashi could only watch on in pure shock as the blonde continued to trade blows with a large swordsman. Unlike the two's prior engagement, where Naruto was parrying and avoiding the strikes, the blonde was fully blocking the powerful blows delivered by Zabuza with little effort. This only served to annoy the masked further. There was no way the dead last of the academy is this strong. Meanwhile, back with Naruto and Zabuza. The two had continued to trade blows with one another. The swordsman from Kiri was pleasantly surprised with how well the blonde could use the scythe. So much so that he was having a hard time defending against him as the young blonde would twirl the weapon with ease, making it hard to distinguish where he would be attacking from. As a result, numerous cuts marred the larger man's body. This is great, the larger man grinned madly as he took another swing at the blonde before him. I haven't had this much fun in a fight in years. Naruto only grinned back as he blocked the attacking and countered with his own, striking the man's chest 3 times with a flurry of kicks. The force of the blows nearly knocked the wind out of the larger swordsman. Realizing that a full frontal assault on the blonde was not working, as the teen was far stronger than he looked, not to mention the black scythe he wielded absorbed each strike, removing any vibration that would travel down the handle, making it so the blonde never lost his grip. Zabuza began to go through some hand seals, blanketing the area in a thick mist. Well, a good tactic on most, this doesn't work on me. Naruto thought with a smirk as he activated his shadow sight. As he did so, he could see the true form of Zabuza standing still in a different location than where he was when he had activated the. All throughout the mist though, the blonde could see the ghostly forms of the water clones that the swordsman had made. Smirking, Naruto made an equal number of shadow clones before sinking into the shadows that the mist had created, leaving the clones to battle amongst themselves. Now, to find where this is at and finish this. Zabuza thought to himself as he expanded his chakra into the mist. Getting sonar-like readings of where everything was. Through this chakra-like sonar, the swordsman could detect what was animate and what was inanimate. It wouldn't do well if he mistook a support beam for an enemy. So they created shadow clones, smart. Whilst Zabuza attempted to locate where Naruto had disappeared to, which was increasingly difficult as the teen's shadow clones were just as strong as his own water clones, which prevented him from thinning their numbers as easily as he had hoped. What he had failed to realize is the pool of shadows growing larger behind him. Not until he felt the edge of the scythe's blade on his neck, drawing a small line of blood from the weapon's razor-sharp edge, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. "I win, Zabuza-san." Naruto spoke from behind him. Zabuza could only chuckle in response. He had been bested by a mere genin, though a strong one nonetheless. So you have. The larger man stated as he dispelled the mist, as well as his water clones. Naruto had done the same with his shadow clones that were fighting the water clones, as well as deactivating his shadow sight. Though he still kept the four he was looking after Sakura and Haku. That was one hell of a fight. Zabuza stated with pride as he looked down at the young blonde. "So, are you going to tell him that you are still holding back?" Ari asked with an amused giggle. "Why ruin his good mood?" Naruto mentally asked. "Besides, it's best if he thinks I went all out. Even better if Taita-sensei believes it as well." However, he was broken out of his musing when the sound of a slow clap echoed across the bridge. Turning to the entryway of the bridge, Naruto could make out a short pudgy man with grey hair, surrounded by a small army of thugs and mercenaries. Well. It seems that the great demon of the mist is all talk." The man grinned. "To be beaten by a child. Truly pathetic. What are you doing here, Gato?" Zabuza asked, even though he already knew the answer. "This was merely for show." "And why did you bring all of them?" "Well, you see." Gato grinned. "There has been a change of plans. This is where you die today, baby of the mist." This earned a round of laughter from the group behind the man. None of them noticed the knowing smirk that hid under Zabuza's bandages. "Fill the men." The pudgy man ordered. "Take the women to my chambers so I can sample the goods after this is over." But their orders received, the large group of thugs charged towards where Naruto, Zabuza, and Kakashi were. The latter was not in any condition to fight as he had already spent almost all of his chakra from using his Sharingan too much in the fight against Zabuza. "I got these." Zabuza stated, looking at the blonde. "Go take the head off of that smug asshole." Hefting his massive blade up, the Kiri swordsman charged at the attacking group. A dark glint in his eyes that promised untold pain and death. Meanwhile, Naruto had summoned his scythe weapon once more into his hands before dropping down into his own shadow, much to the shock of Kakashi, as the mask had never seen him use this technique before. But Sakura and Haku. During this time, the short fat man was stalking towards where Sakura and Haku were at. A lecherous smirk on his face as he eyed the two females. Seeing the man approach, two of the shadow clones that Naruto had left moved to block him, prompting the man to stop. He wasn't stupid, he knew he couldn't defeat a shinobi outright. He would merely wait until his men dispatched them for him. In the meantime, he would enjoy how they squirmed under his gaze. By this time, Sakura had regained consciousness and was surprised when she found her head laying on a soft material instead of the hard concrete. Even more surprising was that the enemy who Sasuke was fighting was watching over her, a look of genuine concern in the ice user's eyes. As she looked around, she saw the four shadow clones that Naruto had left, a small smile coming to her face. Glad that he had arrived in time. "Easy there, your body is going to be a little stiff." Haku informed her as she noticed her starting to move. "You?" Sakura whispered, her voice a little weak from being impaled in the neck from the. "My name is Haku." The dark-haired girl introduced herself with a look of regret in her eyes. "And I apologize that this has happened. It was not my intent to harm you." "I know," she replied. "It was that bastard Uchiha that switched with me. Don't worry about him." The ice user gave a soft smile. "Naruto-kun knocked him out. It looked as if he wanted to do more, but you were his main concern." This brought a small smile to Pinket's face. It was then that the two girls noticed the pudgy man leering at them. Haku knew the look all too well from her time traveling with Zabuza. It was a look that held untold perversion. Unconsciously, both girls had scooted back a little as two of the clones that Naruto had left moved to block the man's approach. Suddenly a shadowy figure erupted from the ground in front of the girls, not giving the pudgy man any time to react as he leapt over him. Bringing his weapon upwards as he did so, successfully cutting through Gato's body vertically. Landing behind him, Naruto wasted no time as he twirled his scythe around and performed a backhanded slash, effectively cutting the man's head off before it and the rest of his body split in half from his previous cut. Your soul now belongs to Jashin-chan. Naruto thought to himself as he grinned darkly at the sight of the dead scum in front of him. You two alright? He asked, allowing his weapon to dissipate once more, seeing as Zabuza had already made a mess of the force that Gato had brought with him. Both girls blushing at the sight of his exposed muscles, since Sakura's head was laying on his jacket. As they were about to answer, a shadow loomed over the trio. Looking up, they saw a bloody Zabuza who looked a little out of breath after slaughtering nearly 300 of Gato's goons. Fearing for her father figure's health, Haku quickly ran to his side to attend to any wounds he may have. Relax Haku, I am fine. The swordsman sighed. This is all their blood. Gesturing at the massacre of bodies that now littered the bridge. Naruto, I have a request I would like to ask of you. The man stated, earning a curious look from both Naruto and Haku since he never used his name. What would that be, Zabuza-san? The large man looked to Haku for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. I want you to take Haku with you. He finally said, catching everyone by surprise. But Zabuza-sama. Haku cried in shock, only for the man to hold up his hand and ruffle her hair. This is not life for you. Zabuza stated, though it was clear in his voice that he was trying his best not to allow his own emotions to come forward. I want you to have a stable ground under you. Not worrying about if you will be captured by hunter nins. What would you do, Zabuza-san? Naruto asked. I will head back to Kurigakure and help with the rebellion. The swordsman said. You showed me something. You showed me how much stronger you are when you are fighting for something other than money and yourself. I figured I may as well fight to retake my home once more. I humbly accept your request if this is what Haku-chan wants as well. The blonde replied, looking to the ice user for an answer. I accept. She replied after a handful of seconds had passed. She knew that Zabuza wouldn't have requested this of the blonde without a good reason. As much as the man tried to hide his feelings, she knew that he thought of her as his own daughter. Very well Haku-chan. When we return to the village, I will talk Jai into making you an official Konoha Kunoichi. Naruto smiled at her, causing her to blush once more. However, I am concerned about the trip back. No doubt the Uchiha will want revenge for humiliating you. Furthermore, I am certain Taita-sensei will turn a blind eye long enough to allow the duck-ass to at least feel vindicated. This caused the other three to scowl at the thought. Sakura, having just been a victim to the Uchiha's ego, knew without a doubt that he would try something. Even further, with the favoritism that their sensei had shown towards the last Uchiha, she had to agree with Naruto on his assessment. However, under Shinobi International law, if an enemy were to surrender to another, that person would be responsible for their care. Overriding even rank. Naruto stated, causing each of their eyes to widen. And since Haku-chan surrendered to me, she is now my prisoner. Not even Hada can override it unless he wants to cause an incident with the fire daimyo. Very clever indeed. However, for the time being, I think it would be best if Haku-chan stayed with you until we leave. The blonde continued, earning a nod from the larger man. With that, the two departed to rest after the battle and to pack what belongings they had so that she would be ready when it was time to depart with Naruto to Konoha. As the two left, Naruto turned his attention towards the Haku had done a great job healing her wounds, the cherry blossom was still sore and stiff. However, despite this, she was tired of lying on the ground and moved to attempt to stand, struggling slightly until she made it to her feet with the help of her blonde teammate. Immediately enveloping him in a hug as she lightly sobbed into his shoulder while the blonde whispered soothing comfort into her ears. It was then that Kakashi had finally managed to make his way to the two. All the while glaring at Naruto for what he had done to the Uchiha boy. Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi seethed. Why did you attack Sasuke? You mean that sack of shit that used a kawarimi on Sakura-chan? The blonde shot back, prompting the silver-haired to narrow his eyes slightly. Clearly it was an accident then. He defended the Uchiha's actions, earning a scowl from both Naruto and Sakura. That still does not dismiss the fact that you attacked a teammate. You can be sure that I will be reporting this incident to the Hokage. Bullshit Haddock. You know damn well you need to purposely intend to use a kawarimi on a living being. I know, I've done it twice to Sakura-chan to protect her. The blonde shot back, not the least bit intimidated by the person in front of him. And go ahead and report this to the Hokage. I am more than willing to have Itachi-san view my memories. Me too. Came Sakura's hoarse voice from behind the blonde, signifying that she would also submit her own memories to prove Naruto's actions were validated. Kakashi simply frowned at this. He had noticed over the past couple of weeks that the pink-haired girl had ceased pestering Sasuke for dates and had begun to hang around the young blonde more. However, if he was honest with himself, he only had himself to blame as he had constantly taken the raven-haired boy for private training and left the other two to their own machinations. Still, there was one other standing issue. Also, why did you allow Zabuza and his partner to leave? Simple, Naruto shrugged as he bent down to pick up his jacket and slipped it on. Since Gato betrayed them, their contract to kill Tazuna-san had ended. Not to mention, Zabuza-san just saved everyone else here since Gato's men's orders were to kill us and take the women. I don't think I need to explain what Gato had planned for the women. Not wanting to talk with Kakashi anymore, the blonde made a simple hand seal and summoned a couple dozen shadow clones. Alright guys, I want you all to clean up the bridge and help repair any damage that was done to it. Right boss? They said in unison and went off to perform their tasks. Come on Sakura-chan, let's get you to Tsunami-chan so you can get some much needed rest. Naruto stated as he wrapped his arms around the pink-haired girl, who did the same to the blonde as she knew what he was about to do. I trust you can look after the duck ass, Taita-sensei. Not giving the masked man time to respond, both Naruto and Sakura sunk into the shadows, leaving behind a shocked and bewildered Kakashi. 1 week later, it had been a long week for Kakashi. As soon as Sasuke had regained consciousness, he had demanded that both Naruto and the enemy ice user should be severely punished for daring to lay a hand on him. It didn't help his case any when confronted about using the Kawarimi on Sakura, he claimed that she should feel honored that he finally had a use for her. Tsunami had been severely tempted to throw the young boy out of her house for such a statement, however Naruto had talked her out of it, though she did make it clear that it would be reported to the Hokage. Usually such a threat wouldn't be taken very seriously, except with the disposal of Gato, who had run out the previous wave daimyo, the villagers had elected Tsunami herself as the new wave daimyo. Such a title would have a lot of weight attached to it when such a report was given to the Hokage. Kakashi knew that the odds were stacked against him and the last Uchiha, so he did his best to play the peacemaker. It didn't help matters further when only a few days ago, Zabuza and Haku had made a visit to the house to talk with the family. This of course had sent the silver-haired on edge, half expecting that the two had come to attack them. However, Zabuza had sat down with them at the table and explained what was going on. How Haku was going to return to the village with them for a more stable life. He had also stressed that due to international shinobi laws of warfare, that Haku was under the sole care of Naruto, since he was the one that she had surrendered to. Furthermore, any violation of conduct would be brought before the fire daimyo himself. Almost immediately, the Uchiha had demanded that the girl be placed under his custody instead of the losers. This of course did not go over well with those in the room. Both Zabuza and Naruto had flooded the room with a massive amount of killer intent that even had Kakashi gasping for air. Sasuke on the other hand had immediately passed out. Since then, the ice user had stayed with them, mostly around Naruto, Sakura, and the bridge builder's family. Sakura on the other hand had mostly kept to herself during their downtime, only hanging out with Naruto and Tsunami and then Haku when the ice user arrived. Most times, the silver-haired would see her reading a popular book that he had seen nearly every woman reading in the village. If it wasn't the book, it was scrolls that he had never seen before, making him wonder where she had gotten them from. However, what made him frown was how she acted around the Uchiha now. It was clear that they didn't trust the boy anymore. Even more so is that she had flat out said she didn't feel safe around Sasuke or even Kakashi. The only one she truly felt safe around was Naruto. Speaking of the blonde, he had been the most busy of the group, making an army of shadow clones to aid in the construction of the bridge to finish it, scouting the perimeters of the village to make sure none of Gato's lackeys had escaped, even finding where the greedy man had resided and raided the home's contents. Not only returning the money that was siphoned out of the country, but also freeing countless slaves he had held in the basement of the complex, thus propelling his status even further amongst the villagers, much to a certain Uchiha's ire. At one point in the week, Tsunami had requested him to accompany her to the water daimyo's mansion. Kakashi of course had offered his and Sasuke's services, but they were vehemently shot down as the woman had no respect for the two of them. It wasn't until late the next afternoon that the two had finally returned. It wasn't missed by Tazuna that his daughter kept blushing whenever she looked at the young blonde. Not to mention she had a certain glow about her that entire day. With the week finally over, the bridge finished. It was now time to depart and return to the village. So, they had gathered at the end of the now finished bridge with the entire village bidding their farewells, mostly to Naruto and Sakura, with a few well wishes to Haku. It seemed that only a few had expressed any gratitude towards Kakashi, and absolutely none to Sasuke, which only infuriated him further that these people did not see him as the elite that he was. Despite the Uchiha's feelings, Team 7 along with Haku departed towards Konoha, with Kakashi and Sasuke walking in the front and the other three bringing up the rear. Neither one of them trusts Sasuke to be behind them. But Tsunade, the newly made wave daimyo, watched as her lover departed with his team. Smiling as she saw him turn around one last time to give her one last look to promise that he would return to visit her and help her learn her new abilities. Knowing this, she sighed in contentment. This of course did not go unnoticed by her father, who looked to her. "So what happened between the two of you?" he asked in a tone that told her that he wanted a direct answer. Well, she blushed as she remembered the night they spent together in her new office. We had entered a consensual relationship. However, Tsunade was becoming upset as he had recalled the young boy had a girl in his home village as well. "I'm afraid he played you." He frowned, viewing the blonde in a bad light. "Before we left he was kissing his fiancée, Anko." Tsunade finished for him with a smirk, earning a shocked look from her father. "No, he didn't play me. Naruto-kun is too much of a gentleman for that. I merely accepted being in a polyamorous relationship. Also, he plans to become part of something called a Clan Restoration Act since he is the sole survivor of 2 large clans in his village, which will legally allow him to take multiple wives." The elder bridge builder was shocked into silence. Though, he was glad that the blonde had not played with his daughter and was open about his current relationship and plans for the future. Deep in the back of his mind, he was envious of the blonde who was about to live every man's dream. "Anyways, thank Kami, things are finally getting better for our village," he said, earning a round of cheers from the surrounding villages within earshot of him. Only for his daughter to chuckle. "Kami had nothing to do with his father." She smiled. "This is all thanks to Jashin-sama." At this revelation, the crowd had gone deathly silent. Unsure of what to make of their new daimyo's proclamation. The one most shocked was her own father. "The morning you left for Konoha, I had prayed to Jashin-sama to deliver us and cleanse our land of the corruption that had taken hold in the form of Geto and his men. You see, Jashin-sama only wants corrupt souls." Tsunade explained as she turned to address the villagers. "During my prayer, Jashin-sama answered me, telling me that soon we would all be sheltered by the shadow of the fox." Shadow of the fox. Tsunade whispered to himself before his eyes widened in realization as he remembered the kanji on the back of the blonde's jacket. Many of the other villagers had come to the same conclusion as the blonde hardly ever took his jacket off. Naruto-kun is Jashin-sama's champion. Tsunade smiled before turning to the crowd once more. "And that is why I say that Jashin-sama has delivered us from the corruption that had gripped our homes." At this, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers, causing them to smile at their acceptance. It was then she felt a small tug on her dress and looked down to see a young girl look up at her. Kneeling down, she asked what the young girl required. "Does that mean we all have to become?" she asked, once again prompting the crowd to grow silent once more. However, Tsunade merely smiled. "No, you are free to follow your own faith," she replied as she stood up to look at the crowd once more. "Everyone is free to follow their own faith so long as they respect each other's beliefs. Those that do wish to know more about Jashin-sama are free to come to me with questions." With one last cheer, the crowd began to disperse. Though a large portion had surprisingly stuck around to discuss their new daimyo's faith and get a better understanding of it. It was then that Tsunade turned to her still shocked son and smiled at him. "Next time you see Naruto-kun, feel free to call him Tusan." She smiled and chuckled under her breath at the gobsmacked look on her son's face. "I need a drink," Tsunade said as he wandered off to the local bar. A week and a half later, Konohagakure. Naruto was irritated, tired, and mentally exhausted. He hadn't slept at all the entire trip back since his lazy sensei seemed to have taken the scenic route back to the village as it had taken nearly double the time to return. Though he knew the reason why. It became obvious the very first night they had set up camp. Roughly 4 hours after everyone had bedded down for the night, Sasuke had attempted to enact some of his vengeance on Haku and probably would have succeeded if Naruto hadn't stayed up to guard her the entire night. As expected, Kakashi didn't arrive until well after the Uchiha had approached the ice user's tent. Though the masked man had seemed disappointed that Naruto had stopped Sasuke, he had still given the Uchiha a light lecture, if only to keep his appearance in case something were to happen. He could claim that he at least attempted to prevent it. Still, each night Sasuke would attempt to harm Haku, and each time he would be stopped by Naruto, and each time Kakashi would arrive late. It had become old fast. Even Sakura had noticed and was beginning to feel even more uneasy about the Uchiha and her sensei. So much so that she began sleeping in Haku's tent so she could be close to Naruto, not knowing that her blonde teammate hadn't slept at all the entire trip back. The blonde Hanyu's only real saving grace was a few nights before they had arrived at the village gates, he had Ari possess his body so that he could at least allow his mind to sleep for a few hours. However, he couldn't risk it for too long, since when she possessed his body, his eyes would change to red slits instead of his cerulean blue. Still, after an extremely long trip, they had finally made it back to the village and were now on their way to the Hokage tower to report their mission complete. Kakashi had decided early on that it would be in his best interest to be as honest as possible in his report. especially with the threat of Naruto and Sakura both willing to have their memories viewed. Still, he would try to swing it in a favorable light for the Uchiha. Sasuke was in a foul mood because he was unable to exact his revenge on the ice user. Hokage's office. The elder village leader looked over the team that had just arrived with their +1. Taking in the differences from when they had originally left. He knew that something had happened on this mission, with the way Sakura was now fully behind Naruto, almost as if she was hiding from the other member of her team. Beside her was the new individual that had returned with them. It also didn't go unnoticed that the trio were keeping their distance from both Kakashi and Sasuke. Report, Jonin Kakashi. The Hokage ordered. It had taken the span of nearly an hour for the silver hair to detail nearly everything that had happened during their mission. From the discovery that it wasn't just a simple C-rank mission, to the attack from Zabuza. Begrudgingly admitting that Naruto had saved him from the water sphere, though still maintained that the blonde had acted recklessly and potentially endangered his team. Finally, he reported what had transpired on the bridge in the final battle. Also mentioning that Naruto had violated his order to have everyone present on the bridge, though once again reluctantly admitted it was for the best considering the attack on the family shortly after they had left. Finally, he reported the incident between Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Still maintaining that the Uchiha must have done it by accident in the heat of the moment. This only earned a scoff from Naruto, which did not go unnoticed by Hiruzen, prompting the elder village leader to hold the boy afterwards. As I understand it, you wish to join our village, Ms. Haku? The elder man asked, turning his attention to the ice user. That is correct, Hokage-sama. She replied with confidence. Zabuza-sama said he wanted me to have a more stable environment so that I could be safe. And where is Zabuza now? Hiruzen asked. He is helping the rebels in the Kiri civil war right now to free his home. Naruto stated, earning a glare from the masked, though the blonde shrugged it off. It is good to hear a shinobi of his talent has found something worth fighting for. The Hokage smiled before turning back to Haku. Protocol dictates that due to your prior involvement with a missing nin, you are to be placed on probation for 6 months, as well as submit to interrogation sessions for 1 month. Do you accept it? I do, Hokage-sama. She firmly replied, showing her resolve to join the village. Very well, he signaled one of the Anbu that was hidden in the room. Bring me Anko. Instantly, the Anbu vanished in a swirl of leaves, before returning a few seconds later with the snake mistress, who had immediately jumped on Naruto, causing the old man to gawk at the scene. However, the Hokage could only chuckle at the sight before him after he had gotten over his shock. He had known of the two's relationship and knew all too well the worries of a long-term mission outside of the village. Anko, Hiruzen coughed. If you wouldn't mind waiting until you two are in a more private setting, we have important things to discuss. I don't know if I can wait that long for Hokage-sama. Anko grinned. I'm tempted to borrow your desk for a few hours. The implications caused all the males, -1 and 1 female, to have a slight nosebleed. Both Kakashi and Hiruzen were imagining something like that happening in their favorite Orange book series, while Sakura was being assaulted by images of her and Naruto on the desk by her inner self. Meanwhile, Haku was severely blushing. Anyways, what do you need, old man? The snake mistress asked, snapping everyone out of their stupor. Haku here wishes to join the village. Hiruzen informed her. I am assigning you as her personal handler during her probation. Sweet, I got a new friend. She exclaimed as she grabbed hold of Haku's hand and dragged her to the door. Though not before stopping by Naruto and giving him a deep kiss. After the kiss was broken, Naruto leaned in and whispered something in the snake mistress's ear, getting a nod from her before the two girls left the office. Now, if that is all. Team 7, you are dismissed. Due to the difficulty of the mission, your team has the week off. No missions, and you will each be given pay for an A-rank mission. The Hokage stated. Naruto, please stay. There is something I would like to discuss with you. Nodding, Naruto turned to see his pink-haired teammate look unsure of what to do. It was clear to him that she didn't want to be too far away from him. Giving her a soft smile, he pulled her into a gentle hug to reassure her that it would be fine. If you need someone to talk to, I'll be at my apartment later. Key is behind the third loose board on the wall. He whispered to her, earning a nod in confirmation before she left the office. I take it that Kakashi's report wasn't entirely accurate. Hiruzen began, having witnessed the interaction between the two just now. And why do you look dead on your feet, Naruto-kun? To answer the last question first, I haven't slept the entire trip back. Naruto sighed. Why is that? One Sasuke Uchiha wanting to get revenge on Haku, as you know she humiliated him during the fight on the bridge. The blonde answered. And of course, Kakashi would always arrive after he had already attempted. As for the report, surprisingly Kakashi was honest, except you know as well as I that you cannot accidentally use the Kawarimi on a living being. He continued, earning a nod from the elder man. Though he did accuse me of stealing Yugao's moon dance style. When Hiruzen had heard what the Uchiha had done, he was furious at the boy's arrogance. Sadly, he knew that any punishment attempted to be doled out to the Uchiha would be blocked by the Elder Council, not to mention the riot the Civilian Council would make. "Is that all, Naruto-kun?" the Hokage asked. "Actually, there is something I would like to discuss with you," Naruto said, catching the attention of the older man. "It's personal, so if you could dismiss the Anbu for the moment. Though Nico-chan is allowed to stay, as it does involve her." This immediately got the old man's attention. Promptly he dismissed his Anbu as Nico joined them on the floor before activating his privacy seals. "What is this about Naruto-kun and why does it involve Anbu Nico?" Though he didn't miss how the female Anbu was acting a little excited, as if she knew exactly what the blonde was about to say. "Truth is I know who my parents are," Naruto stated matter-of-factly. "And as the last heir of the Uzumaki clan from my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. And as the sole heir of the Namikaze clan from my father, Minato Namikaze. Otherwise known as the Yondaime Hokage. I wish to enter myself into the Clan Restoration Act, though on my terms." Needless to say, Hiruzen was speechless. But Sakura, she slowly made her way to her home. She had purposely held back to make sure that both Sasuke and Kakashi were nowhere near her. While she had come to terms with what had happened, she still didn't feel safe around either of them. Sasuke because he was the one who had used her as a shield to take a blow meant for him, and Kakashi because despite the evidence, the man continued to defend the prick's actions. Shuddering at the memory, Sakura continued her trek home. Opening the door to see her mother busily going about her duties within the home. "Welcome home, Sakura dear." Her mother smiled and enveloped her daughter into a hug. While Sakura hugged her mother back, she noticed something. Her mother's hug didn't feel anywhere near as warm or comforting as Naruto's had. This of course caused her to blush slightly, as she knew she didn't just have a crush on her blonde teammate. She had completely fallen for him. "How was your mission?" Mibuyuki asked with excitement, wanting to hear the details. "Were you able to get closer to your Sasuke-kun?" The last part made me frown a bit in disgust. "Mission was fine mom, I was able to learn a lot of new things to better progress my career as a kunoichi." Sakura answered honestly, though tried to avoid any mention of the emo duck ass. "And what about Sasuke-kun?" Her mother smiled. "Were you able to get any closer to your destined husband?" "Actually, I no longer have a crush on the Uchiha," she answered bluntly. "And I no longer have any interest in pursuing him. I am just going to focus on my training so I can be a better kunoichi." This of course prompted the older woman to look at her daughter in shock. "What happened my dear?" she asked. "Other than the fact the bastard tried to kill me?" Sakura seethed at the memory, catching her mother off guard. "That son of a bitch used a kawarimi on me so I can take the hit meant for him." Mibuyuki merely sighed and brought her daughter into another hug. "Sometimes we must make sacrifices to show the ones we love how far we will go for them." The woman smiled, causing Sakura's eyes to widen in shock at what her mother was saying. "Like I said dear, you are destined to be married to him and you too will give me lots of grandchildren to spoil." Sakura was stunned as she was released from the hug her mother had held on her. "She doesn't even care that I could have died because of his actions." She thought to herself, while her inner self was seething in anger. "It's just a shame that the demon brat didn't get himself killed," Mibuyuki commented offhandedly. "Would have done the village a huge favor if he never made it back." "She's talking about Naruto-kun." Inner Sakura exclaimed, her anger rising even further at the woman. Sakura herself could only mentally agree as her physical form was still in shock. Slowly she made her way to the stairs to go to her bedroom. I really don't think I can stay in this house tonight," she mentally told her counterpart. "Well, Naruto-kun said we could go to his apartment if we needed anyone to talk to." Inner reminded her. "You're right. Except, I don't know where he lives." "Well, mother dear is on the civilian council, I bet she has his address somewhere in her office," Inner stated, with clear indication that she was not very fond of the woman right now. Especially with the amount of venom that was dripping off the word, mother. "Are you alright dear?" her mother asked as she saw her daughter going up the stairs. "Just tired," was all Sakura replied with, not really wanting to be around the woman at this point. "Okay dear, I have to leave for a council meeting," Mibuyuki announced as she grabbed her stuff and left the house. Unaware of her daughter's own thoughts. Sakura watched as her mother left before quickly producing a shadow clone of her own to keep watch while she made a beeline towards the woman's office. She knew the woman had the boy's address, since every council member was given an up-to-date list of all the citizens, their addresses and their status within the village. It wasn't hard to find Naruto, as his name had been scribbled out and the words demon brat written above them. Memorizing the address, Sakura closed the address book and was about to leave before something caught her eye. Laying open on the desk was her mother's diary. Curiosity getting the better of her, she sat down and began to read some of the entries. Becoming more shocked and appalled by her mother's actions as tears formed in her eyes. Inside the diary, detailed every fox hunt she had organized in hopes of killing the child. Only to be prevented each time by Anbu. Their closest success had been on the boy's 6th birthday. After that, many of the entries detailed the woman's frustration that there had not been any successful hunts for years after the boy turned 6 due to the child mysteriously vanishing from sight. Wiping the tears away, Sakura stood up and left the house. With her newest discovery, she knew that she couldn't stand to look at her own mother, let alone live in the same house as her. Her destination set, Sakura quickly navigated her way towards where the blonde resided. It didn't take her long to arrive in front of the apartment complex. She could see the telltale signs of attempted graffiti and vandalism, causing her anger to rise once more. Quickly, she made her way to his door and found the spare key he had told her about. Once unlocked, she placed the key back into its hiding spot before she disappeared into the apartment, locking the door behind her. Once inside, Sakura took in her surroundings. For some reason, she had half expected the place to be a mess, but surprisingly it was clean and well organized. Realizing she really had nothing to do, as she had only come with what she had from the mission. Slowly, she gravitated toward his bedroom and sat down on the bed, letting out a long sigh as she laid down. This was how Naruto found the pink-haired girl when he arrived home some hours later. The talk with the Hokage had gone on far longer than he had wanted, but the details had to be ironed out. Currently, he was pretty much already in the craw. Being the last of 2 large clans, even if he hated his father, he would still use what was presented to him. Not to mention his bloodline. Fortunately, the old man had scheduled the council meeting for late tomorrow afternoon to give the young blonde time to sleep. Smiling as he looked over Sakura's sleeping form, he draped a blanket over her before leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Opting to take the couch for the night. Chapter 12. Pre-dawn, 4:43 a.m. The window to Naruto's room quietly slid open as a lithe figure entered the dark room. A mischievous grin on their face as they eyed the lump laying in the bed that was barely visible due to the lack of light. Completely vulnerable. Stripping out of their tan trench coat and body mesh outfit, the figure slipped under the covers with her unsuspecting victim. Her grin widening as she cuddles up close to the other sleeping form in the bed. Tenderly, she snaked her arms around the other, planting light kisses on the back of his neck, eliciting a small moan of pleasure from the other. It's been over a month since Foxy-kun, and we have to make up for lost time. Was Anko's thoughts as she continued to feel up his body. Tracing her fingers along his sides. Causing her lover to shiver in pleasure. Ever so slowly snaking her arm to his chest. And it's been so long since I felt your nice firm tits. It was then that the other figure had woken up and let out a scream in shock and bolted up in a sitting position, looking at the intruder. Holy shit. Anko exclaimed as she kicked back from the other figure. Suddenly the room was flooded with light as the door slammed open, revealing a topless Naruto at the doorway with a short black blade in a reverse grip position, prompting both women to blush at the sight. Turning on the lights of the bedroom, he took in the sight before him. Anko was naked in one corner of the bed, while Sakura was on the other. Both looked at each other in complete shock. Anko-chan. Naruto sighed as he released the blade in his hand, allowing it to disappear into nothingness. I told you that you can't just force any cute girl you see into a threesome. Anko gave a nervous chuckle, while Sakura only blushed at the compliment. Sorry. You didn't come by like I thought you would last night, so I thought I would give you a surprise. The snake mistress explained. Looks like I was the one who was surprised. You're not the only one. Sakura stated, still blushing at the naked form of Anko. Using all of her willpower not to stare at the nude snake mistress. Not to mention, still feeling the phantom presence of when the woman had groped her breast. Sorry about that. Anko chuckled while scratching the back of her head before turning to Naruto. So why didn't you come by? Sorry Anko-chan, my talk with the old man went on longer than I wanted it to. The blonde began with a sigh. And I just really wanted to get some sleep since I didn't sleep for the past week and a half. Week and a half. Sakura thought to herself. That's how long it took us to get back to the village. That means that Naruto-kun didn't sleep at all on the trip back. Inner finished, clearly worried for the blonde. But why? The mentally challenged. I bet you it has something to do with that damn Uchiha. Inner seethed, earning a mental nod of agreement from her outer self. Why didn't you get any sleep? The snake mistress asked, concern laced in her voice. Then sum it up to one word. Naruto sighed. Uchiha. This caused both girls to scowl. As you know, Haku was under my custody during the trip back. And since she humiliated him at the bridge, he has been trying and failing to get revenge on her. The blonde continued. Every night, he would attempt to attack her in her sleep at random hours. It didn't help that Kakashi would always arrive a few minutes after the Uchiha would attempt his attack. So, I stayed up the entire trip back, using my chakra reserves to keep me energized. Bastard is playing with fire there. Anko stated, clearly angry about the whole thing. Haku was under the protection of the international shinobi laws of warfare. Any attack on her during her transport to the village could easily end his execution, and Haddock's for allowing it to happen. Naruto-kun, why didn't you tell me? Sakura asked. I would have taken a watch with you. I know Sakura-chan, but I didn't want to burden you after what had already happened. He gave her a comforting smile. Anyways, I still want to catch up on a few hours of sleep, so I'm going to go back to the couch. You know Naruto-kun, Anko grinned mischievously. You have 2 attractive women in your bed, and there is room for one more. This of course caused Sakura to blush even more as a small trickle of blood came from her nose. Imagining various scenarios that could play out with all 3 of them in the same bed. Especially with the snake mistress still in her nude state and Naruto dressed only in his sweatpants. To be honest, she would not object in the slightest if he chose to get in bed with them. However, to her disappointment, Naruto merely chuckled and went back to the couch. Anko quickly gathered up her clothing and rushed out of the room to join the blonde, though not before uttering another quick apology for the groping. Turning off the lights and closing the door behind her. Leaving the cherry blossom in the dark, still blushing. "Oh my kami," Inner exclaimed. "We just got groped by that sexy bitch and she even invited Naruto-kun to get in bed with both of us." Meanwhile, Sakura remained silent as her mind continued to assault her with images of the 3 of them in bed together. Laying back down, she had a perverted smile as she allowed herself to drift off to sleep. To dream of a fun fight night with her, Naruto and the snake mistress. At least she is finally accepting who she is. Inner smiled. A few hours later, it was mid-afternoon by the time Naruto woke up again. Anko had left a while ago to start her shift at the torture and interrogation building, as well as do her rounds with the newly arrived Haku. However, what caught the blonde's attention was the scent that wafted from the kitchen area. Getting up from the couch, he began to stretch. Earning a series of pops and cracks from his bones, releasing a lot of built-up tension from his body. That done, he slowly made his way to the kitchen to find his pink-haired teammate at the stove, cooking what appeared to be bacon, eggs and hash browns. He had to be honest, it smelled great. "Morning air, afternoon Sakura-chan." He greeted, prompting her to jump in surprise at his sudden voice. "Afternoon, Naruto-kun." She blushed at his exposed upper body once more, as this was the first time she had seen him up close without his shirt on. "I was just making something for you to eat when you woke up." Damn, that Uchiha bastard has nothing on Naruto-kun in the muscles department. Sakura thought to herself. Or any department for that matter. I bet he is even big down there. Inner grinned, causing another blush from the poor pinkette. "Are you okay, Sakura-chan?" the blonde asked, noticing her face turning red. "Yeah, just fine," she answered, almost in a squeaky voice, before shaking her thoughts away as she quickly dished up plates for the 2 of them. Though her inner self was snickering in the back of her mind, commenting on how it already looked like they were married and she was the doting housewife. "So what did you talk to the Hokage about?" As he sat down at the table, he let out a soft sigh. "Well, first I wanted to know how accurate Taita-sensei's report was." He began, taking a bite of the food in front of him, noting how good of a cook he was. "I filled in what was left out, including pointing out that the Uchiha performed the Kawarimi on purpose." Sakura flinched slightly at the memory. "But that shouldn't have taken that long, should it?" she asked. "Well, I also had to talk to the old man about something important to me." He sighed, wondering how he would take this. "I found out who my parents are and more importantly, who they were." "That's great," she exclaimed, clearly happy that he learned who his parents were. However, she didn't know the full extent. "So who are they?" Naruto could only chuckle at her excitement. "Well, my mother's name is Kushina Uzumaki, otherwise known as the Red Death, as well as the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. Depending on who you ask. And your father? You're not going to believe this." He smiled, hiding his anger towards the man. He was none other than the Yondaime Hokage. Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash. The loud clang could be heard as Sakura had dropped her fork in complete shock. "That was my reaction as well." He lied. "Okay," Sakura said, after snapping out of her shock. "So your parents are 2 of the village's biggest heroes in the 3rd Shinobi War. So I guess this means something big is about to happen with you." "Great deduction, Sakura-chan." He smiled. He really loved how smart she was, now that she was completely knocked out of her fangirl mindset. Always able to piece stuff together with minimal resources. "Yes, I have a council meeting to attend here in a few hours." "About what?" "About me putting myself into the CRA." He sighed. "CRA?" she asked. She had heard the acronym before, but never knew its meaning. "Clan Restoration Act." He explained. "Meaning, I will have to take multiple wives to rebuild not just one clan, but 2 clans. The Uzumaki and Namikaze." Sakura was silent for a handful of seconds at the revelation of this new information. In the span of 5 minutes, she had learned that her blonde teammate was the son of the previous Hokage and one of the best practitioners in all of the elemental nations, and now he was putting himself into something that would allow him to take multiple wives. "See, I told you it would work out," Inner stated in excitement. "Now you can share him with that sexy snake mistress. So, basically you get to have your own harem." Sakura teased, making a joke of it. though internally, she was conflicted about it. On one hand, she could be with him. On the other, she would have to share him with who knows how many other women. That is not my intent, Sakura-chan. He stated, ensuring she doesn't get the wrong idea. I am only doing this for one woman, so I don't have to hide her anymore. What do you mean? She frowned in confusion. Well, as you know, Anko-chan and I are dating and pretty much engaged already. He began. However, I have also been seeing another woman as well, with Anko-chan's approval, that I was engaged to through an arranged marriage. Who is the other woman? She asked, a little curious and a little jealous. Yugao Yuzuki, otherwise known as Anbu Nico. He answered, watching for her reaction. He could see in her eyes as her emotions ranged from jealousy to understanding in the span of a few seconds. However, I know how the council works, especially the civilian side. When it comes out that I have a bloodline, they will try and force their daughters on me. Which is why I am preemptively striking and entering it on my own terms. Sakura frowned at that. She knew full well that the civilian council would force their own daughters into a loveless marriage just to elevate their own social status. I should probably get ready. He sighed as he washed off his plate. Thank you for breakfast, Sakura-chan, it was really good. Then, he did something she wasn't ready for. He gave her a small kiss on the cheek, causing her to blush intensely at the show of affection before he disappeared into the bathroom to take a shower. It took a solid 5 minutes before she snapped out of her daze and began to clean up her own plate. After about 10 minutes, Naruto exited his bedroom fully dressed in his usual attire. Much to the disappointment of his pink-haired teammate who had enjoyed gawking at his exposed chest and abs. Are you going to be okay by yourself today, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked, clearly still concerned about her emotional state. I think so. She tried to sound confident. I think I am just going to go to one of the training grounds and train for the afternoon. Naruto nodded as the two made their way out the door with the blonde locking the apartment behind him. Turning, he was surprised when Sakura had embraced him in a hug, which he returned. Hearing a sigh of content from before they broke apart to head to their own respective destinations. Unaware of a platinum blonde girl who had just witnessed the exchange. With Ino couldn't believe what she had just seen. What the hell is Forehead doing with Naruto Baka? The blonde-haired girl asked herself. Normally, the Yamanaka heiress wouldn't be in this side of the village, but her sensei had insisted that she deliver this bouquet of arranged flowers to Kurenai-sensei, who lived just past the red light district, right away. The blonde didn't know the details, but she had worked in her parents' shop long enough to know that when a guy bought a woman a lot of flowers, it meant he screwed up and was trying to apologize. Though usually, most guys would take the flowers themselves, not send someone else. This of course prompted her to frown slightly. It truly felt like he was hiding something. Shaking her thoughts away, she focused back to the task at hand. Storing away the little tidbit about Sakura and Naruto to confront her former best friend later about it. It didn't take her much longer to arrive at the small house that the Genjutsu mistress resided in. Tentatively knocking on the door, Ino awaited the older woman to answer. She only had to wait a few more minutes before the door opened, revealing the ruby-eyed beauty. Afternoon, Kurenai-sensei, got a delivery for you. The blonde smiled as she presented the bouquet of arranged flowers, prompting the other woman to frown. Let me guess, from Asuma, right? She asked, not hiding her disdain towards the man in the slightest. Yeah. She replied hesitantly. Yup, Asuma-sensei fucked up big time. Figures, a cheating bastard doesn't even know what my favorite flowers are. Kurenai sighed. And he should know better than to try and get someone else involved. So, I am going to assume you will not be accepting the flowers. The blonde replied. Scratch that, he didn't fuck up big time. He fucked up on an astronomical scale. Sorry Ino-san, but no. The ruby-eyed woman sighed. I don't want anything to do with that bastard. Sorry to bother you then, Kurenai-sensei. Ino replied as she tossed the flowers into an open trash bin. It didn't matter to her, the flowers were already paid for. I got to get back to the shop, have a good day. Kurenai could only sigh as she saw the blonde girl run off. She knew full well why the cheating bastard had sent the girl to deliver the flowers. He was hoping having a third party would soften her up and put her in a position so that she wouldn't cause a scene. As the blonde girl fully disappeared, the mistress returned to her home, though not before casting a cold glare at a group of bushes not far off from where she was. Knowing full well that the cheating bastard had been spying on her since Ino had arrived, she could feel Asuma seething in anger from his spot within the bushes. With Naruto, the blonde sighed as he approached the Hokage tower. While he knew it was important to get this out of the way, he was not looking forward to it in the slightest. He was well aware of how the council members thought of him. Namely the civilian council, as well as the elder council. Fortunately, this was a shinobi and clan matter, which made the civilian council's opinion on the matter worth exactly squat. Though he couldn't deny, part of him was looking forward to seeing their reaction when they learned who his parents were. He knew full well that many of them would deny such a claim. Too bad for them that the old man had all the physical evidence required to prove it. Either way, it was going to be a headache. Arriving at his destination, the young blonde knocked on the large wooden doors. Getting permission, he entered the Hokage's office to see 4 of the elder men. 3 of which were doing the paperwork and 1 that was leaning back reading a familiar orange book. "Hero, Hokage," he commented, earning a chuckle from the old man as he put his book away. "Are you ready, Naruto-kun?" The elder man asked, knowing that the young teen wasn't well liked amongst the civilian members of the council. At least the clan heads were at least neutral about the boy. "Not really, but let's get this over with Jai so we can both relax." The blonde chuckled, following the village leader to the council chambers. Both taking a deep breath, the Hokage pushed open the doors, revealing the council members of both sides loudly debating amongst themselves what the meeting could be about. Upon seeing the 2 enter the room, the council went silent. Both the civilian and shinobi council wondered what the blonde genin was doing there. "Hokage-sama, what is that brat doing here?" demanded a fat civilian councilman. "Mind your tone with me, councilman." Hiruzen stated with authority, unleashing a moderate amount of killer intent. Forcing the arrogant councilman to cower in his chair. Reining in his killer intent, he turned to address the rest of the council. "Now then, this meeting is now in session. Hokage-sama, what is the purpose of this meeting?" Inoichi asked, earning a round of murmurs. All of them are wondering the same thing. "This meeting serves 2 purposes," Hiruzen stated, sitting down in his chair at the end of the U-shaped table. "The first is announcing the heritage of young Uzumaki Naruto and who his parents are." "And just who are Uzumaki-sen's parents?" asked a bandaged elder by the name of Danzo. His only exposed eye observing the young blonde in great detail. Though it went unnoticed how the elder man was tightly gripping his cane. This was not part of Minato's plan. His parents are none other than Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. The elder village leader answered, bracing himself for the onslaught of shouts that were about to follow. As expected, the civilian side erupted in a flurry of shouts of denial. Tossing out accusations that it was all a lie and that there was no way that the demon brat was related to their revered Yondaime. The clan heads on the other hand were silent as they digested this bit of information. Some, such as Tsume and Shika, had already known. Meanwhile others like Hiashi were contemplative. "Silence!" Hiruzen shouted, unleashing another wave of killer intent. "I don't give a damn if you like it or not." And to solidify this revelation, here is Naruto's birth certificate and blood sample. Proving the boy's lineage. This continued as he provided the proper papers to be passed along the clan head side. Each nodding in agreement with the Hokage's claim. "So the pup is the son of my best friend," and blood sister Tsume grinned at the boy even though she had already known long ago. "Sorry pup, if it wasn't for the arrogant asses over there, I would have brought you into the pack a long time ago." "It's okay Tsume-sama." Naruto smiled. "I know you tried to adopt me many times with each time being blocked by the civilian council. Cut the Sama bullshit, just call me Tsume, pup." The feral woman laughed. "These are genuine," Danzo stated as he set the papers back on the table. "Now, what is the second purpose of this meeting, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen eyed the bandaged elder suspiciously before continuing. "Due to Naruto-kun's heritage, he is the last of both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans." He began, already he could see the clan heads nodding their heads in understanding, while the civilian side scowled in anger. As such, Naruto-kun has submitted himself for the Clan Restoration Act to revive these 2 clans within Konoha, under his own terms. Which is simply, that he gets to choose his wives. "Absolutely not." A blonde woman on the civilian side exclaimed. "I will not allow it." "Unfortunately for you, Mibuki," Hiashi stated, glaring at the woman, prompting her to quickly sit down and shut up. "This is a clan and shinobi affair. Meaning the civilian council has now say in the matter. You are merely here as a courtesy, nothing more." Furthermore, young Naruto-kun has awakened an extremely rare bloodline as well, which doubles his status within the Clan Restoration Act even further. Hiruzen stated. This of course caused the bandaged warhawk to perk up in interest. "And what is his bloodline?" inquired the bandaged elder. "It's called Kuruzunda or dark blood." Naruto answered as he watched over the various council members' actions. However, he stopped when he looked upon the bandaged man. The young could see the gears turning in the man's head, prompting Naruto to narrow his eyes slightly. "Be careful around him, Naruto-kun," Ari stated, feeling uneasy about the man. "He gives off a dark aura." "I feel it too Ari-chan," Naruto mentally replied. "No doubt he is plotting to make either my power or myself his own to control." "What exactly can this bloodline do, Uzumaki-san?" asked the blonde man. "Well to be honest, Inoichi-sama, I am still learning about it," the blonde answered. Not wanting to reveal too much about what he can do with it. "From what I have learned, I have mastery of darkness and shadows." He proved his point by summoning one of his dark blade weapons. A simple tanto-length blade. Nothing too fancy, but enough to show only part of what he could really do with his powers. Then allowing it to dissipate. "That power should belong to Uchiha-sama," exclaimed one of the civilian council members, with the rest vocally agreeing with the person's demands. We demand that you teach Uchiha-sama those powers immediately. First off, you can't teach a bloodline to another who doesn't have it, you dumbass cunt. Naruto replied, his tone even. And as it is clearly a shinobi matter, I am not obligated to adhere to your demands, councilman. This bloodline is fascinating. Danzo stated, looking to get more information about it. Is there anything else you can do with it? No, as I said, I am still learning as it is an extremely rare bloodline. The blonde answered, looking at who seemed to get the idea of what the boy was doing. Now then, moving on to the final purpose of this meeting. Hiruzen began, moving the topic away from the boy's bloodline, much to the old Warhawk's anger. Those of the Shinobi Council in favor of submitting Naruto into the Clan Restoration Act to revive both the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans, as well as expand Naruto's Kurizuka bloodline, raise your hand. Much to the disappointment of the entire civilian council, the entirety of the Shinobi Council silently raised their hands, showing their acceptance of the boy being submitted into the CRA. Shocking the civilian side even further was the fact that Danzo had also raised his hand as well, prompting the other two elders to do the same. This of course did not go unnoticed by the elder Hokage. Narrowing his eyes as he wondered what the old Warhawk was up to. Very well, through a unanimous vote, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze has been submitted into the Clan Restoration Act. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen smiled. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto replied, bowing before the elder man in a show of respect, before also doing the same to the Shinobi Council. And thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Think nothing of it, pup. Tsume smiled. Now, I can approach him and Anko about allowing Hana to marry him. Forgive me for asking Uzumaki-san, Inoichi began. But I am curious if you already have any potential brides. I do, Inoichi-sama. The blonde teen grinned sheepishly. And who might that be, if I may ask? Inquired Danzo. Well, it is no secret that I am dating Anko Mitarashi, soon to be Uzumaki. The teen smiled as he thought of how he was going to surprise his snake mistress. Of course the snake whore would fuck the damn Mibuki began before being cut off as she felt a blade pressed against her throat. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could just barely make out the Nico Anbu standing just behind her, sword in hand. Finish that sentence. Nico whispered coldly. Please. Allow me to introduce my second fiancé. Naruto chuckled as the councilwoman's eyes went wide in shock and horror. Hiruzen nodded to the Nico Anbu, signaling her to remove her mask. As this was a matter that concerned her as well. Smirking, Yuga removed her blade from the woman's throat and secured her sword before removing her mask to show her beautiful face. Yuga Yazuki. Naruto continued as the purple-haired woman made her way over to where her mate was standing. Also, a very close friend of Anko-chan. So I would advise you to keep any unwanted comments to yourself. This is certainly a surprise. Tsume laughed. She had to admit, the pup had already attracted two strong Kunoichi. Even better, both were good friends of Hana. Before we close this meeting, is there anything you would like to add to Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked, turning to the blonde. Just one, Hokage-sama. He replied before turning to address the council. While I reserve the right to choose my prospective wives, you are welcome to send your daughters to talk with me. However, I will not have anyone forced into a loveless marriage. Very good, pup. The Inyazuka matriarch stated, a sense of pride for the boy swelling up inside her. Just as I thought, he will treat all the women he is with love and respect. With that, I bring this meeting to a close. Hiruzen stated as he got up from his chair. Nico, you may have the rest of the day off. Naruto-kun, please accompany me to my office so that I may give you the inheritance your parents left for you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The purple-haired woman bowed before taking her mate's hand and walking out of the room. Ignoring the glares coming from the civilian council. Meanwhile, Hiashi was watching the two walk out the door. He knew the blonde was responsible for his daughter's increased confidence, even if he didn't know the details as Hinata had been silent when approached about it. Though he wasn't too pleased about her new fashion sense. However, upon learning who Naruto was involved with, he knew who to blame. Though he couldn't help but chuckle silently at the whole ordeal. The Hyuga elders had complained when she wasn't strong enough, now they were complaining she was too strong and that she lacked respect for their position. Many times, they had pushed to have the cage bird seal placed upon her in favor of her younger sister Hanabi becoming the clan heir. Now thinking that the younger sister would be more malleable to their manipulations. Perhaps I should send Hinata to court the boy. The Hyuga clan head thought to himself. With the boy being from two notable clans, I can avoid having to put the seal on her and perhaps give her a chance to be happy for once. Despite what many would believe, the man loved his daughters to death and hated seeing them pushed into a position of conflict with each other due to the clan elders' staunch traditions. Perhaps I should also encourage Hanabi to visit her sister frequently afterwards to keep her from being manipulated by those old fossils. He mused. How he hated the elders of his clan and aimed to one day be rid of them. However, he had to wait for them to make a mistake. It was like a never-ending game of shogi between the two. With a sigh, the Hyuga head stood from his chair and left the room with the others. Hokage's office a few minutes later found the young blonde back in the office of the village leader. Yugao had excused herself to hang up her gear with the promise of meeting up with her maid and Anko's favorite dango stand. "Now, you parents left me a few scrolls to pass on to you when I thought you were ready." Hiruzen stated as he laid 5 scrolls down on his desk. "These are the deeds to both of your parents' respective clan compounds, as I am sure you are going to want to move out of that small apartment. Especially with your fiancé. Thanks Jai. The blonde chuckled. "So what are your plans, Naruto-kun?" The old man asked, curious as to what the young teen would do. "Honestly, I am not sure," he admitted with a frown. "However, I am probably going to merge both bank accounts to make it easier to keep track of the funds and keep my personal account as a reserve account. Well, they are yours to do with as you please." The old man started with a kind smile before rummaging through his desk only to produce a small map with 2 red circles on it. "Here is the location of both compounds. I trust you will want to look over your parents' estates. Thanks Jai. The boy smiled as he secured the inheritance scrolls into his jacket with a blood seal. "I will see about getting Anko-chan and Yuga-chan to help me move in. I'm sure they will be happy too." The elder man chuckled. "I better get going, Yuga-chan won't be happy if I am late." Hiruzen only chuckled as the blonde departed his office. The old man couldn't help but think that his parents would be proud of the man he was becoming. With Yugao, the purple-haired Anbu woman was nervous and excited at the same time. The day had finally come that she could be openly affectionate with her mate and she was looking forward to rubbing in the face of a certain individual that just couldn't get the hint that she was not interested in him in the slightest. "Yugao-san, you got the day off." A voice came from behind her, prompting the purple-haired beauty to look at the newcomer. "Hokage-sama gave me the afternoon off to spend time with my fiancé," she answered honestly. Though she did have a bone to pick with the masked. "I hear you had a busy month. You have no idea." He sighed, ordering a bottle of sake. First the client lied about the mission, then having to fight against Sabusa. It was just one thing after another. Not to mention Naruto refusing to follow directions. "I am just glad that Sasuke was there to pick up the slack." Yugao narrowed her eyes at the silver-haired for the last comment. Though a small grin appeared on her face as she realized that he didn't know she was in the office when he had given his report to the Hokage. "I also heard that you accused Naruto-kun of stealing my moon dance technique." She smirked. "Naruto-kun?" Kakashi pondered to himself. Wondering why an Anbu woman was referring to the blonde in such a way. "I had assumed he did since you have refused to teach anyone your style." Kakashi tried to defend himself. "I will make it clear, there is only one person who has stolen my technique and that is Hade." The purple-haired woman seethed, still infuriated that the man had the audacity to not only steal her style, but completely butcher it. "He was only trying to impress you." The silver-haired man replied, not fully understanding why the woman refused to give his friend a chance. "And he only insulted me." Yuga replied with venom. "If you trained Naruto, maybe you would consider training Sasuke in." Kakashi suggested, trying to give his prized student an edge in his training. "No," was her short reply. "Are you sure? Sasuke is a promising student and shows great potential in his training." The masked attempted to elevate the boy higher to make him sound more enticing. "I would bet he would take to it faster than Naruto did." "My answer is no, and that is final," Yugao stated matter-of-factly. "For the simple reason, the Uchiha doesn't respect the art of the sword. Naruto-kun does. That is why I trained him in my style." Kakashi could only frown. A little disappointed that the woman wouldn't even consider training the last Uchiha. However, he knew there was nothing he could do to change her mind. Perhaps Hei could train Sasuke in swords since he was almost as good as Yugao. "Hey Yugao-chan." Anko exclaimed as she jumped on the back of the purple-haired woman, eliciting a chuckle from Naruto as he walked up to join them. The two had met up as Naruto left the Hokage tower and had decided to meet up with Yugao together. However, Naruto did not miss the frown on his sensei's face when he showed up. "I was given the day off since we were lied on prisoners today," the snake mistress stated happily as she sat down on a stool away from the Anbu woman, allowing Naruto to sit between them. "I couldn't help but notice that you were getting close with the client's daughter during our mission, Naruto," Kakashi stated, eyeing the blonde and the snake mistress to gauge their reactions. "What was that about?" "Ida-sensei, are you trying to imply that I am unfaithful to my mate?" the blonde questioned, hiding his smirk. From the corner of his eye, he could see the snake mistress doing her best to hold in her desire to burst out laughing. "If the shoe fits." The mask shrugged with a grin as he waited for the fireworks to start between the two. "Were you flirting with another woman, Naruto-kun?" Anko hissed out. Though the way she did it made her sound more seductive than upset. "You know me, Hebeheim." The blonde shrugged. "I just can't resist strong and beautiful women." And what did I tell you about flirting with other women? The snake mistress continued. Meanwhile Yugao was doing all she could to keep herself from laughing at the two. To invite you to join. Naruto replied, trying to sound depressed. Exactly. Anko stated. As your punishment, you will have to make love to me until I am satisfied. Kakashi could only stare in shock. He had expected yelling, screaming, and maybe even the blonde being slapped around. He was not expecting the snake mistress to actually encourage such behavior from the boy. Without a doubt, if he wasn't wearing his face mask, Kakashi's jaw would be on the floor right now. Not the reaction you were expecting, Itachi-sensei. The blonde asked with a grin, earning a scowl from his supposed sensei, while the two women burst out laughing, unable to hold it in any longer. So, how was she? Anko asked innocently. 8 years of pent-up frustration. He answered. Damn, and I thought I had it bad with only 4 years. The snake mistress stated. Yup, I don't think there was a single piece of furniture we didn't use in her new office after she was elected the new wave daimyo. He commented. Desk, couch, chair, footrest. Nothing was untouched. Anko could only shake her head in response as she chuckled, imagining how it would be if they recreated the scene at home. Meanwhile, Kakashi had decided he had enough and got up to leave. Once more disappointed that things didn't go as he had hoped. However, shortly after the masked man had left, the group's conversation was interrupted once more. Yugao-chan. Heiei greeted as he approached the three. You get the day off. Yes, Hokage-sama gave me the rest of the afternoon off so that I may spend time with my fiancé who had just gotten back from his mission. The purple-haired woman replied, hiding her smirk. Here comes Naruto-kun. Ari giggled as she could see what was about to happen. Oh, he is going to hate me. The blonde mentally chuckled, knowing full well what his mate was about to do. Too bad Taita team didn't stick around to see this. The Kitsune girl giggled. I see. The other man stated, taking a seat next to Yugao, trying to be as close to her as possible. So, where is he? Not bothering to reply to the man, Yugao merely turned towards Naruto and pulled him into a deep kiss in front of Heiei. However, she was not done with just that. As the two continued to kiss, their tongues fighting for dominance, the purple-haired woman moved to straddle the blonde's waist in the stool, allowing her hips to grind against his own. To push it even further, Naruto allowed his hands to wander down to her rear, giving it a good squeeze, eliciting a moan from the woman. Heiei couldn't believe what he was seeing. The woman that was the object of his desire was making out with a boy nearly half his own age. This caused anger to swell up inside him. Well, what the hell is this? He stammered, clearly infuriated at the sight. Prompting the two to end their dry humping session. That was me making out with my fiancé. Yugao stated as she slipped out of Naruto's lap, though still held him in a loving embrace. Taking full advantage that she could be openly affectionate to her mate now. Now that that's out of the way. Naruto stated, a cold look on his face as he stared at the man that had been, for lack of a better word, stalking his fiancé. You will leave my fiancé alone, Heiei echoed. Are you fucking serious, Yugao? Heiei exclaimed, dropping the affection suffix from her name in his anger. He is a fucking kid. A little fucking brat, you could do so much better with a real man like me. The moment he put on his forehead protector, he became an adult and that is good enough for me. The purple-haired woman grinned. Enjoying the show of a man who had constantly harassed her by blowing a gasket. As fun as this is, ladies, let's go check out the new place and get it ready for the party tonight. Naruto commented, chuckling at the man still seething in anger. Wrapping his arms around both of his girls, the trio made their way across the village where the Uzumaki compound was located. A few minutes later, the three of them stood in front of a large pair of gates that had some vines covering them from the years of lack of use. Anko couldn't help but whistle at the impressive size of the place. On their way to the compound, Naruto had created about a dozen shadow clones to pack up his stuff from the apartment to begin moving it into his new home. As well as sending one to find and inform Sakura of his change of address. Well, let's see what's inside. The blonde replied as he cut his thumb and smeared the blood on the gate, activating the seals. The three watched as the gate slowly opened, allowing them entrance to the property. To their surprise, despite the appearance of the outer gate, the inside looked as if it had been kept in perfect condition due to the seals that Kushina had put around the property to ensure everything was kept organized and well maintained. The wonders of seals. Naruto mused as he led his two fiancés into the home. So, you two are going to move in with me, right? You bet your ass I am. Anko exclaimed. And we are using every piece of furniture in this house. Yugao could only chuckle at her friend and future sister wife's antics. Though she silently agreed that she would be moving in with her fiancé. Clearly there were more than enough rooms as Kushina had intended to have a massive family. For the next few hours, the three of them explored every inch of the compound. Anko making lewd suggestions of what position they would use in whatever room and so forth. Meanwhile Yugao was fascinated by the size of the training yard behind the home, as it was clearly designed for a practitioner. Naruto, on the other hand, was looking over the countless pictures his mother had left in the house. Pictures of his great-grandmother, Mito Uzumaki. Like his mother, she also had fiery red hair and piercing eyes. One thing he had noticed was that there was not a single picture of his father anywhere in the house. Almost as if he was erased from all of them. Probably through the use of some kind of seal, if he had to guess. "Welcome home, Naruto-kun." Ari smiled from inside his mind. "I just wish I could have grown up in this house with her." He commented, allowing his finger to trace over a picture of his mother. "I know, Naruto-kun, but Kushina-chan wouldn't want you to dwell in the past." She commented, earning a nod in agreement from her host. "Anyways, let's get ready for the party tonight." He smiled as he turned his attention back towards his shadow clones that were beginning to unpack his belongings into the master bedroom. While Anko had claimed the one closest to it. The blonde could only chuckle, knowing full well that his snake mistress had plans for him tonight. Nighttime, Uzumaki Estate. Sounds of laughter and cheerful chatter filled the compound for the first time in a long time as Naruto, Anko, Yugao, Hinata, and even Sakura chatted amongst each other. To the blonde Hanyu's surprise, Hinata had told him that her father had given her permission to seek out a relationship with the boy and had encouraged her to attend tonight's celebration. Sakura, on the other hand, was completely shocked that not only was her blonde teammate engaged to both Anko and Yugao, but was also in a relationship with the Hyuga heiress as well. However, as she watched them converse, she could see how much the three loved him and how he returned their love. Seeing this only made her fall for him more and reassured her that he would treat her the same when she finally worked up the courage to confess to him. About 2.5 hours into the party, an intoxicated Hinata and Anko dragged Naruto away to his bedroom, leaving the cherry blossom alone with a chuckling Yugao. Meanwhile, inner Sakura was teasing herself with a play-by-play of what the three were about to do, even providing some mental images, though adding herself into the mixture. Prompting the poor to blush up a storm. "So, you're on the same team as Naruto-kun, huh?" Yugao inquired, striking up a conversation with a, "Yeah." Sakura replied. "It's ironic now that I think about it. At first I was disappointed to be on the same team as him, only to learn more from him in a matter of weeks than I ever did with Taita-sensei. Naruto-kun is an extremely skilled shinobi." The purple-haired woman giggled. "He's had training from myself, Anko-chan, and others. Wonder if Kyuubi has helped train him." The cherry blossom thought to herself before slightly narrowing her eyes. But she said others, as in more than one. "I wonder who they could be." "So, when did you realize you were in love with Naruto-kun?" The Anbu woman smirked as she gauged the reaction of her companion. Inwardly chuckling as she saw a blush creep across her face. "Oh, how did you know? It's written all over your face and whenever you talk about him." Yugao answered. "That obvious, huh?" They sounded a little depressed that the woman was able to read her too clearly. "Chin up, I'm an Anbu." The other woman grinned. "I'm supposed to notice subtle things, I guess." Sakura smiled a little as she began to recall just when she realized she had fallen for her blonde teammate. "I guess I realized it when my mother hugged me. It felt cold and restrictive. Not like when Naruto-kun hugged me, when it felt warm and comforting. Promising me that I would be safe. But if I had to guess when it started, I would say just before we left for our mission in Wave." She continued. "A few days before we left, he helped me train in stuff Taita-sensei hadn't even mentioned before. Even after I had been a complete bitch to him, he helped me train because he didn't want me to get hurt or killed on a mission. That's just how he is." Yugao smiled. She loved that her mate was compassionate to others, but at the same time she knew he could be downright cruel to those who deserved it. "So, how did the three of you start dating Naruto-kun?" They asked, curious as to how it all happened. "Well, some years ago Naruto-kun saved Anko-chan's life. Since then, she had been inseparable from him." The purple-haired woman answered vaguely, not wanting to give away too much to the pink-haired girl. "As for Hinata-chan, well, the girl has always had a crush on him. And after he broke her out of her shyness and boosted her confidence, it had only elevated her crush on him even more. Kinda funny now that she and Anko act like sisters. What about you?" "My case is a bit more complex and simple at the same time." She sighed, wondering how to explain her attraction to her mate. "You see, both Naruto-kun and I were in an arranged marriage and only found each other a few years ago." "So your parents arranged it?" Sakura asked, a little confused since she knew Naruto's parents died the night he was born, now that she knew who his parents were. Granted, they could have arranged it before his birth, but that was unlikely. "Ah. Jashin, right there Naruto-kun." A voice screamed out from the bedroom, causing both girls to blush. Even more surprising was that it was Hinata's voice. "Silencing seals." Yugao called back, resulting in a string of curses from the trio in the room before they suddenly went silent. "Jashin?" Sakura questioned, looking at the purple-haired woman next to her. "I guess the cat is out of the bag now, thanks to an orgasm." Yugao only chuckled. "I suppose I should explain. All of us are Jashinist. I grew up as one, whereas Hinata and Anko converted a few years ago." However, do not lump us with those blood-crazed cultists that spout they are doing the will of Jashin-sama. Jashin-sama only desires the souls of those who are tainted and corrupt and abhors the slaughter of the innocent. And what about Naruto-kun? She asked, keeping herself composed as she took in this sudden dump of information. He is Jashin-sama's chosen champion. She simply answered, all the while keeping an eye on the pink-haired girl. So that is what he meant when he told Inari-san that he was a champion. Sakura mused to herself, thinking back to the small confrontation between Naruto and Tsunade's son. Does this revelation change the way you feel about him? Yugao inquired. No. Was Sakura's answer. It does not. I still love him. Perhaps tomorrow you should talk to him. The purple-haired woman suggested before pushing herself off her seat. I am going to head to bed, I have an early shift tomorrow. Good night, Yugao-san. They bid the Anbu woman farewell. Now sitting alone, Sakura began to ponder what she had just learned. It seemed like in the past few weeks, everything she thought she knew was wrong. Sasuke was a selfish prick who only thought about himself instead of her dream romance. Naruto was her dream romance and not the idiotic knucklehead she thought him to be. The Kyuubi wasn't pure evil and had been used by another. And lastly, not all Jashinists were blood-crazed killers. Ironically, she believed both Naruto and Yugao. There was something in their eyes when they spoke about their respective topics that held truth and honesty. So tomorrow we are confessing to Naruto-kun, right? Ina inquired. Damn straight, I don't care if he is a full-on demon. Sakura mentally replied. I love him. The next morning, the house was silent as the sun peeked over the village, in contrast to the celebration that had taken place the previous night. Only 3 people remained as both Anko and Yugao had to leave early for their respective jobs. Of the 3 remaining in the home, only 2 were awake as Hinata was still passed out from all the alcohol she had consumed the previous night. Morning, Naruto-kun. Sakura greeted while she was cooking breakfast as the blonde entered the kitchen, getting a sense of deja vu from the previous morning at his old apartment. Morning, Sakura-chan, sorry about last night. He greeted her, a bit embarrassed about not having the silencing seals up last night. It's okay, Naruto-kun. She replied. I was just surprised everyone in the house was a Jashinist. Upon hearing this, Naruto froze. Wondering how she had come across such information until he realized what Hinata had called out during her moment of ecstasy. Yugao-san explained it to me after that. Well, you know. She explained, blushing slightly at the memory. She also suggested I should talk to you if I wanted to know more. I see. The blonde stated as he sat down at the table while Sakura placed a plate of food in front of him. Is there anything in particular you wanted to know? I want to know about you, Naruto-kun. She replied as she sat next to him. I mean, all about you. Are you sure, Sakura-chan? He asked. It may change how you feel about me. Didn't we already address this back in Nami no Kuni? I guess we did. He chuckled. Very well. I will tell you everything about me, for better or worse. So, he began to tell his tale. Everything that had happened to him since his early childhood beatings at the hands of the villagers and even some of the shinobi. How the hospital would treat him after such attacks. The constant assassination attempts. Each making them feel more and more disgusted with the village she called home, though was surprised that the boy didn't seek any sort of revenge against them. Other than to simply prove them wrong. Worst of all, she knew her mother was responsible for most of these attacks. Then came the big revelation when he began talking about what had transpired on his 6th birthday. The final attack that had nearly killed him and forced a meeting between him and the Kyuubi. His confrontation with his father's soul fragment that was left in the seal and how Jashin had come to him and made him her champion. And finally, how he was now a half-demon and how he became mated with Anko, then Yugao, Hinata, and finally Tsunami. Even explaining how the mate mark worked, as well as the benefits of being a through it all, they paid rapt attention to every detail. And that is everything there is to know about me. He finished, looking her in the eyes to gauge the girl's reaction. Sue, we're going to get marked, right? Iner asked. You're damn right we are. She mentally replied, before smiling at the blonde before her. Naruto-kun, all this still doesn't change the way I feel about you. If anything, I understand and respect you more for not giving in to petty vengeance. Thank you, Sakura-chan. He smiled at them. However, I have one more question. What's that? If you would allow it, I would love to be one of your mates. Sakura blushed as she got up from her seat and stood in front of him, her eyes never leaving his. Having finally openly confessed her feelings towards the blonde. Are you sure about this, Sakura-chan? He asked, wanting to make sure he was completely committed to her choice. This is a lifetime bond and as we will live for hundreds of years, if not more. A millennium still wouldn't be long enough to express the love I have grown for you, Naruto-kun. She smiled. And you do know you will have to share, right? He smiled, now he was just playing with her. I know, and I know you will end up attracting more girls. It's just who you are. Sakura replied with a grin as she pressed against him, wrapping her arms around him while he returned the gesture. But as long as I have a place in your heart, I don't care. Very well, Sakura-chan. Naruto smiled as he leaned in towards her neck. I will mark you as one of my mates. With no hesitation, the blonde bit down onto her neck, prompting her to do the same. Mixing each other's chakra together. Almost immediately, they could feel the difference. She could feel her own chakra reserve swell up, as well as her senses sharpening to an inhuman point. Physically, she could feel her muscles grow more dense, increasing her own stamina, speed, agility, and overall strength and durability. After the marking was complete, both released the other's necks and stared into each other's eyes before their lips clashed together into a deep kiss. Their tongues twisting along one another's as they firmly embraced each other. Minutes passed before the two finally broke the kiss. Sakura's face was red and flustered, but a look of happiness and contentment in her eyes. Welcome to the family, Sakura-chan. Naruto smiled. Chapter 13. Hokage's office. Hiruzen studied the two genin that now stood in front of his desk. He could see in the change of posture between the two that something had happened between them, though in an obvious good way. The pink-haired Kunoichi now stood much closer to her blonde teammate, almost wrapping her arm around his. The old man could only inwardly smile at this. Now, Sakura-san, Naruto-kun. The reason I have summoned you here is to discuss something important regarding the current state of Team 7. The village leader began. Due to the recent events, I am giving the two of you the opportunity to become part of a different team. I understand, Jai. Naruto replied before looking at his pink-haired mate. But it is up to Sakura-chan if she wants to move to another team or not. As she was the one who was most affected. They frowned at the memory, with only a minor flinch. Thinking over the multiple possibilities of being on an actual team with a sensei who would actually train them to become stronger. It was then she realized she already had a sensei who did just that. I don't trust the Uchiha or Taita sensei. Sakura spoke. And it is for that reason, I will stay with Team 7. Naruto merely smiled, as he had a feeling why she was making this choice. Hiruzen on the other hand was completely shocked that the girl would choose to remain on a team with those she didn't trust. Care to explain your decision? He asked. Of course, Hokage-sama. She replied. If Naruto-kun and I were to move to another team, Team 7 would have to get two new teammates that will put their trust in Sasuke and Kakashi. Which runs a high possibility of the Uchiha sacrificing them to save himself, maybe this time even killing one or both of his new team members. Naruto-kun and I know not to let our guard down around them. Very well thought out. The Hokage smiled. The old man was proud that the girl had thought that far ahead. He also couldn't fault her logic, as he knew the arrogant boy would attempt something similar once more. It only infuriated him further when the Elder Council blocked all efforts to punish the boy in any capacity for his actions, citing that it was a necessary sacrifice to protect the Sharingan. I accept your decision, Sakura-san. Hiruzen stated. You two are free to go, have a good day. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Jai. They both replied at the same time before departing the office. You're turning into a real lady killer, Naruto-kun. The old man smiled as he went back to reading his favorite orange book, whilst his shadow clones continued their everlasting battle against the dreaded beast known as paperwork with Naruto and Sakura. So, what are your plans for today, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked as they left the Hokage tower. Well, I still have to go through the Namikaze compound and see if there is anything useful the bastard left. Naruto replied, not hiding his disdain toward his father as Sakura already knew. But before that, I have someone I need to talk to. I am guessing it's another girl. She smirked. Yeah. The blonde chuckled. Am-chan has had a crush on me since I was 7 and has turned down every other guy who has approached her. So I made a promise to myself that once I was in the CRA I would talk to her and see where it goes from there. To be honest, I am unsure how she will feel about her having to share me with other women. He sighed. If she loves you as much as the rest of us, I am sure she will accept it. They reassured the blonde. Thanks, Sakura-chan. He smiled. What are your plans for today? Well, I was kind of hoping I could move in with you. She blushed, earning a smile from her mate. If that's alright. Sakura-chan. Naruto smiled as he wrapped his arms around her waist. You are more than welcome to live with me. I've already keyed you and the others into the compound security seals. Thank you. She whispered, tears forming in her eyes. Despite taking his mark and becoming his mate, it still felt surreal for Sakura. She half expected that at any moment she would be woken up from a dream. I guess I should go pack my stuff while my mother is out. She smiled, venom dripping from the word mother. I would rather avoid her as much as possible. I understand. Naruto replied. He could only wonder what had transpired between her and her mother, but he knew not to push it. She would tell him when she was ready. Leaning in, he gave her a small kiss goodbye before the two went their separate ways. But Sakura, they couldn't help but smile as she made her way to her mother's house, ignoring some of the looks that she got for being in such a happy mood. The past 24 hours have been like a dream come true for her. Though she couldn't help but mentally chuckle at the irony of it all. The one boy she had considered an idiot and in less than kind words, a complete loser, had ended up being the perfect mate for her. After actually getting to know him, she found his idiocy was all an act he had put on to throw people off. Revealing him to be incredibly intelligent and skilled. Not to mention the amount of compassion he still had, despite everything the villagers had done to him. Even his own father. This had prompted them to frown at the memory. She still couldn't believe the revered Yandere was such a vile person. Sacrificing his own son to be made into a mindless weapon to conquer the elemental nations, and probably would have succeeded if Jashin had not gotten involved. Sakura didn't even want to imagine what would have happened had the goddess of blood and carnage not intervened. This of course prompted her to think of what she had learned from Yugao the previous night. Her mate was the goddess's champion, and all of her future sister wives were Jashinist. Still thinking if we should convert. Inner spoke up, breaking out of her musings. Yeah. She mentally replied. I know what Yugao-san said about the cultists, but I am not sure what to do. Well, perhaps we should talk to her. Inner suggested. She seems to be the most experienced in religion. I guess you're right. Making a mental note to visit her future sister wife later, she continued her trek towards her now former home. Silently hoping that her mother was out of the house. After the exchange yesterday, she really didn't want to be anywhere near the woman unless absolutely necessary. It only took a few more moments for her to arrive. Taking a deep breath, she entered the house and hoped for the best. Quickly, she moved upstairs to her room, grabbing her clothes and various other personal items that she wanted to keep and sealing them into the sealing scroll she had brought with her. Though she did make sure to dismantle and throw away her shrine of the last Uchiha. Smashing it to pieces before tossing it in the trash bin. However, the Pinkette's luck couldn't hold out forever as she heard the door downstairs shut, signifying that her mother was home. Shit. She cursed to herself. We were going to run into her sooner or later, may as well get it over with. No, if she learns we moved in with Naruto-kun she will be a massive problem for all of us. Sakura argued. Need to come up with an excuse. Lend the truth. Inner offered. We already need to talk to Yugao-san, we can always say we are going to ask her for additional training. Even though it is frowned upon to seek out another teacher while already having a sensei. Sakura mentally snorted, mocking her current sensei and earning a chuckle from her inner self. Still, it is a good cover. With her mind made up, she quickly stored the scrolls she had packed in her vest that she wore. With Naruto's help, he had set up the same seals inside her vest to allow her to carry a limited amount of supplies and items on her at all times. She really had to thank him for teaching her the finer qualities of. Taking another deep breath, she made her way downstairs to come face to face with her mother, who was sitting in the living room area. Oh, there you are, dear. Her mother spoke, looking up from the cup of tea she had. I was worried when you didn't come home last night. I went out to train and lost track of time, so I stayed over at a friend's house. She lied. This friend wouldn't happen to be Sasuke, would it, dear? Miyuki pushed. I won't be mad if you two decided to start working on a family early. Just so you know, dear. Here mere thought disgusted them. Anyways, I need to head out again. Sakura said, completely disregarding her mother's comment about the emo bastard. Oh, where are you going, dear? I want to find Yugao-san and ask if she can help me train more. They replied. I am considering taking up. It did not go unnoticed how her mother flinched when she had heard the name, prompting Sakura to subtly raise an eyebrow. I would much rather you look to someone else for extra training, dear. Miyuki stated, her voice shaking slightly. Memories of the Anbu's blade at her neck resurfacing to the forefront of her mind. I am sure Sasuke would be happy to teach you in private. Yugao-san is one of the strongest kunoichi in the village and the best specialist we have. The pink-haired replied, hiding her smirk just seeing her mother flinch every time the Anbu's name was mentioned. Despite her kunoichi skills, she has poor taste in friends and lovers. Her mother snidely replied. Hanging with that snake whore and her fiancé is even worse. Both of them should have been publicly executed a long time ago. Sakura could only clench her fist as her mother degraded and wished death upon one of her future sister wives and her mate. She could feel her anger swelling up inside her as she felt a strong urge to smash her mother into the ground relentlessly. It wasn't until she felt something poking her bottom lip did she realize that her canines had elongated, prompting her to reel in her anger and compose herself. Either way, I am seeking her out for more training. She simply replied, taking deep breaths to keep herself calm. Unless you want me to be killed on my next mission outside the village. Not giving her mother time to reply, she quickly departed the house. Before she talked to Yugao, she desperately needed to vent some anger in one of the training grounds. With Naruto, after parting with his pink-haired mate, the blonde strode through the village towards his favorite ramen stand. ignoring the various glares he received, though the number of them had been reduced significantly after he graduated and became a genin and had begun to make a name for himself within the village. Namely through the onslaught of D-rank missions his team had received. Fortunately, none have been stupid enough to actually attack him. "Hey pup." A voice called out from behind him, breaking him out of his musings. Turning, he saw the matriarch of the Inuzuka clan making her way towards him. "Been looking for you." "Good morning, Tsum-san." He greeted her. "What can I do for you?" "Been meaning to talk to you." The feral woman replied, thinking of how she was going to approach this. Being an Inuzuka, she had opted to go for the blunt approach. "I get the feeling it has something to do with my entrance into the Kra." Naruto smiled. He did say they could send their daughters if they wished. Though he wasn't expecting the Inuzuka woman to actually approach him. If anything, he expected one of the snobby civilian council members to try and pawn off one of the daughters to increase their own social standing. "Yes and no." She grinned. "You see, my oldest pup has quite the crush on you." "I see." The blonde stated. "How about Hana-san and yourself come over to my compound tomorrow for lunch?" "Your compound?" "After yesterday's meeting, I moved into my mother's old compound." Naruto explained. "Alright, I will tell Hana. Around noon sound good?" "I'll have everything ready, Tsum-san." The blonde replied. "I look forward to seeing you both tomorrow." After the short exchange, Naruto continued on his way towards the ramen stand. Though in the back of his mind Ari was teasing him for being bold to invite a mother and daughter duo on a lunch date. Though the blonde only shrugged it off as a friendly lunch, he did have to decide what to make for them to eat. Knowing the Inuzuka clan, it had to be something with lots of meat. However, he would worry about that later. Right now, he had a feeling something was off. 20 minutes later, Naruto's feeling confirmed that something was not right when he approached the ramen stand and saw that it was completely shut down. Approaching the stand, he could hear soft sobbing coming from inside. Walking around into the alleyway, the blonde melted into the shadows, only to reappear inside the stand itself. Greeted by the sight of Tucci with tears streaming down his face as he counted a large sum of money. "What's wrong with Tucci Oji-san?" Naruto asked, completely scaring the wits out of the poor older man. "Naruto? How did you get in here?" He stammered, completely thrown off by the sudden appearance of his favorite customer. "I'm a ninja." The blonde stated, trying to lighten the mood slightly before he turned serious. "But what happened? Why are you crying and bundling all your money?" "They took her." He whispered, just barely audible to the blonde. "And if I don't pay them what they want, they will send her back in pieces." This caused the blonde to scowl. "Where are you supposed to meet them?" He asked coldly, not even wondering why the man didn't go to the Hokage about the kidnapping. "If they suspect anyone else but me, they will kill her." Tucci argued. "Tucci Oji-san, tell me where they are." Naruto repeated. "And I will bring Am-chan home and make sure none of them will see the sunset on this day." The two stared at each other for a handful of seconds before the older man relented and told Naruto the location where the bandits were that had kidnapped his daughter. The old ramen chef could see an icy determination in the blonde's eyes that spoke volumes that he would fulfill his promise. Receiving the location, Naruto quickly melded into the shadows to begin his hunt. The blonde was behind, livid that one of his precious people was in danger, and he would ensure that those responsible would be punished. It didn't take him long to arrive just outside the camp that the bandits were occupying. From his perch on the branch high above the camp, he scoured the site below him. Looking for any trace where Am was before he made his move against the bandits. A second later, the sound of whimpering caught his attention. There, just outside the campsite was Am. Tied to a tree, though thankfully she looked unharmed. Though he didn't know for how much longer as two of the bandits were approaching her. One of which was getting too close and tracing his fingers along her face, causing her to flinch at his touch. She then began to hyperventilate as the man's hand traveled further down her body, looking to grope her breast before the other bandit stopped him. "You know the rules." The other man spoke. "No one is allowed to touch her until the boss gets his fill first, after we get the money and kill the old man." So they were planning on just killing Tucci Oji-san anyway. Naruto narrowed his eyes, waiting for the moment to strike, as soon as he could guarantee that Am would not be harmed by his actions. Then the boss should be here already. The first man shot back. "Besides, a little taste won't hurt if the boss doesn't know." "Whatever, I warned you." The other man replied before turning and walking away. Not wanting to be a witness for the man's stupidity. "Perfect." Naruto thought as he spied a shadow just between Am and the man that was continuing to try and grope her. Deciding not to waste any more time, Naruto melded into the shadows and shot out of the shadow between the bandit and the ramen chef's daughter. Completely taking the assailant's head off before he had a chance to react. Landing on the ground, Naruto quickly turned and cut Am free from her bonds, prompting her to embrace him in a tight hug and bury her face into his chest. "It's okay Am-chan, I'm here." He soothed. Taking his jacket off and wrapping it around her. Wrapping his arms around her, he allowed them both to meld into the shadows, re-emerging a short distance away. Am-chan, stay here, cover your ears and close your eyes. Naruto instructed as he sat her down. I don't want you to see what I am about to do to these bastards. The brunette young woman only nodded her head and did as she was told as Naruto melded into the shadows once more. Even though her ears were covered, she could still hear the muffled screams of pain and horror of her captors a short distance away before everything went silent. The next thing she knew, she was in another warm embrace. Taking the chance to open her eyes, she found herself looking into the cerulean pools of her blonde crush, causing her to blush slightly. It's over. He whispered to her. I've made sure they will never harm you or anyone else again. Tears once more flowed freely out of her eyes as she buried her face into the crook of his neck. Enjoying the warm feeling of his hug and his gentle caress as he rubbed her back up and down. Comforting her. So comforting that she ended up falling asleep in his embrace, causing him to chuckle slightly. Let's get you back to the old man. He whispered as he picked her up bridal style and melded into the shadows one more time. Ramen Ichiraku. Uchiha had calmed down slightly after Naruto had left, though he had still not opened the stand. Many scenarios played out through his head. Positive thoughts of the blonde walking through the front gates with his daughter in hand, to more depressing thoughts of both being returned in boxes. However, his latter thoughts were thankfully proven wrong, as the blonde boy in question stepped out of the shadows with Am asleep in his arms. The older man could only look upon her sleeping form in pure happiness and relief as she snuggled closer to the blonde's chest. The bandits have been taken care of. Naruto said in a soft voice. And they were planning on killing you after you paid them anyway. Thank you for bringing her back. Tucci stated, tears of happiness evident in his eyes. From now on, you can eat here for free. That won't be necessary, Tucci Oji-san. The blonde smiled. I wanted to talk to her anyways, but it can wait until she has recovered. What about? Well, yesterday I was approved to enter into the Clan Restoration Act. Naruto began. And I have known that Am-chan has had a crush on me ever since I was 8, so I had vowed that she would be one of the first ones I ask. However, I want to take it slow and make sure she knows everything first. While I am not fond of the idea of my daughter being part of a harem of sorts. Tucci began. You still went out and risked yourself to save her and bring her back home. That alone earns you my blessing if she accepts. I accept. A voice stated, causing both to cast their eyes towards the now awake Am in the blonde's arms, who was now blushing up a storm. Gently Naruto set her on her feet, though she still clung to his arm. Are you sure, Am-chan? The blonde asked, not fully aware of how much she had actually heard and if she knew what it all entailed. Not to mention the other secrets he would have to share with her. I am Naruto-kun. She smiled. And I know that you will have other wives as well. Even still, you are the only man for me and Tu-san has already given us his blessing. Still, let's take it slow. He smiled. How about a date this Friday? Pick me up at 6. She smiled once more, leaning up and giving him a kiss on the cheek. I may have given you my blessing, Naruto, the older man started. But if you break her heart I will break you. Tu-san, stop trying to threaten my boyfriend. Am cast a glare at her father. Just trying to put the fear of Jashin into him. Tucci stated before realizing that he had said that in front of the blonde and earned himself another hard glare from his daughter. So you follow Jashin-chan then? Naruto asked with a slight smirk. In all honesty, he really wasn't surprised. In between the Fire Daimyo's wife and the Wave Country's new daimyo, the blonde was no longer surprised anymore. Hell, the Hokage himself could proclaim himself to be a Jashinist and it wouldn't even faze him. We both do. Tucci sighed as he knew the cat was already out of the bag. Wait. Jashin-chan? Ayami inquired, quaking her eyebrow at her now boyfriend. Naruto only smiled as he gently removed his jacket from the brunette woman and turned it around so they could both see the prominent design on the back. Both of them immediately wanted to slap their forehead for not seeing it before, despite the many times the blonde had been to their stand. I am Jashin-chan's chosen champion. He grinned at the dumbstruck look of the father and daughter duo. Hokage's office. Hiruzen frowned as he read over the scroll he had just received from the newly elected Wave Daimyo. While the mission was a success, the report from Tsunade did not paint the Uchiha or Kakashi in a good light. In truth, the mission only succeeded because of Naruto. Despite the woman's relationship with the blonde, she gave a fair observation report of what she had witnessed and her thoughts on how the team performed. She had outlined the blatant favoritism the sensei had shown and the arrogance the Uchiha had displayed. Even relaying how the raven-haired boy had essentially abandoned the client in a rage-thrown fit when Naruto had refused to teach him any of his techniques. Furthermore, what infuriated the aged Hokage even more was how Kakashi had tried to persuade the young blonde to hand over his techniques. Along with the Wave Daimyo's report were other detailed accounts from various villagers that had witnessed the team's actions. Naruto's name always stood out, along with Sakura's, the most in helping the villagers. Hell, even Haku and Zabuza got recognized for helping the village and they were working for Gato at the time. Nico? Hiruzen called out. In the blink of an eye, the cat mask Anbu was in front of his desk. Bring me Jonin Kakashi. Hi. Nico stated before leaving in a swirl of leaves. The Hokage didn't have to wait long before Nico returned with a calm and relaxed laziness. Jonin Haddock. The village leader began. I just received the report from the Wave Daimyo and other testaments from her villagers. The mission was a success, is there a problem? He lazily replied. These are the scrolls from the villagers of Wave. Hiruzen stated, gesturing towards a small pile on his desk. All of them have detailed recounts of Team 7's activities throughout the mission. All of them send praise to Naruto-kun and Sakura-san. None mention you or the Uchiha. Tell me, why is it that both Zabuza and Haku are praised by the villagers and the two of you are not? Due to Naruto's relationship with the current Wave Daimyo, I would say that the report is biased to be in Naruto's favor. Kakashi replied. I am well aware of Naruto-kun's relationship with Tsunade. The elder man stated. Which was true, during their talks about him entering the Clan Restoration Act, the blonde had come clean about his and Tsunade's relationship. However, her report is unbiased. To further prove his point, Hiruzen tossed the daimyo's report to the silver-haired so that he could read it for himself. I am also well aware of your favoritism towards Genin Uchiha. He continued. I let it slide because at the time I had faith that you would not let your vow to your former teammate get in the way of your judgment. I am quickly losing that faith in you, Jonin Haddock. I apologize to Hokage-sama. The lazy bowed before the elder man. I will aim to train my team better. That means your entire team Haddock, not just the Uchiha. Hiruzen firmly warned him. Now as punishment for your actions in Nami no Kuni, your pay will be cut in half for the next 3 months. Kakashi could only balk at this. And I better not hear of you blaming Naruto-kun for this. This is due to your actions, not his. Hiruzen warned. You're dismissed. With a solemn nod, the lazy disappeared in a shunshin. But Sakura, having quickly dropped off the scrolls in her newly selected room that was next to Anko's, Sakura had set out to train for the day. There was still plenty in the scrolls that Naruto had given her that she wanted to work on. Knowing she would have a chance to talk to Yugao later this evening when the Anbu woman would arrive home. Perks of all of them living under the same roof. Now Sakura found herself at training ground 7. She didn't know why she chose this one from all the others that were scattered throughout the village. Perhaps it was the fact that this was the training field that they had become a team, however that concept didn't sit well with her. No, if she had to put her finger on it, this was where she first got a glimpse of how skilled Naruto really was. It was also here that her inner self had begun to open her eyes about Naruto. So, for the next 3 hours she had her shadow clones toss water and earth around, while she herself would work on her taijutsu with another one of her clones. Leaning up against one of the posts, the now covered in mud could only chuckle to herself at the changes. Before, she could only make 3 clones at most. Now, she could make at least a dozen with ease. Not to mention her stamina was through the roof from what it once was. However, her good mood was soon soured with the arrival of a raven-haired emo. DCH, what are you doing here, loser? The Uchiha asked, or rather demanded. If you must know, I was training. Sakura sneered as she prepared to leave the training ground. Not wanting to be around her former obsession. Like you train. Sasuke commented. How would you know if I train or not if you're always being dragged off alone in the forest with Taita-sensei? The shot back with a mischievous smirk. Then again, that would explain why he could never get a girlfriend and you always turned down every girl. Sasuke scowled at the implications his teammate was making. Not to mention it was so unlike her. She should be groveling at his feet, begging for a date. Not implying that he was in an inappropriate relationship with Kakashi. Clenching his fist in anger, the emo scoffed at the now retreating form of his teammate. It was only then that he noticed the condition the training field was in. Mud and water strewn all across it, as well as massive craters and other forms of damaged terrain. How the hell did she get this strong? Chapter 14, Inyazuka Compound. Hana was nervous as she moved through her room in a frantic manner as thoughts kept racing through her mind of endless scenarios. A few moments ago, she was summoned by her mother to discuss an important lunch that the two of them would be attending. At first it didn't seem like a big deal to the oldest Inyazuka child until her mother uttered one name. Naruto Uzumaki. Which had immediately led to the young woman's current predicament. What to wear. Clothes were strewn all over the room as the Inyazuka woman looked for something presentable to wear. She wanted to look her best for Naruto. This of course had prompted an onslaught of laughter and teasing from her mother. Though she could feel that despite the teasing, her mother was glad that she finally showed interest in the boy. A short playful howl from one of her got her attention. Turning, she saw one of her companions with familiar-looking clothing in her mouth. That was the same outfit I wore that day. She mused, remembering back to the day when she first met the blonde. Flashback no jutsu. Hana watched with a heavy blush as the members of Team 7 unloaded the wagon of supplies that had just arrived for the veterinarian she ran. namely due to the team's blonde, who had removed the jacket he was wearing and was easily lifting bags that weighed well over 100 pounds with one hand. Not to mention, each time he lifted one of the heavy bags, she caught an eyeful of his muscles. All in all, there was only one word she could use to describe him. Alpha. A few more hours passed. Hana had offered to get something for the team to eat for lunch, though the only one she got a real reply from was Naruto, as she learned his name was from the pink banshee that was constantly yelling at him for making her precious Sasuke-kun look weak. Which she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Whereas Naruto was easily lifting the heavy food bags, the raven-haired emo was struggling to carry just one. While the rest of his team took a break, Naruto continued to work. Having finished unloading the cart, he had set to work in the inventory room, cataloging the supplies that had just arrived and organizing them into their proper places. It was then, however, that frantic shouting from inside the vet had caught his attention. "I need a room now." Hana shouted in hysteria, carrying one of her that was now laying limp in her arms. Tears in her eyes. Kaido was bitten by a snake. The nurses on hand quickly opened the door, allowing Hana to bring her partner into the room. It was around this time that Naruto had arrived to see what the commotion was about. "What did the snake look like?" one of the nurses asked as they began to check the patient. "I don't know." Hana stammered as she tried to recall seeing a snake, but she could only draw a blank as everything had happened so fast. "Hana-san, we can't administer an anti-venom if we don't know the species of snake," the nurse stated in a serious tone, though her voice carried a weight of concern as well. "What's going on?" a voice asked from the door. Both women turned to see Naruto standing at the door, but his eyes were locked on the table. Quickly he moved into the room and began checking over the canine. "Kaido was bitten by a snake while we were out near the forest of death." Hana sobbed, trying to compose herself in her state of panic. I don't know what snake it was. I never saw it." Naruto only nodded his head in response, focusing purely on the now named Kaido in front of him. "Let's see," labored breath. "Lymph nodes are swollen around the puncture area," Naruto began to note mentally. "And my heart rate is erratic." However, one thing that had really tipped him off was the scent. The snake they had encountered was a pit viper. Though the lingering scent smelled sterile, similar to how Mizuki smelled before Naruto had killed him weeks prior. He was bitten by a pit viper. The blonde stated, immediately prompting Hana to rush to the cooling unit inside the room and retrieve the proper anti-venom. "How do you know?" the nurse asked. "Labored breath, swelling of the lymph nodes at the bite area, and change of heart rate," Naruto pointed out. "All symptoms of a viper bite." The blonde then looked over to see Hana's hands shaking as she tried to ready the syringe. Though it was clear in her state of mind that she was having trouble. Gently, Naruto placed his hands over hers, prompting her to look at him. Giving her a warm smile, he took the bottle and syringe and readied it for the injection. "Don't worry, Hana-chan, Kaido will be alright," he told her, causing her to smile despite all the tears in her eyes. Turning back to the canine, Naruto prepped the syringe and injected the anti-venom, all the while stroking the large dog's fur and whispering comforting words to him until the syringe was empty. Slowly removing it, capping it, and properly disposing of it. The nurse still in the room quickly moved forward to check Kaido's vitals. Relaying the heart rate was stabilizing and the breathing was becoming normal. "I think he just needs some rest for now." The nurse smiled as she finished her report, clearly impressed by the instinct the blonde had. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Hana repeated as she smothered the blonde in a hug, burying her face into his chest. She gasped in shock as a pair of strong arms returned the embrace. "You're welcome." He smiled at her, causing her to blush at the close proximity. For the next 2 hours, the two sat and talked while they waited for Kaido, who was now laying at Hana's feet, regained mobility. During this time, Naruto had sent out a shadow clone to continue the rest of the work while he conversed with the young Inuzuka woman. At first sight it would appear that he was slacking off on his given mission by having his shadow clone do it, but in reality he was working to calm Hana further. Despite her now out of danger, she was still emotionally scared from the event. It wasn't until the end of the day, when Team 7 had bid their goodbyes, well mostly just Naruto bidding her goodbye, which of course earned him another hug from the Inuzuka, did she realize that she had a crush on the blonde. After all, he was everything she could want in a mate. Flashback no jutsu to spell. "Thank you, Kaido." She smiled as she took the outfit and proceeded to get dressed. "Come on, you three." At the command, all three of them got up from their relaxed positions and followed their partner out of the bedroom, though Kaido took the lead of the pack. Uzumaki compound. It was nearing noon when Naruto began setting the dining table. He had prepared an assortment of meats for the Inuzuka women that were due over any moment now. Everything from pork ribs to thick steaks and even some more exotic meats that he had found. To accompany the meal, he had selected a few bottles of red wine. Now, all he had to do was wait for his guests to arrive. He didn't have to wait long as a bell chimed throughout the house, signaling that his guests had arrived at the front gate. Smiling, he pushed his chakra into a seal on the wall that allowed entrance to his two guests, meanwhile he moved to greet them at his front door. "Welcome to my home, Tsume-san, Hana-chan." The blonde greeted the two, before turning his attention to the four that had accompanied the two Inyazuka women. "And good to see you all again too." Naruto couldn't help but smile to himself as he recognized that the younger Inyazuka woman was wearing the exact same outfit she had worn the day the two of them had met. The blonde had a feeling that she had done that on purpose, not that he minded. He had to admit that she was beautiful, not to mention she was a very capable kunoichi. It actually came to a surprise to him when he had learned that she was still single and had refused to acknowledge any other male in the village. Any suitors that came to court her were immediately rejected, which had caused a bit of tension between the civilian council and the Inyazuka clan, as a fair chunk of those suitors were the sons of some of the council members. "Thank you for inviting us over, pup." Tsume responded, meanwhile eyeing the banquet that the blonde had prepared for them. "Everything looks so mouth-watering. Did you prepare this yourself?" "I did." Naruto replied with a grin, causing the two Inyazuka women's eyes to widen in surprise. "And thanks to Hana-chan, I knew what to make for the both of you." The younger woman couldn't help but blush. "Anyways, let's dig in," the blonde stated. Not arguing, the two joined their host at the table, though Tsume had ensured that Hana sat beside Naruto. This caused the poor girl to blush even further due to her mother's actions of forcing her to sit next to her crush. If Naruto noticed, he gave no indication that said otherwise. "That was delicious," Tsume commented as she leaned back in her chair, with Hana nodding in agreement. "Though I suppose we should talk about the reason we are here." Naruto nodded, sitting up in his chair and placing his elbows on the table as he crossed his fingers in front of his face. This of course prompted Hana to become worried. "Well pup, as I already said, since you are in the clan restoration act," Tsume began, meanwhile eyeing her daughter's reaction. "I would ask that you give my oldest pup, Hana, a chance." "Ha-san," Hana exclaimed, completely thrown off with what her mother had just said. "Oh shush, pup." The Inyazuka matriarch grinned. "The entire compound knows that you have a crush on Naruto, and he has been the only boy you have taken an interest in. Also, two of his fiancés are two of your best friends." This caught Hana's attention as she looked at her mother. "Anko-chan and Yugao-chan are also my fiancés." Naruto spoke up. The younger Inyazuka woman could only look on in shock. Two of her best friends were already engaged to her crush. It was then that a thought had struck her. How could she not have noticed that Anko was dating Naruto? It wasn't like the snake mistress was quiet about it, as she had constantly bragged about her blonde stud. Then she recalled after her crush on Naruto had developed and she talked with Anko and Yugao about it during one of their outings, with just the three of them. Anko had merely grinned and told her to go for it, accompanied by an approving nod from the purple-haired Anbu woman. Remembering this, Hana's eyes widened. They were giving me permission to seek out a relationship with their mate. Hana thought to herself. However, I get the feeling there is more to this. Naruto spoke up once more, breaking Hana out of her thoughts. "You're right pup." The elderly woman sighed. Hana has had many suitors come for her over the past few years. A good number of them are related to the civilian council in some way, shape, and form. Each time she had turned them down. "And this was before her crush on you." Hana blushed at that. As you can imagine with those pricks, they did not take her rejections kindly, but there is nothing they can do. At least not fully. She sighed as she continued. "Lately, they have been pushing the Hokage to admit the Uchiha brat into the Kra. So far the only thing that has kept it from happening is because the Uchiha has no interest, but it is only a matter of time before one of the snakes from the council talks him into it. And you are worried that the civilian council may exploit a loophole and force Hana-chan to marry the team, who would just treat her as a possession and breeding factory." Naruto finished for the Inyazuka matriarch, earning a nod. "However, I know that if Hana is already involved with someone already in the program, then they can't force her to do anything." Naruto was silent for a handful of seconds before he turned to the younger woman next to him. "How do you feel about this, Hana-chan?" he asked her. "I don't know." She stammered, a little nervous. Partially due to the revelation her mother had revealed about what the council would likely do. "Will you love me?" Naruto gave her a warm smile. "I will love and respect you the same as all of my mates," he replied. "However, let's take it slow and get to know each other better. So how about a date on Saturday?" "Sounds perfect." Hana smiled as she engulfed the blonde in a hug. "I knew he would be a perfect choice for her." Tsume smiled to herself. With Anko, the snake mistress was in a happy mood that day, which was evident as she hummed a happy tune to herself. This of course had prompted many civilians and shinobi alike to avoid her path in fear. What was the cause of the snake mistress being in such a good mood? She was about to get a new roommate since Haku had spent the mandatory 48 hours in a cell. "So, you think Haku is going to like living with us?" Sakura asked. She had run into the snake mistress while she was out on her morning workout and had decided to tag along since she had nothing else to do. "I am pretty sure she will," Anko replied. Besides, I am her handler until her probation is over. So it's best if we are under the same roof. I think she has a crush on Naruto-kun. She grinned as she recalled the blush the ice user had sported whenever she looked at her blonde mate. Oh, more fuel for the fire. The snake mistress smirked, coming up with new ways to tease the soon-to-be unfortunate soul. So, do you know why Naruto-kun was cooking all morning? Sakura asked her future sister wife. We had a lunch date with Tsume and Hana this afternoon, which should be happening right now. Anko replied with a knowing grin. I expect Hana will be joining us soon. Why do you think that? The pink-haired asked. Well, like Haku, Hana has had a crush on our sexy Foxy-kun since your team did that mission at her veterinary clinic. The snake mistress replied. It should also be noted that she hasn't shown any interest in any other guy before. Wow. Was all Sakura could say. She knew Naruto was bound to attract more females, but she wasn't expecting it to happen this fast. So that makes 3 girls in one day for him, has to be a record of some kind. 3. Yeah, yesterday morning Naruto-kun went to talk to Am-san at the ramen stand her father runs. I guess she has had a crush on him since he was 8, so he made a promise to himself that when he entered the Clan Restoration Act, she would be the first he asked. He never breaks a promise. Anko smiled. Part of the reason why I love him. Sakura merely nodded in agreement, smiling. She couldn't really put her finger on it, but despite sharing her lover with multiple other women, she still felt content. As if there were a big family. Something she had always desired but didn't realize it until recently. It didn't take too much longer for the duo to reach the Anbu detention center, where Haku was currently being held. Due to not having clearance to be admitted inside, Sakura had to wait as Anko and entered to retrieve their new roommate and potential sister wife if things developed. They had silently agreed that while they would tease the ice user, they would not push it upon her to seek out a relationship with Naruto. Encouragement, yes. Of course, as chance would have it, while she was waiting for the snake mistress to return, Kakashi had noticed her leaning against the wall as he walked by. He was a bit thrown off at her new appearance. She appeared to be more well-toned, not the weak fangirl he had been given to train months ago. Another noticeable change was that she now had black streaks in her pink hair. Sakura, what are you doing here? The lazy inquired, barely looking up from his infamous orange book. Oh you know, waiting to get my nails done. She sarcastically remarked, earning a scowl from her sensei. I see you've been hanging around Naruto too much. Kakashi replied while flipping the page in his book. His disrespect for others is rubbing off on you. Wouldn't mind him rubbing something else off on us. Inner perversely grinned. Dashin, inner. Sakura mentally sighed. Bad enough you bombard my dreams with those thoughts. Shouldn't you be training instead of doing nothing? The masked man continued. Maybe if you get stronger, Sasuke will take you out on a date that you always wanted. Sakura could only growl at this. Clenching her fists tightly at her supposed sensei's words. Wow, now he is trying to push us towards that emo bastard all of a sudden. Inner seethed. Probably because he thinks we are too close to Naruto-kun. The surmised. If he only knew just how close we really are. I say at the next team meeting, you take a page out of Yuga-chan's book and dry hump him in front of the 2 stick flippers. Sakura struggled to hold in a laugh at the thought. Maybe she would do just that. Shouldn't you be with your precious Uchiha in the woods playing the pop-up pirate game? The pink-haired retorted after compassing herself. This of course had prompted the silver-haired man to scowl deeply at the implications his student had just made. It didn't help that some of the passers-by had sniggered at the comment. Which had only added to the masked Jonin's embarrassment. However, before he could reply, the door opened. Revealing Anko and Haku. Ready to move into your new place? Anko asked the ice user, with clear excitement in her voice. Where will I be staying, Anko-san? Haku inquired, before turning her attention towards the masked pervert. A scowl appeared on her face as she remembered how the man had blatantly defended the Uchiha's actions on the bridge. Oh, you're here Haddock. The snake mistress frowned before shrugging him off and turning back to the other 2 girls. Come on cherry blossoms, let's take Haku here shopping before we get her settled in. Picking up from the wall, Sakura joined up with her sister, wife and Haku. You never said where I would be staying, Anko-san. Haku reminded the snake mistress. You're staying with me of course. She grinned before it turned mischievous. Leaning in, she whispered into the ice user's ear. That also means you will be staying with Naruto-kun. This of course had prompted the poor girl to begin to blush up a storm, much to the amusement of the other 2 girls. It's been fun, Taida-sensei. Sakura stated sarcastically before she and the other girls departed, leaving a disappointed and fuming masked pervert. Elsewhere in the village, Kurenai was massaging her temples, trying to relieve the building headache. The source of her oncoming headache, 2 of her students. Hinata Hyuga and Kiba Inuzuka. Mostly the latter, who seemed to be in an increasingly bad mood today. She didn't know the exact reason for his foul mood, only that it had something to do with his older sister. The second source of her headache was laying on a branch above them, eating a dango. Yet another habit the snake mistress had gotten the Hyuga heiress into. The mistress could only be thankful that the girl hadn't started bringing sake with her. At least not yet, though the ruby-eyed woman was positive it was going to happen sooner or later. It hadn't helped matters any when asked why she was absent from yesterday's team meeting. The Hyuga girl had simply told them that she had been resting at the Uzumaki compound, nursing a hangover from the previous night celebration. Though she was tight-lipped about what the celebration was for and why it was at Uzumaki compound. This of course had led to another rant from the Inyazuka boy that his self-proclaimed mate was being unfaithful to him. Claiming that he could smell Naruto all over her, as well as the scent of another woman. Of course, Hinata had not taken these statements lying down and had laid him out brutally with a series of strikes to his body, rendering him unconscious. Kurenai was only thankful that she didn't do more damage to him. Honestly, the only student of hers that wasn't the source of any form of drama was Shino. The only thing the bug user had said was that his hive felt uneasy around Hinata for some reason. Though he didn't know the reason why, just that she exuded an unusual power. Alright, let's wrap it up for the day. Kurenai finally said, gaining the attention of her team. Meet back here tomorrow at 10, we're going out on our first C-rank mission. Pack for a few weeks. Shino had simply nodded and silently departed the group, heading back to his family's compound to prepare for the upcoming mission. Meanwhile, Hinata began to depart in the direction of Naruto's compound. She was a bit excited to meet Haku, since the indigo-haired already knew of the arrangement that the ice user would be staying with her mate and future sister wives. Part of the reason she was excited to meet the ice user was the fact that Naruto had spoken about her in a very good light and had praised the girl's skill and above all, her compassion. Reciting how she had helped heal Sakura after the Uchiha had switched places with her. This of course had caused the Hyuga heiress to despise the emo even more. Hinata-chan. A voice spoke up behind her, prompting the girl to turn around to face her sensei. Can I talk to you for a moment? In private. Diba merely scoffed and left. Kicking the dirt in frustration as he walked away, Akamaru at his side. It was clear the Inyazuka boy had wanted to listen in. Kurenai waited until he was well out of earshot before she approached the Hyuga girl. Is what Kiba-san said true? She asked, inquiring about his claim that he had smelled Naruto's scent all over the girl. Which implied something intimate. This of course earned her a trademark Anko grin, which slightly unnerved the mistress. That is correct, Kurenai-sensei. She replied, the grin not leaving her face. It is as I told you. Anko-chan and I are sharing Naruto-kun. Unknown to them, Kiba had circled back and was listening in on the conversation. Scowling deeply at the confirmation that his mate was with another man who already had another woman. However, he knew that her father would not allow his daughter to be with Naruto. All he had to do was let something slip the next time he saw him. Inyazuka grinned at his newly formed foolproof plan. Does your father know? She asked, concerned about how the girl's father would react if, or rather when, he learned of the girl's affair. He is the one who encouraged me to court Naruto. Hinata replied. Earning a shocked gasp from her sensei. What? How could he encourage my mate to go after that loser? Kiba seethed to himself in the bushes. Why did he give you his consent? The ruby-eyed woman asked, clearly surprised. As far as she had known, the Hyuga clan head had all but despised anyone not of noble standing. To learn that he had given his oldest daughter permission to enter such a relationship seemed odd. He didn't give an exact reason. The girl answered. Just that he was now worthy. Must have something to do with the council meeting he had attended a few days ago. Kurenai frowned at the new information. She didn't like the idea that her prized student, who she saw as a surrogate daughter, was in such a relationship with a boy who had another woman. Her best friend no less. Whom she still needed to talk with, and upon learning all this, it only escalated the need for her to track down her friend and corner her to talk. Anyways, I should go to Kurenai-sensei. The Hyuga girl stated. I really want to spend time with Naruto-kun and Anko-chan before we leave tomorrow. Without saying another word, the indigo-haired left, leaving behind a confused mistress and a fuming Inyazuka that had overheard the entire conversation. I'll show her that I am the only male she needs. Kiba inwardly seethed. She is my mate, not that loser. I am the alpha male. And I will prove it to her, one way or another. I will force her to see that she is mine. Nighttime, Uzumaki compound, Naruto's mindscape. Alright, ready for Ari-chan? Naruto asked, as he had finished rearranging some of the seal diagrams that kept the fox girl sealed within him. Are you sure it will work, Naruto-kun? She asked, extremely concerned if anything were to go wrong, it could potentially kill her vessel and soon-to-be official mate. I am. The blonde smiled. I have checked it, double-checked it, and triple-checked it. This new seal modification will allow you to come out in solid form. Though you will still be tethered to me. What would be the max distance we could be apart? The kitsune girl inquired. Unlimited, however if I need to, I can summon you right back to me. He explained. Now, there are two ways you can get out. 1. I summon a shadow clone with your chakra, allowing you to possess it. which of course would make it more durable, and it will take your appearance instead of mine. And the second. Channel your chakra into this seal, and it will force a shadow clone to spawn without me needing to do it. He informed her. This is a fail-safe in case something happens and I am unconscious or something that will allow you out to help. I guess I am ready. Ari stated, stealing her nerves. Both from excitement and worry. Alright, after I leave, channel your chakra into the seal I showed you. He instructed. I'll see you on the outside. Slowly, the blonde vanished from his mindscape, leaving the kitsune girl alone. Readying herself, she marched over to the seal and placed her hand upon it. As she channeled her chakra into the seal, she started to become a little lightheaded until she experienced an explosion of white light, forcing her to shut her eyes tightly. Real world, Naruto's bedroom. Welcome to the outside world. A voice greeted her. Opening her eyes, she looked around and noticed she was in the bedroom of her vessel. Standing in front of her was the blonde himself. A warm smile on his face. Without warning, she pounced upon him and tackled him to the bed behind him. Overwhelmingly happy to be out of the seal and to be able to physically hold the one who had won her heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She repeated over and over again before sobbing, lighting into his chest. Knowing that this was an emotional experience for the Kyuubi girl, Naruto stroked her back, comforting her as he held her close until she stopped sobbing. Slowly she turned her face towards his and leaned in to capture his lips with her own. All of which he happily returned. After a few moments had passed, the two had ceased their make-out session. Both panting and out of breath. You know what to do. She smirked as she moved part of her kimono out of the way so he had access to her neck. It was on this night that Naruto had marked Ari, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, as his mate. Chapter 15. Bird Headquarters. It had been over a week since the young blonde had revealed his heritage to the council, and Danzo was none too happy. This single action had disrupted everything he had planned, not only for the blonde but his future operations as well. The reason being. The brat had claimed all assets of the Namikaze vault and completely liquidated it, merging it with his mother's account as well as transferring large sums to two additional accounts. One being the boy's private account and the other into an unknown account in a reserve operated by a third-party company that specialized in private accounts. Putting everything out of the old Warhawk's reach. In truth, Danzo had been using the Namikaze account to fund his root program as well as other projects as per the previous Hokage's instructions. Though due to legal issues that would arise, it had been a quiet affair. The fourth never considered the chance of his son actually claiming his family heritage. The plan had always been for him to be beaten into submission and isolated from his peers, so when Danzo's route took him, no one would question what had happened to the young blonde. Of course, that had all changed after the boy's 6th birthday. Something had awakened in the child that day. To compound issues further, he had also discovered that Naruto had completely cleaned out the Namikaze residence of anything of value. Scrolls, books, equipment, and so forth. Leaving the compound completely barren, even the pictures were removed. Almost as if the blonde was erasing the very existence of his father. To add further insult to injury, all of the security seals around the compound had been changed, completely cutting off any access he once had to the property. This of course made the bandaged elder frown slightly in thought. Could it be possible he learned of Minato's plan? The man mused. As outlandish as it sounded, he did not want to leave anything to chance. He had already lost a rather sizable amount of money due to underestimating the blonde brat. Of course he had other sources to finance his operation, but having access to Minato's bank account had made it far more accessible. Of course this led to Danzo's biggest problem for his immediate plans. How to acquire Naruto. Now that he was recognized as the heir of not one, but two notable clans in the village, any sudden disappearance of him would surely be noticed. Especially from his current fiancés, both of which were very capable to combat his own route long enough to attract attention to them. Something he absolutely wanted to avoid. As he continued to ponder a solution to his problem, a small grin appeared on his face. It was a simple plan, yet it would be effective. Brute. He called out. Immediately, 6 black-clad shinobi appeared in front of him. All with blank masks that gave no indication of their identity. In reality they had nothing to claim any sort of identity. Just mindless drones that were blindly loyal only to the man they now knelt before. You are to find and secure Naruto Uzumaki and bring him to me. Danzo instructed them. You are not to act until he is alone. I do not want any attention brought to us. Hi, Danzo-sama. They all said in unison before disappearing. As they left, Danzo grinned. All he had to do was wait until they brought him the boy and he would force a loyalty seal on him. That way he would secure the boy's obedience while not having anyone question his disappearance. Once he was loyal, he would have Naruto sign over everything to him and perhaps even have his fiancés forced into his root forces as well. Nothing would stop him. Training Ground 7. Both Sakura and Naruto were leaning against one another near one of the posts, waiting for the other two to finally arrive. was reading through more scrolls she had come across for her elemental affinities while playing with a silver necklace that hung around her neck whilst Naruto was reading one of the scrolls he had secured from his father's property. Studying how to perform one of his father's signature techniques, the Rasengan. The man may have been a bastard, but at least he was an intelligent bastard. Naruto thought to himself as he looked over the scroll, which gave instructions of how to perform the technique. Aside from emptying out his father's property, the blonde had introduced his current roommates to Ari the morning after he had altered the seal to allow her some freedom. Much to his embarrassment, his mates had reminded him that he had forgotten to activate the silencing seals around his room. This of course had caused the poor Kitsune girl to blush severely. He was correct about one thing though. Ari and Sakura had hit it off very well, and the girl had even taken to teaching some of her own taijutsu style to help expand the girl's abilities and skills. If anything, to further aid her mate in their outings. Since Sakura would be the one with him the most on missions and such. Another interesting thing that had happened due to the Kitsune girl was the fact that Naruto was now almost a full demon. This was caused due to mixing chakra with Ari when he marked her as one of his mates. He now estimated he was at least 3/4 demon instead of a half demon now. As a result, his whisker marks became even more pronounced with his muscles becoming even more defined. His pupils had also taken a slight slit appearance, though not too noticeable. Of course, this change had also chained through all of the marks of his mates. Adding to their own heritage as well. All of them could feel a stronger connection to their demon side coursing through the veins. Each of them also experienced their own physical changes. The dark streaks in their hair became darker, while their eyes became more vibrant and glowed an eerie yellow when under shadow. The physical appearance of the bodies also took a more noticeable change, with their features becoming more toned and pronounced, making them the envy of all the women in the village and the desire of many men as well. During the week, he had also taken both AM and Hana out on their respective dates. With AM, he took her to a popular restaurant called the Golden Leaf. He had reserved a private booth away from the rest of the patrons. Throughout the 5-course meal, the two conversed about everything. She was surprised when he had revealed that he was the author of her favorite book series. She was silent when he began to explain how he was a half-demon, thanks to Jashin, and his mission that Jashin had tasked him with. After hearing everything, she had simply smiled and requested to be marked as well. And he did. For Hana, he had taken her for a nice wilderness hike just outside the village during the twilight hours. Feeling secure around the blonde, Hana had left her 3 at the compound. Knowing full well that should anything happen, Naruto would take care of her. As the two walked through the forest, they talked about their interests, dreams, and ambitions. At the end of the hike, they had arrived at a plateau that overlooked the village and gave them a clear view of the stars. Once there, he had unsealed a picnic basket for them. During the meal, Naruto explained everything about him. Surprisingly, Hana had taken it well. Being from a Fira-like clan, she had a greater understanding of how being mated worked. Though she was a little surprised that he was A and had been since he was 6. Even more surprising to her was the fact that he was the champion of the goddess Jashin. Like those before her, after hearing everything, she had requested to be marked as one of his mates. So, what are we going to do today, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked, breaking him out of his musings as she leaned her head against him, putting her scroll away as she was done reading it for now. Aside from sticking it to Taita-sensei and his boy toy. Naruto responded as he sealed away the scroll he was reading, earning a chuckle from his pink-haired mate. Yo. Kakashi said as he appeared a few moments later, almost as if on cue, just as Sasuke arrived at the training ground, earning a raised eyebrow while the raven-haired boy was late to arrive. I see that Uchiha is picking up your bad habits, Taita-sensei. Naruto quipped, earning another chuckle from Sakura. This of course caused the masked man to narrow his eyes at the two for the blatant disrespect towards him. However, he noticed a change of appearance in his pink-haired student. He wasn't the only one, as Sasuke couldn't take his eyes off her. She truly looked like a femme fatale, prompting the last Uchiha to smirk to himself. Judging by her training a week ago, she has gotten a lot stronger. The Uchiha mused to himself, a smirk coming across his face. With her new looks, she will be worthy to bear my children. And with how obsessed she was with me, it will be easy to get her to do whatever I want. So what are we going to do today? Sakura asked as she stood up from her sitting position, though stayed near Naruto. Well, today I will be teaching you two the leaf-cutting exercise to further enhance your chakra control. He lazily replied. And I suppose while we're doing that, you're going to take the Uchiha to give him a private lesson. Naruto sighed, crossing his arms. Once you have better chakra control, I will teach you more. Kakashi stated. Look Haddock, it's clear you don't give a shit enough to train us, so how about this? Naruto began as he kicked off the post, prompting the to do the same. You can take your precious Uchiha and do whatever you want. I will help Sakura-chan train myself. Kakashi could only frown at this. We are supposed to be a team. Kakashi commented, prompting both Sakura and Naruto to cast him a dirty look. Don't worry, we will still help with missions and show up for team meetings. The blonde replied. But as far as training, we have no faith in you. Kakashi could only sigh as he watched the other two depart the training field. He had promised the Hokage that he would aim to train his entire team, though Naruto was making it difficult for him. Worse even was that Sakura was following Naruto's lead, sending a clear message that she didn't trust the mask to do his job and actually train his entire team. But Sakura and Naruto, the two Hanyas, had made their way deeper into the forested area to avoid any prying eyes. Especially for what Naruto had planned for them. Once at a suitable location, he began to set barrier seals around them to prevent any unwanted visitors from actually seeing what they were doing. Of course, as he was explaining what he was doing, inner Sakura was having a field day with the implications, causing the poor girl to groan and blush at the same time. So what are we going to be training today, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked, after shaking the dirty thoughts that Inner had placed within her mind. Well, now that the barrier is up. Naruto began. I am going to teach you how to use your abilities. Sakura's eyes widened in excitement. She had seen Yugao and Hinata use their abilities when around the compound, and having experienced it firsthand when traveling with her mate, made her all the more eager to learn how to do it herself. Though she had always wondered why Anko never used any of her abilities. When she had asked Naruto about it, he merely told her that Anko hadn't desired to learn it yet. Which struck her as odd, since the snake mistress had been with the blonde the longest, though she didn't press further. Alright, so where do I begin? She asked. First, we will begin with the shadow step abilities. He stated. You've seen me and the others use it many times before, and it is a very handy ability to reach usually difficult areas to get to. Now, think of the shadows as water and desire to dive into them. Since it's your first time, you may want to get a running start. Sakura nodded as she soaked in this information. Attempting to calm her nerves, she ran towards the cluster of shadows created by the trees and jumped towards them. Only to skid across the ground and gain a mouthful of dirt and leaves. In the back of her mind, she was expecting the blonde to laugh at her failure, instead there was silence save for the crunching of leaves as he walked towards her. Reaching down, he helped her to her feet. It's okay, Sakura-chan. He reassured, wiping the dirt from her face. I didn't get it the first time either. In fact, I ended up going face first into a tree and knocking myself out for almost an hour. Hinata-chan got herself tangled into some bushes that left her rather exposed, and Yugao-chan severely bruised her throat from running into a tree branch. What did I do wrong? She asked, still disappointed that she failed. Though, she did feel a little comforted by the fact that she wasn't the only one who had failed on her first attempt. You hesitated. Naruto simply responded. You need to wipe any doubt from your mind. Ready to try again? Nodding, the pink-haired moved back to her starting position and tried again. It had taken at least a dozen attempts before she got it down, much to her excitement. Upon successfully diving into the shadows, Naruto had descended with her to help her navigate the shadow world. It was difficult to describe how this world looked, but could be surmised as an endless black and gray abyss, with windows peering into the living world. These windows were the shadows themselves within the living world that allowed the shadow walkers to observe unnoticed and decide when to depart the shadow world. Good job, Sakura-chan. Naruto smiled as they rose up from the shadows. You did it. I did. She exclaimed, excited and proud of her accomplishment. Jumping up and down in celebration. Alright, keep at it until you can do it flawlessly. But only come out through these shadows. He instructed. Sakura nodded and began to repeat the process. Each time more fluid than the last. While she was in the shadow world, she would peer into other windows, spying on Kakashi and Sasuke, chuckling to herself when she saw the emo duck butt struggling to walk on water. Throwing a fit each time she failed. Though she always ensured that she returned through the shadows located near her mate. Speaking of mate, she had noticed that while in the shadow world, Naruto and the other girls that he had marked seemed to light up, allowing her to see where they were. Sakura felt that if she focused enough on one of them, she could instantly travel to them. She had attempted this theory on Naruto himself, since she really didn't want to alarm anyone, as her fellow soon-to-be sister wives were in proximity to potential witnesses. Still, it was a useful thing to learn, in case the need arose that she would be required to aid one of them. As the hours ticked by, Naruto began instructing her in her other abilities. How to forge her shadow blade and mold it to her preferred weapon, which for Sakura was a Tento-style katana blade. Though she did entertain the idea of using katanas as well, for more up-close and personal fighting, as Naruto had shared with her the advice that Jashin had given him. Always have a backup weapon in case your desired weapon was unfit for battle, either due to location or the opponent. Naruto had also taught her how to use her shadow sight. Sakura was shocked at how differently things looked when she had it activated. While she could still perfectly see the structures and trees, they lacked color, replaced by shades of gray. What surprised her was that when she turned to look at her mate, his body appeared to be glowing red. Naruto had explained that the shadow sight saw life energy, meaning that so long as they were alive, the shadow sight could see them, regardless of any ninjutsu or that was around them. Though he did stress that while it was possible, it was extremely difficult to see clones of any kind. Proving his point by summoning a few. As he had stated, while she could see them, they did not light up like Naruto did. When they moved, they were blurry at best. Almost as if they were ghosts. In the end though, Sakura had taken to her abilities rather well, even a little quicker than Hinata had. But the training coming to an end as the sun began to dip below the horizon and the barriers still up, Sakura had sauntered over to the blonde and wrapped her arms around his neck, prompting him to wrap his arms around her waist. Bringing her closer to him. Leaning in, she deeply kissed him. Pushing her tongue into his mouth to begin the fight for dominance. As the two continued their heated make-out session, they began to let her hands wander over his body. Feeling up his toned biceps and chest area before moving further down to his abs. While she did this, Naruto allowed his own hands to caress her along her back and sides, though staying respectful not to cross any lines. However, they had other plans as she allowed her hands to ever so slowly move further and further down. She almost had her hands into his pants before he stopped her. Breaking the kiss, she looked into the blue eyes of her mate in confusion as to why he had stopped her. "Sakura-chan." He spoke softly as she looked into her eyes. He could see the lust built up behind them. "If you want this to go further, let's do it in a more suitable location." Smiling, she merely nodded and retracted her hands. Much to her inner self's disappointment that the blonde had stopped their fun. "Your first time should always be special, not just a romp out in the woods." He continued. "If you think you are ready, come to my room tonight. I'll make sure Anko-chan knows it's your turn. Just remember to put up the silencing seals this time, Naruto-kun." She teased, giving him another peck on the cheek. "Go ahead and head home and relax." He smiled. "Try using your shadow step to get there, Anko-chan should be home by now, so you should be able to lock onto her." "What are you going to do, Naruto-kun?" "There is something I have to take care of," he stated. "Won't take long." Nodding, Sakura gave him one last kiss before sinking into the shadows. But Anko, the snake mistress, was quietly humming to herself as she sat comfortably in a large reclining chair. Her feet tucked underneath her as she engrossed herself in the third volume of Demon Heart, which had finally come out just yesterday. Already it was flying off the shelves. Silently, she thanked Jashin that she personally knew the author, as Naruto had always ensured his girls got first dibs on his books. Sitting across from her was Haku, who was just beginning her adventure into the first book. A housewarming gift from Naruto himself. The ice user was floored when she had learned that the blonde was the author of the most popular book series in all the elemental nations, though respected his wishes to keep it a secret. Neither of them noticed the pink-haired girl rising up behind Anko. A mischievous grin across her face, Sakura brought her hands around the chair and groped Anko's chest, prompting the snake mistress to cry out in surprise and immediately draw one of her kunai, ready to retaliate. Only to see Sakura laughing on the floor. "Sorry, Anko-chan." They laughed. "I owed you one from a week ago." Putting the kunai away, the snake mistress pouted. "I suppose." She replied, before growing a mischievous grin of her own. "Though I feel cheated, I was naked when I grabbed you. Maybe after I have had my time with Naruto-kun." Sakura smirked before leaving the room to prepare herself for what she had planned. Leaving behind a grinning snake mistress and a severely blushing Haku. "Oh, she is going to be a treat." Anko thought to herself. But Naruto smirked to himself as he watched the 6 masked figures from the shadows as they moved around outside of the barrier he had set up for Sakura's training. While still hiding within the shadows, he dropped the barrier, allowing them to finally come closer. The target was last spotted in this location. One spoke up in a dull tone, completely void of any emotions. "Danzo-sama will not be pleased if we fail to acquire the target." Another spoke in the same tone. "Well, suppose we should introduce ourselves." Naruto thought to himself. "What do you think of Ari-chan? Should be fun." She mentally grinned. "Leave none alive." "That's the plan." He smirked as he emerged from the shadows behind the group. "Looking for me?" "Naruto Uzumaki." One of them stated as all 6 turned to look at the blonde. "You are to come with us to Danzo-sama. You do not have a say in this." "Has that ever worked on anyone?" The blonde mused as he summoned a dark tanto-length blade, holding it in a reverse grip position. As he stood there, Naruto took note of everyone's location as he began to plan out his means of attack. No doubt they would attempt to surround him, however he had a trick up his sleeve that he knew they wouldn't expect. "Ready, Ari-chan? Let's do this." Without warning, Naruto attacked. As he did so, a shadow clone manifested itself behind him, taking the form of a dark-haired female with 9 white tails swirling behind her, charging at full speed towards the 2 root Anbu that had circled behind the blonde. To his right, his own shadow detached itself and formed into a second Naruto, attacking the 2 root on that side. Leaving Naruto himself only to deal with the 2 on the left. Ari wasted little time as she engaged the two root members on her side. Right away she had sunk her claws into the throat of one of them, killing him instantly before she jumped away from him and lunged towards her next victim. However, the second individual had managed to evade her attack. Danzo-sama will be pleased that you can manifest yourself as Kyuubi and take human form. He stated, earning himself a growl from the kitsune girl. You will submit to Danzo-sama to become his weapon and potentially birth a new breed of shinobi. I would sooner slit my own throat than be used as a tool for that warmonger. She spat. You do not have a choice in the matter. Quickly the rude Anbu member went through a series of hand seals before firing off a series of fireballs towards the kitsune girl. All of which struck her at point-blank range, exploding on impact and igniting the surrounding area in a small inferno. He knew Danzo would be upset that she was damaged, though she would heal. Turning, the root member moved to aid his fellow Anbu, though froze when he heard giggling coming from the fire. Really, you're going to use fire, my own element, against me? Ari laughed as she stood inside the fire, completely unharmed. I'll show you how to use fire. Bringing her right hand back, she drew the inferno into her palm and began to twist it into a spiraling orb, almost like the Rasengan in appearance, though not quite. Having drawn all the flames into the orb, she launched it towards her opponent at such a speed, it was impossible for him to dodge. As the orb struck him, it burst into his chest and began burning him alive from the inside out. As the fire tore through him, he let out an agonizing scream as fire finally erupted from behind his mask before it was suddenly silenced and only a burnt-out husk remained. Her job done, she dispersed herself and returned to her seal, awaiting her mate to finish off his own opponents, as his dark clone had already easily dispatched the other two effortlessly, leaving only Naruto to finish off his two. Though it was clear that the blonde had been toying with them, allowing them to think they had a chance against him. As the two remaining root attacked the blonde, Naruto effortlessly avoided the combination of attacks, occasionally blocking with his dark blade. The blonde smirked as they came in for another attack, though this time instead of blocking, he ducked under both of their attacks and quickly summoned a second dark blade into his left hand before driving them both into the chests of his attackers. Blood spilling out from under both of their masks. Have fun, Kitsune-hime? He inquired. Bastard had the nerve to say I would be used for breeding. The fox girl huffed, still upset over the comment made. The only offspring you will be having is mine. My Kitsune-hime. He commented in a possessive tone, earning a blush from the girl, as memories of the night she was first allowed outside of the seal came to the forefront of her mind. Speaking of which, I do believe your lovely little cherry blossom is waiting for you to return home. Ari teased. Naruto merely chuckled as he turned his attention to the bodies that now littered the ground. He knew he couldn't leave them here to be found by a patrol. Not to mention Inoichi could still enter their minds and relive their last moments, which is something he wanted to avoid altogether. He wasn't ready to let more people know of his current skills. Sadly, he also didn't know where Danzo's hidden lair was located, otherwise he would have left a gift basket for the old warmonger. To be honest, Naruto was surprised a warhawk hadn't moved to acquire him sooner. Well, before I head home, I better take care of this mess. He stated, mostly to himself. Spreading his arms out, he began to gather darkness around him. Pools of black liquid-like substance flowing for the shadows in the surrounding area. Molded to bring forth all of the bodies into one pile before converging on it, blanketing it in a thick layer of dark water-like substance. With a quick motion from his hands, he forced a black liquid-like mass to compress upon the bodies, smashing them into nothing more than a paste. Once satisfied that they were beyond unidentifiable, Naruto released his control over the dark element and allowed it to retake its place among the shadows. Speaking of Inoichi and mind reading, I should look into developing some seals to block any attempt to control myself or someone that is close to me. Naruto mused, he didn't know how, but Danzo had commanded unconditional loyalty from these guys. Think I just found my next project. The task finished, Naruto melted into the shadows to return to his compound. Uzumaki compound. When Naruto arrived at his compound he immediately noticed it was quiet. A little too quiet considering who his roommates were. However, he didn't sense any of his mates in any danger through his mark, so he had shrugged it off that they had gone out for the evening. Though more than likely, Sakura had expressed her desire to the others and his other mates had left to give them some privacy. Of course the fact that he could only sense Sakura inside the compound only reinforced that theory, whilst Anko, Yugao, and Hinata were in town. No doubt they had roped Haku to join them and if he had to bet, he would say that they took the ice user to the girl's favorite dango stand. Chuckling slightly to himself, he made his way to his bedroom. Stripping out of his clothing and discarding them into his clothes hamper before he turned on his shower to allow the warm water to cascade over his body. After a handful of minutes, he felt a pair of fleshy orbs press against his back, followed by a trail of kisses along his shoulders and neck. A slender pair of arms wrapping around his torso. Slowly turning around, he saw Sakura standing close to him in all her glory. A vibrant blush adorning her cheeks. Giving her a soft smile, he pulled her closer to him, wrapping one of his arms around her waist while the other stroked her upper back. Leaning in, he gave her a deep kiss, which she happily returned. "Are you sure you want to do this, Sakura-chan?" he inquired after breaking the kiss. "I'm positive, Naruto-kun." She purred as she kissed along his neck. A few hours later, Sakura laid in bed with Naruto, resting her head on his chest as she listened to his heartbeat with her eyes closed. Having finally been sated after multiple rounds of lovemaking in multiple positions. Some of which even had her inner self shocked into silence, not believing that she was that flexible. Meanwhile, Naruto was combing his fingers through her hair once more, something she greatly enjoyed him doing. With a sigh of contentment, she snuggled closer to her mate. She knew, without a doubt, that she had made the right choice by getting marked as one of his mates. To think, she had Jashin-sama to thank for all of this. There was no denying that the goddess was single-handedly responsible for shaping Naruto into the man he is today, which in turn had allowed him to break her out of her fangirl ways and open her eyes. If someone had told her 6 months ago that she would become intimate with Naruto, become a half-demon and convert to Jashinism, she would have pummeling them within an inch of their life for making up such outlandish claims. Also knowing how she was back then, she probably would have punched Naruto as well, just because his name was brought up. Yet here she was, snuggling close to her blonde mate, and she wouldn't trade it for anything. "I love you, Naruto-kun," she whispered as her eyes began to grow heavy. Completely worn out from their activities earlier. "And I love you, Sakura-chan," he replied. Kissing the back of her head. Slowly, sleep claimed the two lovers. Chapter 16. Dango Stand, Main Street. "So, our little cherry blossom has finally made her move, huh?" Yugao chuckled as she saw Anko and Haku enter the Dango Stand. The latter sporting a massive blush as she imagined what was going on in the compound at this very moment. A bit envious of the pink-haired girl. "Yup." Anko replied with a grin. "Come on Haku, grab a seat between us." The ice user nodded and took the suggested seat between the two women as the snake mistress ordered some dango and sake for them to share amongst each other. During her week-long stay at the Uzumaki compound, she had come to view these two women as sister figures. More so because of the fact that Anko would tease her about her crush on Naruto, just as a big sister would. While Yugao was the big sister who would give insight to various topics. "So did she request the house to be empty?" the swords mistress inquired. "Nah, when she implied what she had planned, I figured we would give them some privacy." The snake mistress replied, taking a bite from her dango. "Besides, you know how Naruto-kun is with their first time. He always wants something special from them." Yugao could only smile at that as she began to wonder what her first time would be like with her mate after they were married. Of course that leads to the next question, just who is going to perform the ceremony? No way in hell was she going to have a kami-ordained priest oversee the wedding. She could perhaps ask Shijimi to do it since she was a true Jashinist and a priest as well. Shaking away the thoughts for now, she turned to her future sister wife and Haku and continued to converse with them. "Evening ladies." A voice spoke up from behind them, turning they saw Kurenai and Hinata making their entrance, taking seats near them. "Hey Nai-chan." Anko greeted me. "How was your first C-rank mission?" "Arg, don't remind me." The mistress sighed. It was supposed to be a simple mission to escort a wealthy merchant to his destination, but the perverted bastard kept eyeing Hinata and myself the entire time. Making passes at the two of us and even offered to give us a bonus if we were to help him relax. "Hate bastards like that." The snake mistress started with a frown. "So what happened?" "Well, about 3 days in, he no longer took no for an answer and attempted to force himself on me." The mistress recounted in disgust. "Trapped his ass in and we left him at the mercy of any bandits that he would encounter. And since he violated his contract, we were legally allowed to leave him. I wanted to rip his balls off and smash them in front of him." The Hyuga heiress growled. The indigo-haired was probably the most frustrated of all of Team 8 since from the time they left the village, she had not one but two males constantly trying to flirt with her and get her alone in some way, shape, or form. Well, at least the merchant was a bit more suave with his words, at least up until he flat-out propositioned her and Kurenai like a whore. Kiba was a whole other story. The young Inuzuka had increased his attempts on the Hyuga heiress. Going as far as to say that her father had made a mistake in approving of her relationship with someone as weak as Naruto, not even hiding the fact that he had eavesdropped on her conversation with Kurenai and that she should leave the blonde and get with a real alpha that would see that all her needs and desires were satisfied. It had taken all of the girl's willpower not to pummel the dog boy into the ground due to being on a mission. It would have not looked good for the village if team members attacked one another. "So who's this?" Kurenai asked as she gestured towards Haku, having not met her previously. "This is Hakuyuki, former apprentice to the Demon of the Mist, Zabuza Mamachi." Anko introduced the ice user proudly. "Soundly defeated the emo king Uchiha and came here to become a citizen of the village. Currently living with Naruto-kun and myself." "I see, pleased to meet you, Haku-san." the mistress replied. I am Kurenai Yuhi. So Haku-chan, how's it living with Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, a glint of mischief in her eye. Like the others, she had taken to teasing the poor ice user about her crush on the blonde. It has been pleasant. Haku replied, knowing full well what the indigo-haired girl was doing. Despite the teasing, she felt at home among the girls and her crush. Though I have had to request that Naruto-kun put some silencing seals around my room. This of course prompted both Hinata and Anko to blush in embarrassment, knowing full well what the ice user was implying. Though if they would have looked, they would have seen the mischievous grin on the girl's face as she had turned the tables on them. After all, turnabout's fair play. Anyways, Anko, can I talk to you in private? Kurenai asked. Now was the best time to get to the bottom of what was going on between her, Hinata, and Naruto. Sure thing, Nai-chan. She grinned before turning to Yugao. Can you watch over Haku-chan? The sword's mistress nodded, knowing why the snake mistress made such a request. It wasn't because she didn't trust the ice user, but rather because she knew members of the civilian council would no doubt attempt something with the girl. Something Naruto had warned Anko about when he had first returned with the girl from his mission. With that, both Kurenai and Anko left the stand, immediately sunshining up onto one of the nearby roofs so they could still keep watch over the dango stand in case anything were to happen. Though just far enough away to be out of earshot. So what's up, Nai-chan? Anko asked as she sat down on the roof. Prompting the mistress to do the same. I want to know the truth of what is going on between you, Hinata and Naruto. Kurenai stated. Hinata has said that you're sharing him. I see. The snake mistress eyed, turning completely serious. So what's going on? The truth is, yes. Hinata-chan and I are sharing Naruto-kun. Anko began. You see, Naruto-kun is in the Clan Restoration Act, or CRA for short. So what, he gets to have his private harem and live out his perverted fantasies? Kurenai asked in a tone of disgust, now viewing the young blonde as nothing more than a pervert surrounding himself with women. No, he is not a pervert. Anko stated, a cold edge in her voice that caused the mistress to flinch. Hell, I am more perverted than Naruto-kun in. Even Hinata-chan is. Naruto-kun treats us all with respect and love. Do you know why he entered himself into the CRA? The snake mistress continued. It wasn't to have a flock of girls around him. It was so he could openly be affectionate with one girl. And she is down there, watching over Haku-chan. Wait, you don't mean. Yes, Naruto-kun admitted himself into the CRA so he could be openly affectionate with Yugao-chan. She continued as she watched an expression of pure shock wash over the ruby-eyed woman's face. So you see, he didn't do it to live out any perverted fantasy. He did it for love. Kurenai remained silent as she contemplated this information she had been given. While she was relieved that the boy wasn't some big pervert, she just couldn't wrap her head around the concept of multiple women sharing the same guy. How does it all work? She finally asked. While she still didn't like the concept of a polyamorous relationship, she had figured it would be best to educate herself about it. Better to learn about something you don't like or don't agree with than remain ignorant of it. Well, we've kind of adopted a pack-like structure. Anko began as she began to think of how to explain it without giving too much away. While she loved her best friend, almost sister-like figure, the snake mistress wasn't sure just yet how the ruby-eyed woman would react to all of them being half demons. Well, a bit more than half now, since Naruto marked the Ari. As it was, she was surprised a ruby-eyed woman hadn't noticed how their eyes would glow a dull yellow in the dark. What do you mean by pack structure? Kurenai asked in confusion. Well, since I am Naruto-kun's first mate, I am considered the alpha female of the group. The snake mistress explained. Though in reality, we allow each of us to have an equal amount of time with Naruto-kun, though Sakura-chan does hold an advantage due to being on the same team as him. Wait, Sakura is dating him too. That's kind of why we were all here. Anko chuckled, allowing the implications to set in. Earning a blush from the mistress as she caught up. She decided she was ready to take it to the next level. I see. Was all Kurenai could say. Anyways, we all just work together to make it work flawlessly. The snake mistress continued. For the most part, we've come to view each other as sisters and look out for one another. All in all, we've become family. In the end, we all love Naruto-kun and we chose to be with him. Wait, you said he is in the CRA, which means he is the last of his clan. Kurenai recalled. Which clan is he the last of? Nai-chan, what I am about to tell you cannot go beyond us. Anko replied, her mood becoming very serious. It's not common knowledge yet, and Naruto-kun would like to keep it that way for as long as he can. But he is the last of the Uzumaki clan and the Namikaze clan. It took a few moments before it dawned on the mistress. Her eyes widening in realization. Naruto is the son of Minato and Kushina. She asked, barely above a whisper, earning a nod from her friend. I ask that you keep this information to yourself. As I said, Naruto-kun really doesn't want it to be common knowledge. Why? Kurenai asked, finding it a little odd that the young teenager didn't want it to be known that he was the son of the village's two deadliest shinobi. Because he wants people to view him on his own accomplishments. Anko answered, even though it was partially a lie. Naruto simply wanted to distance himself from his father as much as possible. Only using what would be beneficial for him and his new family. Not what his parents did. That's actually quite humble of him. The ruby-eyed woman mused, a little impressed that he didn't want to ride on the coattails of his parents' success like a select few clan heirs would have done. You're not worried that the council may try to send their daughters after him to gain public favor? Well, 2 clan heads already did, though for selfless reasons. Anko chuckled. However, since he initiated it on himself, he gets to choose who his wives are. None can be forced on him. Well, I know Hiashi is one, since Hinata told me. Kurenai commented. So who's the other? Well, you're not going to believe this. Anko grinned. Last week, Tsume had lunch with Naruto-kun with Hana. How did this happen? The mistress asked, clearly surprised. Well, you'll have to talk to Hana to get the details, but I guess after Naruto-kun and his team did a D-rank mission for her veterinary clinic, she developed a crush on him. Wait, Hana developed a crush on someone? MMHMM. Anko grinned. They went on their first date over the last week and hit it off very well. Well shit, all he needs is to get me to fall for him and he would have all 4 of the Ice Queens of Konoha. Kurenai mused out loud to herself, making a small jab at their earned nicknames given to the 4 women by a majority of the male population of the village. Namely because they had always turned down any guy who had approached them. However, she realized something. Naruto was the first to bed one of the infamous Ice Queens, by Anko's own admission, yet there was no bragging from him. If anything, he had kept the entire thing fairly quiet. The only one who had been vocal about the experience had been the snake mistress herself. Well, there is always a vacancy. She teased, earning a playful scowl from the ruby-eyed woman. Though she didn't miss a tint of a blush across the woman's cheeks. I don't know. The mistress sighed. You make it sound so perfect to be with him, but I don't know about sharing the guy I am with others. Hey, you never know until you try it. The snake mistress grinned. Anyways, we should probably rejoin the others. Actually, there is one more thing. Kurenai stated as she just remembered something. Last week, Kiba had said that he smelled Naruto all over Hinata as well as another woman. Guilty. Anko admitted without any shame. We celebrated Naruto-kun's admittance into the Kra with a threesome. Please tell me he is using protection. The ruby-eyed woman sighed. The last thing I need is for her to get pregnant and then have to explain it to her father. Relax, Naruto-kun developed a contraceptive seal that makes pregnancy impossible. Anko replied, reassuring her friend. Come on, let's go. Having finished their conversation, the 2 women returned to the dango stand to rejoin the other girls. For the most part, Kurenai was more at ease now that she knew exactly what was going on with her sister-like figure and the blonde boy and the reasoning behind it all. Despite herself, she even felt a little intrigued at the invitation the snake mistress had presented her. Though for now, she decided she would silently observe how the blonde treated the girls that were with him. Uchiha compound. The last Uchiha was not in the best of moods. He had intended to corner his pink-haired teammate after their training session and force her to submit to him as he had now deemed her worthy of bearing his children. However, that plan got scrapped because of that loser, Naruto. The blonde had flat out refused to train with them, and what was even more infuriating for the lone Uchiha was that Sakura sided with the dope and had left with the blonde loser. He had suspected something was going on between the two since their mission in Nami no Kuni, with how close the two had appeared, almost as if they were intimate in some way. Though he knew that Naruto was with that snake whore. Unless the blonde was being unfaithful towards his woman, which only caused Sasuke to inwardly smirk. He knew he would have to get Sakura away from Naruto, and what better way than to expose his unfaithful and scandalous ways. As he was musing on how to approach his female team member, a knock sounded at his door. Prompting him to scowl at being interrupted in his planning. Moving to the door, he opened it. Revealing an elder looking back with gray hair and beard and glasses. What business do you have in my compound? Sasuke demanded. Forgive me, Uchiha-sama. The elder man bowed. I am Himura Midokado of the Elder Council, and I have something very important I wish to discuss with you. Sasuke pondered his evening visitor for a handful of seconds. He had recognized the man as one of his main supporters within the civilian council. Especially when the man before him had forced a civilian student to hand over all of his self-made jutsus before sealing the boy's chakra and imprisoning him and his entire family. And what is it that you wish to discuss, Elder Himura? Uchiha inquired, his tone surprisingly polite. We of the Elder Council would like you to consider submitting yourself for the Clan Restoration Act, which has been sullied as of late. The councilman stated with disgust at the last bit. With the sole survivor of the elite Uchiha clan, you would greatly redeem the village. We have compiled a small list of women to be your potential brides. I am not interested in weak women. The Uchiha spat. And what do you mean the Clan Restoration Act was sullied recently? Forgive me, Uchiha-sama. The older man sighed, cursing the privacy law that had been placed to protect those who were placed under the act. What was even more infuriating was that it was a law that he himself had helped pass years ago. But I am unable to reveal current CRA members, however I feel you may find the list of women we have compiled agreeable. If I am in the Clan Restoration Act, I could force Sakura to be mine. Sasuke thought to himself, though immediately shook that thought away. It would be a waste to use such power on her. Despite how strong she is now, she is still no doubt obsessed with him. If nothing else, he could even get Kakashi to help lure her in. No, I will use this chance to get that bitch from the bridge. Let me see the list. He demanded, forming a plan in the back of his mind to get vengeance on the ice bitch from the bridge that humiliated him. Nodding, the elder man produced a small scroll and handed it to the raven-haired teen. Snatching it from the man's hand, Sasuke began reading over the small list of girls provided. It wasn't much, a handful of civilian girls, but there were a few names that stuck out to him, or rather clan names. Namely Hana Inuzuka and Hanabi Hyuga. Is this it? His tone disappointed at the small list of strong girls that would be worthy of him. I apologize to Uchiha-sama. The elder man bowed. But these are the strongest females in your age group. If I do this, I can get any girl I want. Correct? He asked, a small grin forming at his lips. Within reason Uchiha-sama. Hamura answered. Unfortunately, we cannot officially force any woman who is already in a relationship to join. However, if they are single, they can be pressured into it through financial or other means as needed. Very well. Sasuke smirked. I will do this, but I want that ice bitch, Haku, to be my first. And I demand that her chakra be sealed. Of course Uchiha-sama, that will be easy to arrange, given her current status of earning her citizenship in the village. The councilman replied. But why seal her chakra? From what we reviewed in Haddock's report, she is very formidable. That bitch humiliated me, and she needs to learn her place beneath me. It will be done. The elder stated, with a small smile on his face, that he had finally managed to talk the stubborn boy into joining the Clan Restoration Act. As for the Haku girl, it would be easy to arrange to have her placed under the Uchiha's custody. You will have the girl by tomorrow morning to do with as you please. Have a good evening. As the councilman left, Sasuke could only grin to himself. A dark and cruel grin, as he imagined all the ways he would make Haku suffer under him. He would break her, take away her dignity, her self-worth, and after she had learned her place under his heel, he would use her as a stress relief once he had rendered her barren. The Uchiha had no plans to have her bear any of his children, this was merely a matter of pride. Hokage's office, the next morning, Hiruzen did not have a good feeling about what was about to transpire. He knew it was going to a long morning when he was approached by the three elder council members, informing him that the last Uchiha had agreed to enter the Clan Restoration Act and that it had already been approved by the Shinobi Council and that they requested his presence during the meeting, along with Naruto, Anko, and Haku. Silently, the Hokage was cursing the three elders for going behind his back and usurping his power for their own gains. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he knew that the three elders were up to something. The elder village leader found it very convenient that the last Uchiha suddenly decided to submit himself merely a week after Naruto was admitted into the CRA. Sasuke Uchiha just didn't decide to enter into the Clan Restoration Act, he was clearly coerced into it. With a heavy sigh, he waited for the three to arrive. He had dispatched Anbu Nico some time ago to summon the three shinobi to his office and expected them to arrive any moment now. Normally they would be here immediately, but he had a feeling that Nico was bracing the three for what she had overheard. No doubt coming up with a plan of some kind. Hiruzen smirked at the thought. While there was no solid evidence, the third Hokage had a strong feeling that the Elder Council had promised the Uchiha the girl, Haku. Why else would they request that she be summoned along with her roommates, one of which being her probation handler? Not to mention, he was well aware of what had transpired in Nami no Kuni and the incidents on the return trip. A few more minutes passed before there was a knock on the door, signifying that they had finally arrived. When Naruto and Anko stepped into the office, it was very clear that they knew what was going on and were none too pleased by the coming meeting. I hope you have a plan for Naruto-kun, because I do not like how this looks. Hiruzen stated sadly. Neither do I. The blonde sighed, though had a grin. But if it's what I am thinking it is, we've already got it covered. Oh? The elder man expressed, cocking a slight eyebrow at the young blonde before him. Without saying anything, Naruto moved over to Haku's side and took hold of her hand and kissed her knuckles tenderly, earning a blush and giggle from the ice user, before sealing the deal with a tender kiss on the lips. Shortly after Nico-chan arrived, I formally asked Haku-chan to be my girlfriend. He smirked, with the snake mistress mirroring the same smirk just behind him. And as I recall, if someone is already involved with a member of the CRA, the council can't do jack shit. Good. The old man smiled as he felt a massive weight lifted from his shoulders. Let's get this over with, shall we? Nodding, the four made their way to the council chamber, bracing for the uproar they were about to cause amongst the council members. Though in the back of his mind, Naruto was wondering why the Shinobi Council voted while the Hokage was absent from the initial meeting. Something didn't sit right with the scenario, as since it was a shinobi and clan matter, the Hokage should have been present. Unless the Elder Council wanted to hide something. This only caused the blonde to brown slightly. His mind put forth a multitude of scenarios. From the elders blackmailing the Shinobi Council to more outlandish, though not impossible, mental manipulations. Either through illusions or mind control. He didn't have too long to ponder other scenarios as he quickly arrived at the large doors that lead to the council chamber. Storing away his theories to ponder later, he took a deep breath. Giving Haku's hand a reassuring squeeze, letting her know that it would be okay and that he and Anko both would make sure she was safe. Giving the Hokage a nod, the doors opened and the quartet walked inside. Once inside, they could see that both sides of the council had arrived. Though the blonde had noted that the special guest that this was all about was absent. Probably felt like this was beneath him and he would just collect his reward later. Now that we are all present, let us get this meeting underway. Danzo stated, catching the attention of everyone present. Earning a glare from the Hokage. It would do you well to remember that I am the Hokage and that I call when the meeting shall begin, Danzo Shimura. The villager leader stated, leaking out a moderate amount of killing intent. Driving the point home. Forgive me Hokage same. The bandaged man replied. I merely wish to get this meeting out of the way so we could all go about the rest of our day. Very well, let us start the meeting. Hiruzen stated, looking to the rest of the council. Councilman Homura, you have the floor. Nodding, the elder council member stood and cleared his throat before looking at Naruto and the two girls. As you all know, Sasuke Uchiha has submitted himself into the Clan Restoration Act this morning. He began, gauging the reaction from the trio before him. He has chosen his first wife in Haku here, as he was impressed with her battle prowess when he engaged her during their fight in Nami no Kuni. However, he has requested that for her own safety, that her chakra be sealed off. Furthermore, Uchiha-sama has also selected Hana Inyazuka and Hanabi Hyuga as potential brides as well. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the last part. He figured the emo duck-ass would lower himself to ensure she was defenseless so he could take out his revenge on her. Then the fact that they were trying to pass on one of his mates to the bastard didn't exactly help him calm down any. Even worse was that the elders were throwing Hinata's little sister at the Uchiha as well. By order of the council Haku, you are to pack your things and move in with Sasuke Uchiha by noon. Homura finished, ignoring the glares of Anko and the entire shinobi council was sending his way. I am sure young Naruto Uzumaki can help you move. No. The blonde replied. I won't and she isn't going anywhere. You dare defy the council Uzumaki? Kaharu exclaimed. I dare because under your own laws, anyone already in a relationship with someone from the Kra cannot be forced into anything. The blonde stated, causing the two elders to scowl as their own law was being used against them. They had passed that law to protect true shinobi clans, not the demon brat. Furthermore, you may politely inform Sasuke that Hana is spoken for. Do not forget you have a date with Hanabi tonight, Uzumaki. Hiashi spoke up, nearly causing Hiruzen to slip out of his chair in surprise. While the rest of the civilian side gasped in shock and perhaps even horror that the man was having both his daughters involved with a boy. Of course not, Hiashi Dono. Naruto replied without missing a beat, quickly catching on to what the clan head was doing. I will have her home before 10. Despite the situation, Anko couldn't help but giggle to herself that Naruto had just gotten roped into another relationship against his will, though she had skillfully covered it up with a cough. Though it didn't go unnoticed to those in the room. What did go unnoticed, mostly, was that Naruto's shadow was now gone. Hiruzen was the first and only person to notice. Casting a quick look at the blonde, the old man stood up to address the remainder of the council and to cover the boy to prevent anyone else from noticing. Though before he could speak out, a loud shrill echoed from across the table from a fat councilwoman. Too much. The woman exclaimed as she began to point at Naruto in anger. The Kyuubi brat has been given too many women. We demand that he Gyurk. The woman didn't get to finish as two massive snakes coiled around her and clamped down onto her head. Injecting their venom into her brain, immediately killing her on the spot. As that happened, the rest of the civilian council looked to see a smirking Anko with a dark glint in her eyes that sent shivers down their spines. I do believe there is a law that prevents anyone, regardless of station, from speaking about that subject. She stated as she recalled her snakes. Forgive Hokage-sama. Thank you Anko. Hiruzen replied before turning to address the rest of the council. If that is all that was to be discussed, I hereby dismiss the session. I'm sorry, Councillor Homura, but the women that Sasuke Uchiha has requested are already in a relationship with a member of the Kra. He will have to choose another. Scowling, the other man nodded, not looking forward to breaking the news to the last Uchiha that he wouldn't be able to get the Haku girl or any of the clan daughters that were on the list. Silently, he shuffled out of the room behind Danzo and Kahura, both of which were similarly disappointed in the outcome of the meeting. "Naruto, may I speak to you for a moment?" Hiashi asked as he approached the blonde. "Of course Hiashi dono." Naruto replied as he stepped off to the side to speak with the Hyuga clan head. With Haku and Anko joining him. As the room cleared out, the elder Hyuga looked over at the snake mistress and chuckled lightly to himself. "I see now who is to blame for my oldest daughter's sense of fashion," he commented, causing Anko to nervously chuckle while scratching the back of her head. Mumbling that she was guilty. "Anyways Naruto, I would like to apologize for putting you on the spot like that. It's okay, I completely understand." The blonde stated, reassuring the clan head. "You want to protect your daughters." Hiashi merely nodded. Grateful that the boy understood his position. He had not intended to offer his youngest daughter's hand in marriage, but he knew that the blonde boy was a better option over the spoiled Uchiha brat. The Hyuga head didn't need his Byakugan to see what the raven-haired boy had in mind for Haku when it was revealed that he had requested her chakra be sealed off. "Thank you." Hiashi replied before sighing, not looking forward to the talk he was going to have with his youngest. "I suppose I should inform Hanabi of the arrangement." "Don't worry about Hiashi dono," Naruto said. "I already sent one of my shadow clones to Hinata-chan to inform her of what had transpired. She has no doubt already informed Hanabi-chan by now." Hiashi nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to the snake mistress. "Try not to corrupt my youngest, would you?" He grinned before departing the room, leaving behind Naruto, Anko, Haku, and the Hokage. "Well, that could have gone a hell of a lot worse." Anko quipped with a grin. "I for one am glad it went as well as it did." Hiruzen stated. "I don't need any more gray hair. Suppose I should start making plans for my date tonight." The blonde sighed with a small chuckle to himself. "Speaking of which, how do you think Hanabi took the news?" Anko asked. "Pretty well." Naruto replied, prompting the other three to raise an eyebrow. "According to Hinata-chan, Hanabi has had a crush on me since the first time she saw me. And Haku-chan, I will take you out on a date tomorrow night." The blonde said as he turned to the blushing ice user, who was nodding in agreement. With the meeting over, the Hokage dismissed the trio to enjoy the day as he had given them the rest of the day off as an apology for being dragged into such a mess to begin with. Being sure to send one of his Anbu to inform Kakashi and the remainder of Team 7 of his choice to give them the day off. Though the old man couldn't help but chuckle at the lady killer his surrogate grandson was becoming. Chapter 17. A month and a half later, it had been nearly 2 months since the Sasuke Craw incident. Nearly 2 months had passed since Naruto and Haku had started dating, as well as his sudden arrangement with the youngest Hyuga's sister. The blonde still got a chuckle when he recalled just how the spoiled Uchiha acted when he learned he couldn't get anything he wanted. In typical Sasuke fashion, the duck-butt emo had tossed a massive tantrum, calling the council members useless that they couldn't even give him one girl, and had immediately gone to the Hokage himself and demanded that he be removed for the Craw, citing that the act was just a waste of time and was not worthy of being used to spread the Uchiha's blood, in which Hiruzen had no problems in doing so and gladly did. Furthermore, ensuring that all future Craw's admissions must be approved by the Hokage before moving to vote from the Shinobi Council. Making it very clear that any future attempts without the Hokage would be nullified on the spot and the individual seeking admittance would be banned from the act altogether. During this time, Naruto had taken the lovely ice user out on a few dates, allowing her to fully get to know him. As she was already living under the same roof as the blonde as his mates, she was privy to a bit more information than his other potential mate. She had learned the first night that everyone within the house were Jashinist. At first it had frightened her, though after sitting down and talking with the purple-haired Anbu woman, she saw the difference in their faith compared to what she thought she knew of the religion. It further shocked her to learn that they were also all half-demons. Though her blonde boyfriend had sat her down and explained it in detail of how it came to be. How he was nearly killed on his 6th birthday, and how his father had planned to manipulate him as a weapon for the village to conquer the known world if Jashin hadn't intervened. The mere thought of a parent doing that to their child disgusted her to no end. The surprises continued to come for the ice user upon learning that after that night on his 6th birthday, the goddess of blood and carnage made the blonde her champion and tasked him with a quest to restore her name within the lands by eradicating the cult that had sullied the goddess's name, as well as sending a handful of other corrupt souls to the goddess. Though in the end, what she had learned about her blonde boyfriend had only made her love and respect him more. Here was a boy who had been hunted down, beaten, and even nearly killed by his own home, yet he still had so much compassion for those around him when he should very well want to see the world burn around him. So, it was with this in mind that Haku had asked Naruto to mark her as one of his mates. As for the younger Hyuga sister, Naruto had been correct that the girl would be happy about the arrangement. In fact, the normal calm and collected girl was ecstatic, running around the compound to try and settle on something to wear for her date with the blonde. Much to the amusement of her father and the ire of the elder Hyuga council that had immediately disapproved of Hiashi's actions, citing that she could have served the clan better if she was given to the last Uchiha instead of the demon brat. The Ashi had merely ignored them, satisfied that he had thrown a massive wrench into their plans to manipulate his youngest all to honor tradition. The clan head scowled at the concept of keeping a stagnant belief of what was traditional that would eventually ruin the clan, though he also knew that change couldn't happen overnight and that, like a delicate flower, needed time to grow and blossom with the proper care and nurturing. Unlike with the others, Naruto had refrained from divulging everything about himself to the younger sister, deciding that she wasn't ready to have such sensitive information thrust upon her. So during their date, which was a simple walk through the park, ending in a private picnic between the two, Naruto had kept a large portion of himself under wraps, only giving her scant details about his younger years and what his ultimate goals in life were. However, he also didn't lie to her either, informing her that there were still things about him that she didn't know and that he was not ready to talk about in detail just yet. Understandably, she was disappointed that he didn't completely open up to her, but she did understand. This was literally the first time the two had even conversed with each other in a civil manner, the first time Hanabi had spoken to him. She wasn't exactly polite to him, and of course she knew about the villagers' hatred towards the blonde. Thanks in no small part to the Hyuga elders who had attempted to taint her with the same hatred towards the boy. Flashback no jutsu. Hanabi watched on as her older sister interacted with the blonde boy that was viewed as the bane of the village amongst many of its populace, especially among the Hyuga elders and various members of the main branch. Internally, the young Hyuga girl was conflicted. The elders had told her countless times that the boy before her could and would only cause those around him pain and suffering, that he relished causing harm to others. However, what she was witnessing didn't support any of that. Her sister was smiling and laughing as the blonde boy trained with her, something she didn't do within the clan's compound. Furthermore, the blonde boy had been coaching the older Hyuga girl in her training, helping her become stronger. Still, she wouldn't doubt what the elders had told her, there had to be a reason for them to warn her about the boy. An hour had passed before the older Hyuga girl and Naruto parted ways as their training session ended, finally giving Hanabi the opportunity to confront the boy and get him to leave her sister alone and not defile a noble Hyuga with his taint. Though to her surprise, the blonde had yet to leave the training ground. Instead, it seemed as if he was waiting for her to come out of her hiding spot as he took out a book and began reading. "Can I help you with Hanabi-san?" he inquired as she approached him, not even bothering to look up from his book. "Stay away from Hinata, freak," she stated with all the fury and anger she could muster. Though, she was actually scared of what he would do, having been told how dangerous he was by the elders. However, to her surprise, he merely chuckled. "Is that why you were spying on our training?" the blonde asked as he put his book away. "To see if what they say about me is true?" Hanabi only scowled at the boy. "Tell you what, Hanabi-san," Naruto began as he approached her. "I will disappear from Hinata-chan's life if you can answer me one question, in your own words." "And what would that be, freak?" "If you can tell me, in your own words, why you despise me." He started with a small grin. "And not repeating what others have told you. It must come from your own experience." Hanabi could only gape in response as she tried to think of exactly why she hated him. Was it because he was around her older sister? No, she felt jealous and maybe even envious that Hinata acted more openly towards the blonde boy before her, but this didn't elicit hatred from her. As she continued to ponder the question, she came to realize that she didn't know why she hated the boy, only that she was supposed to. "I don't know," she finally admitted, hanging her head in shame, expecting him to laugh at her for her lack of an answer. To her surprise, she felt the soft touch of the blonde's fingers, lifting her head up so that she could look at him. A gentle smile on his face. "That is the first step, Hanabi-san," Naruto replied as he slowly removed his fingers from her chin. "First step for what?" she asked, her voice quiet. "In thinking for yourself." He smiled once more as he stood up and walked a short ways away from her before looking back over his shoulder at her. "Question everything you're told from everyone. Your clan's elder council, myself, and even the Hokage. Question everything." Flashback no jutsu dispel. These were the words the blonde had left her with on that day, and it was with these words that she began to see through the manipulations of the Hyuga elder, which she was eternally grateful for. Especially since the elders began to try to manipulate her into hating her older sister, since Hinata continued to associate with Naruto. Much like they did with her cousin Neji, who now despised both Hinata and Naruto. The elders would constantly sanction spars between the two in hopes that Neji, being a natural-born prodigy, would severely injure the Hyuga heiress, only for it to fail every time. Each time, Hinata would be wearing a trademark Anko grin, mocking the clan elders. To this day, Hanabi still felt guilty about how she had first acted when she encountered Naruto. Even after he had reassured her that he held no grudge against her and pointed out that if she didn't confront him that day, she would be a mindless tool like her cousin for the elders to abuse. Though it was a considerable amount knowing that he didn't blame her. But Team 7, it was the first time in the last 6 weeks that Team 7 was in the same place. With the quartet focusing mostly on training, and true to the blonde's words, both Sakura and Naruto refused to train with Kakashi or Sasuke. Which, despite his desire to approach his pink-haired teammate, suited the last Uchiha just fine. Though the silver-haired was becoming frustrated that the two refused any form of training or advice from him. Now, the four of them stood before the Hokage, awaiting their next mission, which was considered to be an A rank due to the sensitivity of the mission. I am sending your team to Kurigakure no Sado, Kakashi. Hiruzen began, eyeing the team in front of them. This will be a diplomatic mission, as the new Mizukage has expressed interest in forming an alliance to aid in the rebuilding, now that their civil war has ended. I will do my best to ensure the mission is a success and secure an alliance for the village. Kakashi bowed. I do believe this mission will be a good learning experience for Sasuke and the rest of Team 7 in the ways of diplomacy. The Hokage frowned at the Jonin's wording. He could see that the man was still putting the spoiled Uchiha first before the rest of the team. At least the man was at the very least attempting to include the other two, if only slightly. Inwardly sighing, he turned his attention back to the rest of the team. Due to how you handled the Tora incident, I am naming you, Naruto, as the emissary for our village. The Hokage started, earning a scowl from the Uchiha boy. Hokage-sama, are you sure that is wise? Kakashi stammered in confusion. Surely Sasuke or myself would be a better option to be the village's emissary. Are you questioning me, Haddock? The old man challenged, prompting the Cycloptic to take a step back as the village leader leaked a considerable amount of killing intent. Of course not, Hokage-sama. The silver-haired man quickly stated. When do we leave? Naruto decided to speak up, ignoring that Kakashi was once again pushing the Uchiha once more. Early tomorrow morning. Hiruzen instructed as he handed the blonde a sealed scroll. This scroll is only to be opened by the Mizukage. You're dismissed for the rest of the day. Both Sakura and Naruto gave a short bow to the village leader before departing the office. Leaving behind a furious Uchiha for once again being passed over for an important assignment in favor of the idiot teammate before he stomped out of the room. Leaving only Kakashi and the Hokage, the former not looking forward to how this coming conversation was going to go. Report Kakashi, how is your team's training progressing? Sasuke is progressing nicely and is even quicker to learn new techniques now that he unlocked his Sharingan. The silver-haired reported. And the rest of your team? They inquired with a clipped tone. Honestly, I don't know. Kakashi sighed in defeat. I have tried to invite them to train with Sasuke and I, but the two refused to train under me. They only show up for team meetings and missions, and the missions I suspect they use shadow clones to avoid any interaction with myself or Sasuke. This is of your own making, Kakashi. Hiruzen pointed out with a heavy sigh. You favored one student over the others and pushed them away. In doing so, you have lost their trust in you. The silver-haired could only nod his head in agreement. He knew he would have to earn back both Naruto and Sakura's trust. Problem is, he didn't know where to begin as both refused to talk with him unless absolutely necessary. With a sigh, Kakashi left the Hokage's office. The next morning, having spent the previous night informing the others of their coming mission, both Naruto and Sakura had met up at the front gates. Reluctantly, Sakura had stayed at her mother's house, if only to allow her mother to believe that she still lived there, mostly to avoid any suspicion. Knowing full well that despite not having any true power, her mother could still be a severe irritation to them. Something both her and Naruto preferred to avoid. I don't think Taita-sensei was too happy that the Hokage named you the envoy for this mission. Sakura commented with a small chuckle. No, it was clear that he wanted Sasuke to be the envoy. The blonde sighed, imagining all the ways that could go wrong. He doesn't consider that the team's ego would make things extremely tense between the two villages and all but ensure the proposed alliance would end before it even began. Sakura could only nod in agreement. No doubt that if the Uchiha was named the envoy, the raven-haired emo would demand instead of negotiate and probably even threaten war if the new Mizukage did not submit to his demands. Especially after his display nearly 2 months ago. They still felt enraged at what the Uchiha had attempted to do under the guise of being in the Clan Restoration Act. She had also noticed that the raven-haired duckbutt had been eyeing her lately. Ironic to think that months ago she would have been ecstatic that he had taken interest in her, only now she felt repulsed. Yo. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing the silver-haired and a brooding raven-haired boy. The first thing Kakashi had noticed was that neither Sakura nor Naruto had their travel packs. However, the silver-haired man wasn't going to make the same mistake he had when his team had originally left for Wave. He merely accepted that the blonde knew and had no doubt taught Sakura since the two of them were always together. Which of course led to his next problem as he cast his eyes between the pink-haired girl and the last Uchiha. Just before they had arrived at the gates, the raven-haired boy had implied that he was interested in his pink-haired teammate and would like Kakashi to help her fall for him. While not full on asking for help, it was the closest anyone would ever get from the prideful Uchiha. The Cycloptic knew that it was not going to end well. Still, he didn't see any harm in helping the boy. If it would help get the boy's mind off of revenge for even a handful of minutes, he would do what he could to help. Regardless, it would be up to Sasuke in the end to woo the girl to his side. All he could do is get them alone together. Alright, to get to Kurigakure no Sato we will need to head east. Kakashi began, catching the attention of his students. We will be stopping in Nami no Kuni before securing a ship to no Kuni. Great, we can catch up with Tsunami-chan and see how the waves are doing. Naruto grinned, earning a chuckle from his pink-haired mate. Only shaking his head in response, the silver-haired motioned for his team to move out. Already feeling that this mission was going to give him a massive headache. 3 days later, with no civilians and no conspiring from the Uchiha at night, Team 7 had arrived in Nami no Kuni after only 3 days of traveling. Unknown to Kakashi or the breeding emo, Naruto had already sent a shadow clone ahead to notify his blue-haired mate of their coming arrival. Which had surprised the remainder of Team 7 when the wave daimyo had greeted their arrival on the Great Naruto Bridge. Of course, there was another reason that Naruto had notified the Tsunami of their arrival. Due to their constant communication back and forth, the blonde had known that Jashinism was now practiced more openly within Wave. Something he knew that the lazy would not understand nor care to. As a precaution, Tsunami had instructed the village to be subtle about their faith in front of both Kakashi and Sasuke. Much like Naruto's other mates, Tsunami had changed slightly in appearance. Her body seemed more toned and athletic, while her eyes appeared to be more sharp. Another barely noticeable change was that she had black streaks in her hair now, similar to how Sakura and Naruto had in theirs, prompting the mask to frown, pondering if there was a connection of some kind between all of them. It is good to see you again, Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan. Tsunami greeted the two before her in a friendly manner before turning to the remaining two. Haddock-san, Uchiha-san. Both inwardly flinched at the cold tone in her voice as she greeted them. It was clear that she had only greeted them as a courtesy and nothing more. It was not as warm and friendly as it was for both Naruto and Sakura. It's good to see you again, Tsunami-chan. The blonde smiled, though half lying. Since he had been making regular visits to her throughout the weeks to check up on the village and of course spend time with his mate. How's Inari and your father? Both are doing well, after the shock had worn off. She giggled at the memory of both her father and son, being rendered speechless upon learning everything after the team of shinobi had left. Inari will be happy to see you. Unfortunately, we are on a mission of importance to Kurigakure and need to arrange travel across the seas and hotel rooms for the night. Kakashi interrupted the reunion, earning a soft glare from the daimyo. The ship to take you to no Kuni will arrive early tomorrow morning. Tsunami informed them. And I have already reserved 2 hotel rooms for the night that you may stay in. How did you do it? I sent a shadow clone ahead to let Tsunami-chan know we were coming. The blonde grinned. How else did you think she knew to greet us at the bridge? I see. Was all Kakashi could say as he cocked an eyebrow at the blonde genin. Though he couldn't fault the young teenager, as it did make the trip a bit more smoother, and Wave was considered an ally to Konoha. Good thinking, Naruto. This prompted all 3 of the genin to raise an eyebrow at since he had actually praised Naruto, instead of lecturing him about not following instructions and doing things on his own. Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan. Would you be kind enough to escort me to my office? Tsunami requested, giving the 2 a small wink that went unnoticed by the other 2 males. Of course, Tsunami-chan. Sakura answered. Alright, Sasuke and I will check into the hotel for our rooms. Kakashi stated, knowing that he really couldn't argue with the wave daimyo requesting half of his team as an escort since they literally had nothing to do until the next day. With a grunt, the last Uchiha followed after the silver-haired while casting a quick glare at the duo before quickly leaving. This of course did not go unnoticed by the trio as they softly chuckled at the duckbutt's actions. Once both Kakashi and Sasuke were out of sight, Tsunami brought her mate into a firm hug as she captured his lips with her own. Showing how much she had missed him, even though it had been no longer than a week since they had last seen each other. I want one too. Sakura pouted while crossing her arms in front of her chest, prompting the 2 to break their kiss and chuckle at their fellow. Don't worry Sakura-chan, you'll get more than a kiss later. The blonde teased, causing the girl to blush much to Tsunami's amusement. Let's head to my office so that we may all catch up. The brunette suggested before leading the way. The 2 Hanyas falling into step alongside her. As the 3 walked through the village, numerous villagers had stopped to greet the hero of the wave, as he had been called, though the blonde had merely shrugged it off and requested that they treat him just like anyone else. Stating that he only did what any decent person would have done. Though the villagers knew that he was only being humble, which only served to elevate their view of him higher. Many mentally thanked Jashin for sending him to their home to begin with. No matter what you tell them about Naruto-kun, Tsunami began as they entered her office. They will always see you as the hero of the wave that liberated their homes from a tyrant. Not to say you didn't do anything, Sakura-chan. No, he deserves the recognition. They replied. I was just starting to get out of my fangirl phase at the time. Naruto-kun was the driving force behind Gato's demise and the liberation of Wave. You know, Anko-chan is still waiting for that threesome with you, Tsunami-chan. Naruto grinned, prompting the brunette to blush in response. Sakura as well, as she had also been invited a few times over the past few weeks, as the snake mistress's sexual appetite was insatiable. Something her inner self was in pure ecstasy about and would constantly gush about. Not to mention the time Anko had organized a small orgy with herself, Hinata, Ari, and the snake mistress. Needless to say, she never knew shadow clones could be used in such a way. Even better was that Naruto had done it in such a way that none of them knew which one was a shadow clone and which one was the real Naruto. Maybe during your village Chunin exams, as I understand, should be coming up in a few months. The woman replied with a grin, breaking Sakura out of her memories. Yup, they start a month after my birthday. Naruto answered, though he didn't miss the mischievous look in both Tsunami's and Sakura's eyes when he mentioned birthday. Immediately, Ari began to flood his mind with mental images of Sakura and Tsunami making out with each other on top of a large cake covered in frosting. That wasn't nice, Ari-chan. He mentally replied. Don't act like you wouldn't love that. The fox girl grinned. No, I would. But I also think you would look good covered in frosting as well. He smirked, prompting the kitsune to blush at the image. I've noticed that the villagers don't take too kindly to Sasuke team and Taita-sensei. Sakura commented as she had observed many of the civilians glaring at the raven-haired emo. Many still hold the two at fault for nearly making things worse. Tsunami explained. For example, if Naruto-kun had listened to Haddock-san, Gato would have gotten a bargaining chip in myself and my son. I'm just glad Naruto-kun had the foresight to ignore Taita-sensei. She replied as she recalled the incident. Also, the Uchiha's arrogance after Gato had been killed hadn't exactly warmed the people up to him. The wave daimyo frowned before turning her attention back to the blonde before her. So, going to Kurigakure? Yup, the Mizukage had sent notice that they are interested in an alliance with Konoha. Naruto explained. I dread to ask who the envoy for this is. You're looking at him. Naruto smirked, eliciting a chuckle from the. I made it very clear to Taita-sensei that I was the best choice for this. Though I suspect that the Mizukage requested me by name. Why do you think that, Naruto-kun? Inquired Sakura. Think of it, almost all teams are in the village and are free to do this mission. The blonde pointed out. Not to mention, some of those teams, like Team 9, are more experienced. So why send a still newly minted team unless one of us was specifically requested? Also, keep in mind who had left for Kiri after our mission here. Zabuza. They answered, with Tsunami nodding her head in agreement. Exactly, I can only conclude that the rebels won the civil war and that Zabuza-san put my name forward to the new Mizukage. Naruto concluded. Makes sense. Sakura stated. You made a good impression on him before he left, enough so that he entrusted his adopted daughter in your care. Speaking of which, are you going to inform him of yours and Haku's relationship? I plan to, though probably after negotiations with the Mizukage. The blonde answered. I am sure a protective father trying to kill the envoy may disrupt the negotiations. Both Sakura and Tsunami had to agree with that as they imagined Zabuza chasing Naruto around the village, threatening to cut him in half. Hours ticked on as the three conversed with one another. Both Sakura and Naruto informed them of how things were in the village back home, as well as how Naruto got roped into another arranged relationship, much to the blonde's embarrassment. Though the blue-haired woman was proud that her mate wouldn't allow someone to be left to the abuse of another. On the other hand, Tsunami had brought the other two up to speed on how her own village was doing and how Jashinism was the most popular religion within the village, much in thanks to Jashin's own champion. Hours later, after socializing with the wave daimyo and many of the other villagers on their way to the hotel, Naruto and Sakura finally made it up to their reserved rooms to see Sasuke and Kakashi waiting for them. The Uchiha was glaring at them while the masked man was merely reading his infamous orange book. Sorry for making you wait, Taita-sensei. Naruto stated in a playful manner. Tsunami-chan wanted us to look over a few scrolls that she was going to send to Jai about the ongoing trade agreement. Did she mention when the boat will arrive tomorrow? He asked. Boat will be ready to depart at 5 a.m. The blonde answered. Looking at the clock on the wall, the masked man noted that it was already past 7. Then we should probably turn in early tonight. Kakashi suggested before turning to the three genin before him. Naruto and I will bunk in the same room, Sasuke and Sakura in the room. Nope, I am sharing a room with Naruto-kun. Sakura interrupted, ignoring the glare from the Uchiha. All the while dragging Naruto to the far room. Sakura, the room only has one bed. The masked man stated, a little disappointed that he couldn't get the girl and Sasuke in the same room together. Good, we plan on sharing a bed anyways. They smirked before closing the door behind her, leaving behind a gobsmacked and an infuriated Uchiha. Chapter 11. This is a deleted scene from Chapter 11 that I had originally planned, but scrapped due to not being able to make it smoothly transition into Naruto discussing his admittance into the Craw. Now, if that is all. Team 7, you are dismissed. Due to the difficulty of the mission, your team has the week off. No missions, and you will each be given pay for an A-rank mission. The Hokage stated. Naruto, please stay. There is something I would like to discuss with you. Nodding, Naruto turned to see his pink-haired teammate look unsure of what to do. It was clear to him that she didn't want to be too far away from him. Giving her a soft smile, he pulled her into a gentle hug to reassure her that it would be fine. If you need someone to talk to, I'll be at my apartment later. Key is behind the third loose board on the wall. He whispered to her, earning a nod in confirmation before she left the office. I take it that Kakashi's report wasn't entirely accurate. Hiruzen began, having witnessed the interaction between the two just now. And why do you look dead on your feet, Naruto-kun? To answer the last question first, I haven't slept the entire trip back. Naruto sighed. Why is that? One Sasuke Uchiha wanting to get revenge on Haku, as you know she humiliated him during the fight on the bridge. The blonde answered. And of course, Kakashi would always arrive after he had already attempted. As for the report, surprisingly Kakashi was honest, except you know as well as I that you cannot accidentally use the Kawarimi on a living being. He continued, earning a nod from the elder man. Though he did accuse me of stealing Yugao's moon dance style. Would you mind if I have Inoichi confirm your statement, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen inquired. Not at all Jai. The blonde replied. Sakura-chan had also stated she would submit her own memories as well if needed. Nodding, Hiruzen sent out another Anbu to summon the Mindwalker. The two only had to wait a handful of minutes before a tall, blonde man with green eyes entered the room. You summoned me, Hokage-sama? The man asked. Thank you for coming to Inoichi-san. The Hokage greeted the new arrival. And yes, I would like you to enter Naruto-kun's mind and confirm what he had reported about his recent mission. Hiruzen then went on to give a summarized report of what he was told from both Kakashi and Naruto. Explaining that the things the blonde boy had told him greatly worried him, since one of his top was dangerously close to committing treason with his favoritism towards the Uchiha boy. Are you ready, Naruto? Itachi asked, getting a nod from the blonde boy. Yamanaka placed his hand on the boy's head. Psycho Denshin. Naruto's mindscape. After a momentary flash of light, Inoichi found himself in the middle of a field. Surprising the mind walker as most minds were cluttered hallways with disorganized memories and shades of color that represented the person's most prevalent emotions. Looking around, he spotted a lone house in front of him. At the door, a slender woman awaited him. Another thing he noticed was there was no giant fox anywhere in sight. Shrugging it off, he figured the boy had it locked away in a separate location of his mind. Welcome, Inoichi-san. The woman greeted as the man walked towards the house. Forgive my intrusion, miss. Inoichi apologized, figuring this woman to be a manifestation of the boy. Perhaps a mother figure, since Naruto grew up without the love of any of his parents. Ari, and it is fine. The woman replied as she opened the door to allow him inside. Naruto-kun told me you would be coming to check his memories. I have already set out the photo album for you. Would you like some tea? Yes please. He smiled as he entered the house, spotting the mentioned photo album on the table. Amazing that Naruto could compartmentalize his memories in such a way. Sitting down at the table, he began to sift through the album, focusing only on the photos of the mission. Each picture plays like a small movie from Naruto's point of view. Inoichi was impressed at the combat prowess of the blonde, whom nearly everyone had dismissed as being the dead last of the academy, as he watched a fight between Naruto and Zabuza. After a few moments, the woman identified as Ari set a cup of tea down in front of him, with Inoichi giving thanks to her hospitality. Meanwhile, the woman took a seat across the table and sipped her own tea. Inoichi couldn't help but blush when he came across the memory of Naruto and Tsunade going at it in her office, quickly flipping the page so as not to intrude on such a personal memory. Nearly 20 minutes had passed before the blonde man was finished looking over the memories. What he had found had made him sick at his fellow actions. There was not a doubt in his mind that Kakashi was treading on dangerous territory with his favoritism. Thank you for the tea and allowing me to look through these. Inoichi stated as he handed the photo album back to the woman. It is not a problem, Inoichi-san. Ari bowed. I hope they helped. Nodding, the blonde man faded from the boy's mindscape. Missing the fox-like grin from the woman as she allowed her ears and tails to sprout forth. Real world. I must say Naruto, you have an amazing mind. Inoichi competed before turning to the Hokage. And I am afraid to report that Kakashi Haddock's report has been falsified to favor the Uchiha. I figured. The old man sighed. I take it you have the Kyuubi in a different part of your mind. Inoichi turned his attention back to the blonde boy in front of him, earning a confused look. She should have been there. Naruto stated. The only one that was there was a young woman named Ari. The blonde man's words died in his mouth as he just came to the realization. Sweet Kami, I just had tea with Kyuubi. This of course earned an eruption of laughter from the blonde and the Hokage. Chapter 18. It was a rather awkward boat ride from Nami no Kuni to Kurigakure. Kakashi couldn't even look at his other two students without his perverted imagination running wild of what the two of them were doing the previous night. Though he did know one thing, Sakura was a screamer. This of course confirmed the mask's suspicions that the two were intimate with one another. When he had seen the two in the morning, he had noticed that Sakura had a slight limp but overall had a glow about her. Briefly, he wondered how Anko would react to the news before he recalled how the snake mistress had reacted when he informed her of Naruto's actions with Tsunade and his pitiful attempt to cause tension between the two. She would probably ask for a threesome. He surmised with a frown, not aware of it already happening. Multiple times. Casually, he turned his attention to his other student, wondering how he was taking the not-so-subtle revelation. This of course opened up other concerns for the silver-haired man. One being his other student. With a request a boy had made prior to leaving the village, it was clear that the last Uchiha had taken notice of his pink-haired teammate. Something in the pit of his stomach told him that the raven-haired teen wasn't taking the revelation too well. Another concern that the masked man was facing, though not on a personal level, was how he was going to explain it if Sakura got pregnant. Due to, by extension, he would be held accountable for allowing such actions to happen. On the other side of the vessel, the last Uchiha was simmering in his own hatred as he glared at the blonde and pink-haired couple who were at the bow of the boat they were on, both reading their respective books. The raven-haired emo was infuriated at what had transpired last night and even more so when the two continued to act as if everything was perfectly normal. His black eyes turned towards his supposed sensei. Worthless fools couldn't even get us in the same room. The Uchiha seethed. If the idiot could have done what I required, it would have been my name, she would be screaming out. Not that dope. As the raven-haired emo continued to brood over the recent events, a small smile appeared on his face. Still, this could work to my advantage. He grinned. With them being intimate with one another, it will crush her even more when I tell her of the loser's affair. Thus, the prideful Uchiha began to plot how he would reveal the blonde dope's lecherous ways. How long before we arrive, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked as she placed a bookmarker in her book and closed it, sealing it away in one of her many seals that lined her vest. About 2 hours longer. The blonde estimated as he accounted for the time they had been on the boat already and the distance between Wave and Kiri. Maybe a little less, now that we are going with the tide. Sakura nodded as she turned and laid her head on the blonde's shoulder. Letting out a sigh of contentment at the close proximity of her mate before a perverted grin came across her face. You know, we could always go below deck and have an encore of last night. She suggested seductively. You're insatiable, you know that right? He chuckled. Sadly, if we were to do that, the trip may take longer as we would no doubt distract the crew and the captain. Not to mention, the team has been in a broodier mood than usual. Maybe now the bastard will take the hint I am no longer interested in him. She remarked. Besides, you're the one who forgot to put up the silencing seals. Did I forget to do that? Naruto asked innocently while cocking an eyebrow. Causing Sakura to widen her eyes in realization. You did that on purpose? She asked, though she already knew the answer as a grin grew on her face. Of course, I already knew what Kakashi was trying to do the moment he said that he and I were sharing a room. The blonde replied. And while I was expecting your reaction, it was still amusing to see it play out. And even if you didn't say anything, I would have. You are my mate and I will not allow another to even think of you in such a way. And I am proud to be your mate, Naruto-kun. She smiled, leaning in and kissing him tenderly. She loved it when his possessive side showed. It made her feel all the more loved. Kakashi could only sigh as he saw the scene play out before him. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could imagine it was the usual lovey-dovey stuff. Meanwhile, Sasuke's anger was starting to boil over. Even though the raven-haired brooder had a plan, he still didn't like seeing what was rightfully his in the possession of another. Uzukage's office, a few hours later, a beautiful auburn-haired slender woman with fair skin sat behind the rather large desk that was adorned with various scrolls and other papers, reporting on various events inside and outside the village that her emerald-colored eyes scanned across. Dressed in a long-sleeved dark blue dress that falls just below her knees. Her luscious auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back with a top knot tied with a dark blue band. 2 long bangs covering her right eye. In the room with her was a large man with a massive sword on his back, leaning against the doorway. A new Kiri headband around his head. This man was none other than Zabuza Mamachi, former missing nin. So tell me about this delegate you highly recommended. The woman asked as she put down the scroll she was reading and gazed upon the large swordsman. I suspect he must be an accomplished shinobi if they are receiving such high praises from you. Perhaps a jonin, maybe. Actually, he is only a genin. The large man nervously chuckled as the Mizukage fixed him with a glare. What? She exclaimed. You highly recommended a mere genin to handle negotiations. This isn't your typical genin. He pointed out. He had beaten me in a head-on duel, and even now, I get the feeling he was still holding back. Not to mention, do you think I would trust just anyone with my adopted daughter? This caught the auburn-haired woman's attention. While she had not met the girl personally, it became very clear to her early on when Zabuza returned to join the rebels that the large swordsman cared deeply for the girl, even carrying a small picture of her. When asked about it, he answered honestly that she was the reason he was fighting. Add to the fact that this genin had bested one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Tell me more about him, she instructed. Name, appearance. Leave nothing out. Zabuza frowned at the order, but obliged nonetheless. Let's see. He stands about 180 centimeters tall, 5'9", blonde hair with black streaks. Eyes are ocean blue. Athletic build and usually wears a black trench coat. Unknown to the swordsman as he continued to describe May was beginning to imagine what he looked like and was even starting to fantasize the blonde shinobi being her perfect husband. A blush creeping across her face. May-sama? Zabuza asked, seeing a glazed look come over her eyes. And what of the rest of his team? She quickly asked as she snapped out of her fantasy, ignoring the confused look the swordsman gave her. Unknown to her, while she was fantasizing, the swordsman had already given a rundown of the rest of the team members. As I said, most of the team is worthless. He sighed, having to repeat it again. The only one really worth a damn is the pink-haired girl, Sakura. She shows promise. The other 2 are Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi Haddock, the copycat shinobi. The Uchiha is a spoiled brat whose ego outweighs his actual skill. Brad even performed a kawurimi on his pink-haired teammate to avoid an attack meant for him. Zabuza scowled at the memory. While Kakashi is skilled as a jonin, it appears having the Uchiha on his team has clouded his judgment. So expect the Uchiha to demand something, while Kakashi will probably more subtly present the Uchiha in a more favorable light. The man finished, having given the Mizukage the shortened version of what he had said previously. Before they could continue talking, a knock sounded at the door. Forgive the interruption, May-sama. An elderly man with an eye patch apologized as he entered the room. But the delegation from Konoha has arrived. Very well, send them in. The woman instructed as she braced herself. 1 for the meeting overall and 2, she was excited to see if this Naruto would measure up to her expectations. Silently, the elder man left only to return a few short minutes later with a group of 4-leaf shinobi. Leading the team was Kakashi himself, for once his nose was not stuck in his favorite orange book. He had a bored look about him. Directly behind him was a breeding Uchiha, arms crossed over his chest. It was clear with the look on his face that the raven-haired boy was not in the best of moods. Following the raven-haired emo was a pink-haired girl in a red vest. The first thing both Zabuza and May noted was that her pink hair now had black streaks through it as well, prompting the swordsman to raise a non-existent eyebrow. The last that entered was the blonde genin himself. At the sight of him, May couldn't believe her eyes. If anything, her little fantasy of the blonde didn't do him nearly enough justice. The Mizukage could only blush when her eyes fell upon the blonde. Aside from how Zabuza had described him, he appeared far more toned and muscle than the swordsman implied. Not to mention, he had an air of confidence and strength around him. Hey, no brows. Naruto greeted the swordsman, causing the auburn-haired woman to snicker as the large man's non-existent eyebrow twitched. Aki? He replied evenly. So, which of you is the envoy? The woman asked as she eyed the occupants in the room. In truth, she already knew who the envoy was, but she wanted to see for herself if what Zabuza had reported was accurate about the masked man. She was not disappointed as she saw the man's eyes gaze over the raven-haired boy for a moment before reluctantly turning his attention to the blonde. Naruto here has the scroll from the Hokage. Kakashi answered, though his tone implied that the man still was not confident in the village leader's choice. Very well, you may present the scroll. May stated. Of course, Mizukage-sama. Naruto replied as he unsealed the scroll Hiruzen had given him and handed it to the auburn-haired woman. Please, call me May or May-chan. She winked as she took the scroll. Looks like you gained the attention of another woman, Naruto-kun. Ari teased from the back of his mind. And a cage no less. Naruto himself could only mentally sigh, despite not showing it on the outside. Turning his attention to his pink-haired mate, he could see her struggling not to giggle at the interaction between the two. Well, 2 can play this game. He mentally grinned. Of course, I only merely wish to show such a beautiful woman as yourself the proper respect of your title, Mayheim. He replied with a wink, prompting the auburn-haired woman to blush. Oh damn, Naruto-kun just laid it on thick and heavy. Inner Sakura chuckled. I know, maybe the Uchiha theme could take some lessons from Naruto-kun on how to talk to a woman. She mentally giggled as she could see the scowl on the Uchiha's face, a disappointed look on their supposed sensei's face. Naruto, you are to be discussing official business from Konoha. Kakashi reprimanded. Not flirting with women. As he said this, he missed the scowl that now adorned the Mizukage's face before she turned her attention back to the blonde in front of her. Opening the scroll she had been given, she began to browse over the various items the Hokage and by extension, Konoha was offering and requesting for the 2 villages' alliance. Majority of what was written was the usually mundane stuff that literally every alliance was offered. Aid during times of war, help with supplies and trade routes, and so forth. Of course Hiruzen had extended an offer for the two of them to meet in person to discuss the finer details of the alliance so that both villages prospered under the alliance. Very well Naruto-kun, let's get down to business then. She smiled at the blonde across from her. The rest of you may leave while we talk. Reluctantly Kakashi ushered the rest of his team out, followed by Zabuza, though not before casting a warning glare to the blonde. Though it wasn't missed by the auburn-haired woman that the girl identified as Sakura, gave the blonde a small wink before exiting with the rest of the group. Closing the door behind them. I take it there is something between you two? Mei inquired, her eyebrow raised in curiosity. She's one of my girlfriends. Naruto replied honestly. And yet you were openly flirting with me in front of her? The Mizukage asked, her eyebrow twitching. There is a special circumstance involving me. He coyly replied with a smirk. And what exactly would that be? Well. But Sakura and others, having left the Mizukage's office, the group had shuffled into the hallway. Pondering what to do to pass the time while Naruto and the village leader discussed a partnership between the two villages. From her position along the wall, Sakura could see that the laziness was still upset at the fact that Naruto was in charge of negotiations instead of the Uchiha. In fact, she was pretty sure that if the Hokage hadn't given the scroll directly to Naruto before they left, that the silver-haired man would have attempted to push the Uchiha into position for negotiations. That would have ended in disaster. She mentally thought, earning a mental nod from her inner self in agreement. Sakura, why don't you and Sasuke check out the village while we wait? The masked man suggested, though it was clear to the pink-haired what he was attempting to do. Get her alone with the Uchiha. Perhaps it wasn't clear last night, Taita-sensei. She leveled a glare at the silver-haired. So I am going to spell it out for you. I am with Naruto-kun, so stop trying to get me alone with the duck ass. Now, perhaps you two should enjoy your date together. Hearing this, the Uchiha scowled in anger as he moved to lash out at his pink-haired teammate for having the audacity to look down upon him. She should be begging him to spend time with her, not fronting over the clan less dope. However, he was stopped by Kakashi who merely frowned at his student's words. With a heavy sigh, the Cyclomatic led the seething Uchiha out of the building. Well, that was interesting. Zabuza laughed at the exchange between the two. So you and the bastard has been trying to get me alone with the duck-assed team nearly the entire trip here. Sakura scoffed before turning her attention to the larger man. And yeah, shortly after we returned from Nami no Kuni, Naruto-kun and I started dating. Well, you two were always close from what I saw, so I guess it was only a matter of time before you two would get together. The large swordsman commented. Poor Haku, she had a crush on him. Oh, she is dating him too. She grinned as she watched Zabuza's eyes widen in shock and then to furious anger. What? The man raged. You're telling me he is two-timing on my little girl and you're allowing it? Relax Zabuza-san, it's nothing like that. She chuckled as she saw the eyebrowless man grab hold of his massive sword. Naruto-kun is part of the Kra or Clan Restoration Act since he is the last of two clans. Plus he has a bloodline. This allows him to legally take multiple wives, though he is very adamant that it must be a union of love. So how did my Haku get dragged into this? The large man asked, after relaxing a little upon hearing the new information. Though still not liking the idea of his adopted daughter in such a relationship, as long as she was happy, he really couldn't object. Well, originally Naruto-kun wanted to take it slow and let her decide when she wanted to start the relationship. However, the bastard Uchiha had other plans. Sakura scowled at the memory. Sadly, the bastard is the last of his clan as well. So he tried using the Kra to trap Haku-chan with him, with her chakra sealed. Thankfully Naruto-kun saw through what the Uchiha planned and was able to prevent it simply by asking Haku-chan to officially be his girlfriend. And if she is already with someone that is in the program, she cannot be forced into being with someone else. Zabuza surmised. Very smart, very smart. Yeah, Sasuke team threw a massive fit when he didn't get what he wanted and pulled himself from the program. She chuckled. Anyways, speaking of the duck ass, I should go follow them to make sure they don't get into any trouble. I'll come along with you. There are still pockets of bloodline haters, and with the ego of the Uchiha brat, he is guaranteed to attract attention. Nodding, the two departed the Mizukage tower to trail the two Sharingan users. Though Sakura's instincts were screaming that something was going to happen involving those two, something bad happened. But Sasuke and Kakashi. Sasuke was pissed. That pink-haired bitch had the audacity to blatantly disrespect him in front of others. Even more so that she would choose that dope over him, Uchiha elite. Not to mention how she casually talked about what she did with the blonde loser last night without any shame. She will be mine. He seethed before he turned his attention to the masked man that was walking alongside him with his nose in his infamous orange book. You couldn't even get her alone with me for 5 minutes. That is all I need to make her mine. Mama, you shouldn't worry about it. Kakashi waved dismissively, though frowning at how his favorite student was acting. Perhaps it was best if Sakura was already in another relationship. Sasuke merely scoffed at the lazy words. She should be begging to be with me. Not that clan is a loser. Sasuke gritted out. I'm an Uchiha elite. She should be spreading her legs for me and me alone. Kakashi could only frown as he listened to the raven-haired boy rant, shaking his head with a sigh. Turning his attention back to his orange book. Though while it appeared he was reading, his mind was elsewhere. Namely his pink-haired student. He could have sworn her eyes held a yellow tint when she spoke to them moments earlier. Then there were also the black streaks that she now sported in her hair. Lastly, he noticed a tattoo-like design on her, just where her shoulders met her neck. Furthermore, he could have sworn he had seen that exact same design somewhere else. Did you say you were an Uchiha? A young woman asked as she approached the duo, snapping the mask out of his thoughts. That's right. Sasuke replied arrogantly as he turned towards the young woman who had approached the two. He noted that she was fair-looking, with aqua blue-colored hair and vibrant green eyes. Giving her a truly exotic look. She wore a lime green blouse with a large enough opening in the front to allow the arrogant Uchiha boy to get a good look at her ample cleavage. Especially when she would bend over to further entice him. Accompanying the lime green blouse, she wore a black pair of bicycle shorts that hugged her posterior firmly. To finish off her outfit, she wore a pair of black open-toed combat kunoichi sandals that stopped just below her knees. Oh my, I never thought I would meet someone from such a prestigious clan. She smiled as she approached him, putting an extra sway into her hips. Prompting the poor boy to follow them with his eyes as she did so, a cocky smirk on his face. And you are? Kakashi interrupted as he gazed upon the young woman in front of them. Ah, forgive me. I am Soryu. She replied with a short bow, though kept eye contact with the masked man. And it's always been my dream to meet someone from such a well-renowned clan. And perhaps even, bear one of their children, if you are willing. She coyly smiled with a seductive wink towards the young Uchiha, bending over slightly to allow him to see down her blouse. As Kakashi watched on, he felt something was off about the entire scenario, though his thoughts were scattered and unfocused. All he could do was stare at the woman's beauty. A few times he tried to shake away the feeling of lightheadedness, but to no avail. His lone eye wandered over to his student in concern, noting that the young Uchiha was solely focused on the beauty before him. Why don't you both come with me? She smiled as she extended her hand towards the boy. I have lots of friends who would just love to meet and have fun with such a strong man from the mighty Uchiha clan. With no control over their actions, the two Sharingan users began to listlessly follow the beautiful woman as she began to lead the duo into an isolated alleyway. After a few moments of walking, the aqua-haired beauty led the two into an opening area isolated away from the main streets of the village. Immediately, Kakashi knew something was wrong. As soon as they entered the opening, he felt all of his chakra suddenly drain away. Now then handsome, ready to have some fun? Soryu asked as she wrapped her arms around the young Uchiha, eliciting another cocky grin from him. So focused was he on the woman in front of him that he didn't notice just over a dozen people that began filling into the area. Each with various weapons, from to broken bottles and lead pipes. Some shinobi, others mere civilians who still held a deep-seated hatred towards those with bloodlines. Before Sasuke could respond, the woman in front of him kneed him in the stomach, causing him to double over and cough for air, not expecting the attack. What the hell you bitch? He demanded after catching his breath, only to receive a malicious chuckle from her. Did you really think I would be spreading my legs for such an arrogant little shit stain? She replied as she sauntered away. You were so easily manipulated with your ego, I barely had to use my siren's call genjutsu on you. Your friend here though, I really had to focus on him to keep him pliable. Looking over, Sasuke could see 4 large men keeping the mask detained, unable to move to help his student. Despite the man struggling, the 4 others kept him firmly held in place as a 5th person approached him with a rather large knife. Knowing he had to do something, Sasuke tried to activate his Sharingan, only for nothing to happen. The look of shock and fury came across his face as he glared at the woman once more. Oh, are you trying to activate your bloodline? Soryu taunted. I'm afraid the moment you enter this area, all your chakra has been drained away and sealed off. So your precious little bloodline and jutsus are worthless right now. This earned a round of laughter from the group as they began to close in on the lone Uchiha, while Kakashi still struggled against his captors. Without any warning, one of them rushed in from the right and delivered a devastating blow to Sasuke, sending the young Uchiha to the ground. Once he hit the ground, more from the mob of people began to rush forward and take turns beating and kicking him. Some used blunt weapons like boards and pipes as they continued to pummel him. You know, he may be an arrogant asshole. A voice sounded from above, prompting the group to look up at a pink-haired kunoichi who was accompanied by a well-known figure to the group. But I can't allow you to kill him. Jumping down, Sakura stared down the mob of people that were assaulting her teammate and sensei, and she used those terms very loosely. Without any hesitation, she quickly moved to intercept the man wielding the knife in front of Kakashi, delivering a massive kick to the man's side, launching the attacker into a pile of wooden boxes. Two more of the mob rushed forward to attack the new arrival, only to be swiftly cut down by Zabuza's massive blade, prompting everyone else to scream out in horror upon seeing their fellow bloodline haters split in two by the man's massive blade. Seeing that Zabuza had her back, Sakura swiftly moved to where Kakashi was still struggling against the four holding him. Delivering a fast punch to one of the man's stomach, causing him to release the mask, giving Kakashi a bit more room to move. Without delay, the pink-haired grabbed the man's head and jumped, delivering a knee to the face, effectively knocking him out. Turning, she could see that Kakashi had finally managed to free himself, knocking two of the men out before rushing over to aid the fallen Uchiha, causing them to scoff. She knew his injuries were nowhere near as bad to require such concern, at most he would have a few minor bruises, as well as to his pride. Shaking her head, Sakura turned her attention back to the remaining group who were now attempting to flee. Not that she could blame them, Zabuza was slicing through them with no remorse. Among his victims was none other than the young woman who had lured Kakashi and Sasuke into the alleyway. After a handful of minutes, the mob had been dispersed, mostly by Zabuza, leaving the four of them standing among scattered bodies, many of which were cleaved cleanly in half. I would have had them. Sasuke arrogantly stated, causing both Sakura and Zabuza to roll their eyes at the boy's ego. Of course you would have. The large swordsman said dismissively, earning a glare from the raven-haired emo. You've improved, Sakura. Kakashi stated, recognizing her skill when she had dispatched his attackers. Naruto-kun is a good teacher and actually helps me train. She replied, taking a jab at Kakashi's overall performance as the team sensei. The masked man only looked down to the ground in shame, knowing full well what his pink-haired student was implying. Not saying a word, he followed Zabuza back out into the main streets of the village, leaving both Sasuke and Sakura behind to catch up. So you're no longer a pathetic weakling, I guess that dope is good for something. Sasuke stated as he looked over the pinkette's form, causing her to glare at him for his words against her mate. You should feel honored now. And why is that? She asked, narrowing her eyes at the Uchiha. Because I now deem you worthy of bearing my children to help restore my great clan. He smugly stated. Leave that pathetic loser and stand by me, just like how you always wanted to. I guess you do live up to your Uchiha reputation. Sakura responded. Always trying to steal the work of others. This of course caused the raven-haired boy to cast an anger-filled glare at the pink-haired girl for her comment against his clan. And besides, I am loyal only to Naruto-kun. She stated with finality in her voice. Too bad he isn't loyal to you. He smirked, knowing that she had walked right into this revelation that he was all too happy to enlighten her about. Oh? Didn't you know? Sasuke continued. You ever so loyal Naruto-kun is fucking that snake. He never got to finish as Sakura and quickly rounded on him and grabbed him by his throat, lifting him up in the air, much to his shock and horror, as her eyes flashed an eerie yellow, showing her anger at the arrogant boy before her. I believe Naruto-kun already warned you about speaking of Anko-chan like that. She grinned, though this grin carried a malicious feeling behind it. And for your information, Uchiha. I am well aware of Naruto-kun's interactions with Anko-chan. Seeing that Sasuke was starting to turn blue due to the lack of oxygen, she threw him to the ground harshly. Sneering down at him, she turned and left the area. Leaving behind a seething Uchiha who was now trying to catch his breath before struggling to get up to follow the rest of his team. Mizukage Tower, a few minutes later. After the confrontation between Sasuke, Kakashi and the remnants of the bloodline haters, the group found themselves back in the Mizukage Tower. Though tensions were thick between Sasuke and his pink-haired teammate. He was still livid about what she had not only done, but also told him. Though he also carried with him a healthy amount of fear of her as well, her yellow eyes not leaving his memory. He saw what they promised. Pain. Pure, unbridled pain if he dared encroach upon her territory again. Not to mention the strength she had displayed. Not that he would admit it. As the group neared the doors leading to the Mizukage's office, soft moaning and giggles could be heard through the door. Sakura mentally chuckled to herself, whilst Kakashi quickly moved over to the doors and threw them open, exposing the auburn-haired woman now straddling the blonde in his chair, with her arms wrapped around his neck as they continued to make out with one another. Naruto. Kakashi exclaimed. What do you think you are doing? Negotiating? The blonde smiled as the two broke their kiss. And I think negotiations are going well. Very well. Mei chuckled as she leaned in and kissed him once more before getting up off his lap. And you're okay with this? The masked man asked as he turned to the pink-haired girl next to him. Expecting the young girl to start screaming and even beating on her blonde lover. Instead, Sakura was merely shaking her head and chuckling. Without saying a word, Sakura made her way over to the two newly acquainted lovers and draped her arms around Naruto's neck before giving him a small kiss on the cheek before turning her attention to the auburn-haired woman in front of them. She does know she has to share, right? They grinned. Also, does she play for both teams? I am sure Anko-chan will be wanting to have some fun too, as well as me. This of course prompted Mei to giggle as she blushed at the implications, before giving a subtle wink. Meanwhile Kakashi and Sasuke could only look on at the scene playing out before them. Shaking his head, the silver-haired only had one thought going through his mind. Lucky son of a bitch. Afterlife, Kushina was relaxing in the realm of Jashin, having formally been introduced to the goddess after she spoke with her son, and had decided to get to know the goddess better to discover if Jashin had any ulterior motives for the young blonde. She was surprised that the goddess of blood and carnage did have one ulterior motive, though it wasn't one she was expecting. To be her eventual husband. While she relaxed, the redhead suddenly sneezed before feeling fury flow through her body. Someone just called me a bitch, I know it. She seethed, if I find out who it is, I am going to rip their arms off and beat them to death with them. But Kakashi, the silver-haired felt a shiver of dread wash over his body for some unknown reason, prompting the masked shinobi to gulp in fear and cautiously look around the room. Chapter 19. Konoha, 4 days later. Mission complete, Jai Jai. Naruto stated happily, while he handed the scroll Mei had given the blonde to the elder Hokage. Smiling, Hiruzen took the scroll while taking a moment to look over the team in front of him. The elder man could see that something had happened during the mission, simply by the way Kakashi was eyeing Naruto in what appeared to be disappointment and jealousy, whilst the soul Uchiha was brooding more than usual while casting apprehensive glances at Sakura. Meanwhile, Sakura stood next to Naruto, almost leaning against him. Very well, Naruto-kun, you stay. The Hokage stated as he turned to the rest of Team 7. The rest of you are dismissed. But the small bow, the silver-haired led the brooding Uchiha out of the office, while Sakura stole a quick kiss from Naruto before leaving as well, earning a small chuckle from the elder village leader. Once they were alone, Hiruzen turned his attention to the blonde in front of him, who now took a more relaxed stance. I assume there were some complications during the mission? Hiruzen inquired. Not with the actual negotiations. Naruto clarified, allaying the most prominent concern of the elder man. Kakashi is just jealous because he walked in on Mei-chan and I making out, and Sasuke had his ego bruised when he was led into a trap by some of the remnant bloodline haters. Mei? As in the goddamn Mizukage. The elder man stammered in shock. How did this happen? That's kind of a funny story. The blonde chuckled. Flashback no jutsu. Reluctantly Kakashi ushered the rest of his team out, followed by Zabuza, though not before casting a warning glare to the blonde. Though it wasn't missed by the auburn-haired woman that the girl identified as Sakura, gave the blonde a small wink before exiting with the rest of the group. Closing the door behind them. I take it there is something between you two? Mei inquired, her eyebrow raised in curiosity. She's one of my girlfriends. Naruto replied honestly. And yet you were openly flirting with me in front of her? The Mizukage asked, her eyebrow twitching. There is a special circumstance involving me. He coyly replied with a smirk. And what exactly would that be? Well, you see. The blonde began as he leaned forward in his chair. I am the last of not one, but two clans. The Uzumaki and the Namikas, and as such I have placed myself into the Kra or Clan Restoration Act, which requires I take multiple wives to repopulate my clans. Wait, you're the son of the Yondaime Hokage? Mei asked, surprised by the revelation. That is correct. He answered with a sigh. Though to be honest, I don't exactly see eye to eye with my old man. Short version, I discovered a few things about him. Upset me, to put it mildly. I am sorry to hear that. Mei replied sympathetically. Aside from my heritage, I also have a rare bloodline. He continued, not wanting to give too much away about his father. I see. The auburn-haired woman spoke, digesting what the young man before her had told her. Meanwhile, thinking the young blonde was little more than a pervert, thus not being her ideal husband she had desperately hoped for. And before you assume anything, I didn't place myself into the Kra just to live out some perverted fantasy. Naruto continued, seeing the look the Mizukage was directing at him. I did it for one girl and one girl only. Just one girl. She cocked an eyebrow skeptical. That is correct, unknown to me at the time, both her and myself were placed in an arranged marriage to each other. The blonde answered. When I found out about it, I was already in a relationship with my Hebeheim and refused to abuse her trust in me. However, my Queen of Blade sat us both down and offered a solution. It was my snake mistress that agreed to the arrangement, though because our relationship was public knowledge, I couldn't be openly affectionate to my sword's mistress. Not to mention, she was being harassed by another shinobi. He continued. So, when I talked to the Hokage about my heritage and placed myself in the Kra, it was so that I could openly be with her and make a statement to the stalker who had been harassing her. Needless to say, he did not take the news very well. Mei could only chuckle at that, having had her own experiences with less desirable men and even some women, not taking a simple no as an answer. So how many girls do you have then? Well, there is my first mate, Anko-chan. He began. First mate. The auburn-haired woman interrupted, finding the use of the word made odd. Yes, we refer to each other as mates. Naruto explained. It feels more intimate and in a sense helps strengthen our bonds to each other. Mei could only nod, though she did find it cute and endearing. Now where was I? Ah yes. He continued once more. There is Anko-chan, my Hebeheim. She is as deadly as she is beautiful and has an insatiable love for Dango's sake. Her dreams are to eventually take over as head of the torture and interrogation division in the village and see the death of her former sensei, now turned traitor. Then there is my queen of blades, Yuga-chan. Anbu captain and a prodigy in giving any of the 7 swordsmen of the mist a run for their money. Her dream is to form her own team of skilled swordsmen to rival that of Kurigakure own, as well as something more personal in nature. One by one, he named his current mates, their likes, dislikes and dreams for the future. Though omitted any sensitive information that could be viewed as harmful to the village. As well as not mentioning the Kyuubi herself, instead only referring to her name. Until he finally finished describing all 7 of his girls. Meanwhile, the young Mizukage listened as the young blonde before her told her about his various mates, as he called them. Another nickname he called his girls that she found cute was the fact that he would refer to them as his princesses. This changes everything. She thought to herself with a small smile. He clearly cares for those with him and pays attention to their wants, desires, and dreams for the future. Maybe he is my ideal husband after all. Reluctantly, she turned her attention back to the scroll in her hand and read over the terms of the alliance once more. As she did so, a small idea came to mind. With a grin, she looked up to the blonde before her. The terms of the alliance are agreeable, though I would like to propose one addition. She stated, catching the young man's interest. And what would that be, Mei-chan? The marriage contract between members of our villages. She bluntly stated with a grin. I see. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, already having a feeling what she was going to propose. And who do you have in mind for this marriage of alliance? You know she wants it to be you and her. Ari chimed in with a giggle. Well, I don't want to presume anything. He mentally replied back to the Kitsune girl. Sometimes you're too modest, Naruto-kun. She sighed with another soft giggle. Well, I suppose it may be bold. Mei began, snapping the blonde out of his mental conversation with his tenant. But I would propose to you and myself. May I offer an addendum? Naruto asked, receiving a nod from the woman, he continued. Before we discuss the finer details of the union between us, I would like to offer this. In the event that the union between us does not work out, the alliance between the villages does not suffer. That sounds reasonable. The auburn-haired woman replied, seeing the reasoning behind such an offer. Mainly because the marriage contract was mostly for her own benefit than the village's. Now, on to the union between us. Forgive me, I hate the term marriage contract. It makes it sound like those involved are being forced into it. The blonde started. But aside from that, I propose we take it slow and get to know each other better before moving on to anything serious. That's very perceptive of you, Naruto-kun. Mei smiled as she got up from her seat and moved around the desk so that she was now standing in front of him. Smiling, she lowered herself to straddle his lap while wrapping her arms around his neck. Now, with business out of the way, let's get to know each other better, Naruto could only smirk as he wrapped his own arms around her waist, careful not to cross any lines just yet. As the beautiful woman leaned in, he closed the distance and allowed their lips to connect. Flashback no jutsu to spell. And that's about it. Naruto finished casually, though holding in a laugh at the gobsmacked face of the elder Hokage. I see. Hiruzen cleared his throat. I guess that explains the marriage request. Is there anything else you would like to add to your report, Naruto-kun? Well, Mei-chan does plan on coming for the Chunin exams in a few months. I wish she could have chosen a better time. I am already going to be swamped with other responsibilities that will demand my attention. Hiruzen frowned. Though I suppose I could squeeze some free time to meet with her. Sorry to burst your bubble, Jai. Naruto chuckled. But she isn't coming to talk to you. She is coming to see me, as my potential fiancé, and she has expressed an interest to meet the other girls, not to mention I owe her a date since our stay in Kurigakure was short. The elder Hokage could only chuckle at this. I see, Naruto-kun, if that is all, you are dismissed. Hiruzen stated. Enjoy the rest of your day. Giving a short bow, the blonde left the office. Intending on spending time with the rest of his girls, since Sakura had monopolized her time alone with him on the trip, much to the dismay and frustration of Kakashi and Sasuke. But Sakura, Training Ground 7. Having left the Hokage Tower, the pink-haired quickly made her way to Training Ground 7, intending on training a bit before she relaxed for the evening hours. Arriving at the training ground, she created a dozen shadow clones and set them to work on various chakra control exercises to begin with, while she started on a set of physical exercises. Though she did take a page from Naruto's book and had 4 of her clones practice throwing kunai and shuriken. Why does it feel like we are being watched? She mentally asked herself as she paused her session, narrowing her eyes slightly. Because we are. Inner started with a scowl. Just behind us, to the left. Two signatures. Figures, Taita-sensei and his boy toy. Sakura scoffed, clearly not happy of the two spying on her as it interrupted her training. Originally, she was going to start her clones, sparing one another in the Kitsune and Hibi style, but with two Sharingan users watching her, she didn't want to risk either of them stealing her styles. You know, it's considered rude to spy on your own teammate. Sakura spoke out loud, catching the two off guard, wondering how she knew they were there. Knowing that they were busted, both Kakashi and Sasuke emerged from the tree line they had been hiding in and approached the pink-haired Kunoichi. "So, is there a reason you were spying on me?" she asked as she turned to face the two. "We were just curious." The masked man tried to downplay it, not wanting to reveal that he was suspicious of her sudden show of strength and combat prowess. "I see." She narrowed her eyes, not believing anything he said. "We both know you never gave a shit about my training, so what's the real reason you are here? I swear to Jashin, if this is another one of his attempts to get me alone with that Uchiha bastard, I am going to shove his head up the Uchiha's ass." Sakura mentally ranted, earning an approving nod from her inner self. "To be honest, we've been worried about you." Kakashi sighed, though partly relieved that he didn't have to reveal his suspicions, at least in full. "I've noticed that since you've started your relationship with Uzumaki, that you have been acting odd." "Odd?" she questioned with a quirked eyebrow. "Well, it's just that lately you've been acting more delinquent," the silver-haired man began. "You've shown blatant disrespect to those around you. Not to mention, you've displayed no trust in anyone except Naruto, which is concerning as we are supposed to be a team. Furthermore, your physical changes. You've dyed your hair to make it look like Naruto's, and that weird tattoo you have at the base of your neck." Sakura had to resist the urge to reach up to her mate's mark when Kakashi mentioned it. Though she was thankful that he merely thought it was a tattoo. However, she was not embarrassed by it in the slightest. On the contrary, she was proud to bear his mark. "First off, the only ones I am even remotely disrespectful to are you and Sasuke," she countered after compassing herself. "Secondly, you're right, I don't trust either of you. I don't trust you because you are a failure of a sensei, so much so that Naruto-kun has had to pick up your slack to make sure I was getting the proper training I needed. And I don't trust the Uchiha for the simple fact that the bastard nearly got me killed because of his own cowardice." "Sakura, that was clear. It wasn't an accident and you fucking know it." Sakura snapped at the man. "And lastly, what I do to my body is my own business. What about Naruto engaging in relationships with other women?" Kakashi asked, not fully understanding how both her and Anko were completely okay with him flirting and seeing other women behind their backs. "And? What about it?" She shrugged. "It doesn't bother you at all that he doesn't respect you or Anko enough to not flirt with other women?" The silver-haired ventured. "Look, if Naruto is threatening you to stay with him while he lives out some perverted fantasy." Kakashi didn't get a chance to finish as Sakura started laughing out loud, which caught the two Sharingan users off guard. "Really?" She laughed. "This is what you come up with, trying to make Naruto-kun look like some tyrannical slave owner that forces himself onto women. Real rich coming from a pervert who reads porn in public. Perhaps that's your fantasy, Taita-sensei. Then what is it then?" Sasuke finally spoke up, putting up his usual Uchiha arrogance. "What does that have that I don't? Aside from personality and compassion?" Sakura shot back, causing the Uchiha to scowl. "Tell us the truth, Sakura." Kakashi interrupted in an irritated tone, a little embarrassed of her calling him out on being a pervert. "What is the reason you don't care if Naruto is with other women?" Sakura narrowed her eyes on the mask. She could see that he was not going to let it go until he got an answer he was satisfied with. Sure, she could just melt into the shadows and avoid this confrontation for the moment, but she knew that would only cause more problems for her and Naruto later on. "Not that it's any of your business, but if you must absolutely know, Naruto-kun is the last of his clan." They replied. "I am sure Sasuke knows what that means. That loser isn't part of any clan." The Uchiha exclaimed in denial. "Probably just another lie like that sob story he told everyone in Nami no Kuni." "No, the Uzumakis were a clan." Kakashi sighed as he remembered bits and pieces of the forgotten clan that was far more instrumental in establishing Konohagakure than given credit for. Namely due to the academy removing a lot of material involving the clan's storied history. And like yours, they were wiped out with only a few survivors. Unlike your clan however, it took the combined might of 3 hidden villages to destroy them. Sakura smirked, unable to resist bruising the Uchiha's ego further. And even then, the 3 villages suffered massive losses. "So the dope is in the craw then?" Sasuke scoffed through gritted teeth, though after he said it, realization hit him. "That ice bitch is with him, isn't she?" It was more of a statement than a question. "Yup, they started dating a few months ago." They answered honestly, seeing no reason to lie. "So who all is with Naruto then?" Kakashi asked, trying to get even more information. He already knew of Anko, Sakura, and now Haku. No doubt Tsunami from Nami no Kuni as well. None of your business. Sakura replied, crossing her arms earning a frown from the masked. Now, if you'll excuse me. I am going to spend some time with my mate. There's that word again, mate. Kakashi thought to himself as he watched them leave the training ground. As she did so, various popping sounds could be heard as the shadow clones began to dispel themselves. First Anko and Naruto, and now Sakura. What's going on? Meanwhile, Sasuke was seething in anger at the simple fact that once again, the blonde dope had gotten in the way of his revenge against the ice bitch. Though now that he thought about it, he now realized what the elder was talking about when he said the craw had been tainted recently. It was because Naruto was in it. Still, the Uchiha merely scoffed at the program. If it allowed weak fools like the dope, then it was not worthy of being used to restore his great clan. Naruto, outside the Hokage's tower. Having finished giving his report to the Hokage, the young blonde started to make his way to his favorite ramen stand. 1. Because he was hungry and it's been just over a week since he had his ramen, and 2. Because he wanted to catch up with Am, as she had not moved in with him just yet. Though she had entertained the idea, she had stated that she wasn't ready to move on to that level yet in the relationship. Which Naruto understood. I told you about Asuma. A woman's voice rang out, breaking the blonde out of his musings. We are over and I don't want anything to do with you. Looking in the direction the voice came from, Naruto could see a bearded man with a cigarette in his mouth standing before the red-eyed woman, who was not looking too pleased at the man before her. That's Anko-chan's friend, almost sister really. Kurana Yuhi. Naruto thought, as she recognized the woman. While he had never personally met her, Anko would occasionally talk up a storm about the ruby-eyed Genjutsu mistress. Turning on his heel, he began to approach the two. You're overreacting about this whole thing. The man defended arrogantly. Now come on, I'll take you out to a nice lunch and then we can go back to your apartment and soothe this whole thing over. I said no, now leave me alone. Kurenai started with finality and turned to leave, only for Asuma to roughly grab her wrist. Look, the man stated. I have been polite and patient with you while you threw your tantrum over nothing. Now I am done being nice. You will come with me and give me what I deserve. While she didn't show it, Kurenai was actually frightened of what Asuma had said and was no doubt implying what he intended to do. That he was going to take her by force if required, and that is what truly frightened her about the man. She knew if it got physical, she would lose to do her specializing in Genjutsu, whereas Asuma applied mostly on his physical strength and some ninjutsu. Is there a problem here? Naruto asked as he approached the two, earning a glare from the bearded man. None of your business, brat, the adults are talking. Asuma barked, not taking his eyes off Kurenai. Now get out of here. Naruto only shook his head, showing that he was not going to leave. Which only agitated the bearded further. No, I don't think so. The blonde stated. And I do believe she told you to leave her alone. By now, the blonde had moved in between the two jonins. Gently placing his hand on Kurenai's arm and gently pulling it out of Asuma's grasp, all the while guiding her to stay behind him to keep her out of harm's way in case the smoking attempted anything. Now, I won't tell you again. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man before him. Leave. Do you have any idea who I am? Asuma seethed. Yeah, you're a sexist, chauvinist pig. The blonde shot back, not the least bit intimidated by the bearded man. And don't try and pull your father's title bullshit on me, we both know I have a fair better relationship with the old man than you do. Asuma could only glare at the young blonde before him, before turning his gaze back to the ruby-eyed woman that was standing behind Naruto. This isn't over. The man stated before turning and leaving. Ignoring the odd looks and glares he was receiving from bystanders. Once Asuma was out of sight, Naruto turned to Kurenai. Are you alright? He inquired. I am fine, thank you. The ruby-eyed woman answered. I was just about to get something to eat when he stopped me. I see. The blonde smiled. Please allow me to accompany you to your destination. Nodding with a slight blush on her cheeks, the two of them made their way through the village, with Naruto starting up light conversation as they continued on their way. For her part, Kurenai was impressed with the young man's maturity. Not once during their walk had he commented on her looks or body, instead talking of things she was interested in. Namely Genjutsu. Though, during their conversation, he could tell something was bothering the ruby-eyed woman. After nearly 15 minutes of walking, the two stopped in front of the BBQ restaurant, which was just down the street from his favorite ramen stand. He had hoped for ramen, but at the same time he didn't want to chance leaving Kurenai alone in case Asuma attempted something else, and from her posture, he could tell she didn't really want him to leave either. So, he took a seat in the chair next to her and placed his own order. So if you don't mind me asking, what's bothering you, Kurenai-san? Naruto inquired after a handful of seconds in silence. Just having some issues with one of my students I helped train on the side. She answered with a frown. She had such big dreams of claiming my title of being Konoha's Genjutsu mistress and now she won't even talk to me. Every time I tried to approach her ended in her verbally lashing out at me. I'm not sure what happened. How long has this been going on? About 3 months now. Kurenai sighed. She claims I abandoned her. That was about the time your team had their first C-rank mission outside the village. Naruto pointed out. I know I wasn't able to tell her about being out of the village, but we weren't gone that long to make it seem like I abandoned her. However, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Something about this entire scenario didn't add up. Who is your student? Ikumo Kurama. The ruby-eyed woman sighed. Current heiress of the Kurama clan. Kurama clan, they're a very prominent clan within the village. Ari chimed in. Also, every few generations, a member of the clan can develop extremely powerful abilities, making them extremely lifelike and very dangerous to friends and foes. And if this Yakumo has developed that kind of power? Naruto speculated. I have a feeling I know what is going on. We better get a check on her. I agree, something about this just screams the name Danzo and his route. Kurenai-san, where does Yakumo live? He asked, catching the mistress off guard by the question. Just south, outside the village. She answered, a little confused as to why he was asking. I am going to go talk to her and see if I can't find out what is going on. He answered her unasked question. Besides, something about this seems off. I'll let you know what I find out, good or bad. As he stands up, he allows his shadow to detach itself from him and form into a dark clone, much to the ruby-eyed woman's surprise. This is my Dikukurm, dark clone, a technique from my bloodline. I'll give you the details about it later, just know that it is on another level from your typical shadow clone. He explained. I'll be back soon. Receiving a nod from the black-haired beauty, who was still in shock due to the abilities the young blonde had displayed, Naruto left the restaurant and made his way to the Kurama compound. Quickly taking to the roofs to speed up his trip as fast as possible. So what do we know about Yakumo? Naruto mentally asked as he bounded across the rooftops. What am I? A database. Ari huffed, though still began to sift through her host's memories for anything pertaining to the young girl. Well, you have been sneaking out to search the village's archives for information on that bastard that forced you to attack the village. He replied with a small chuckle. Surely you came across other information as well, right? Anyways, Yakumo Kurama. The kitsune girl began with a slight blush and embarrassment, reading from a file within the young teen's mind. Both of her parents are dead, killed 2 years ago in some fire within their home. Though it is suspected that the fire was caused by Yakumo's power. As a result, the rest of her clan has isolated her away from everyone else. So in other words, when we meet her, we should avoid this topic as it may still be a sore subject for her. Agreed. Anything else? Other than what we were told from Kurenai-san, nothing. Ari replied. Though from the sounds of it, she does have that powerful ability. And who do we know that is obsessed with power and is not above doing shady things? Two immediately come to mind. The Uchiha bastard and Danzo. Naruto finished for her, narrowing his eyes. His hunch from before becoming stronger. A few minutes later found him just outside of a small quaint shack that left a lot to be desired in terms of comfort. Taking a cautious look around, he noted that what the small shack lacked in aesthetic comfort, it made up for in open space. Off to the side of the building was a small garden with various vegetables and flowers, well taken care of. Meanwhile on the other side was a small gazebo with an easel in the center. An unfinished painting resting on the stand. Sensing no immediate danger, Naruto made his way to the front door and firmly knocked on it, followed by an awkward silence until the door cracked open, giving him a small glimpse of a young girl no older than himself with light brown hair, accompanied with light brown eyes filled with pain and betrayal. What do you want? She demanded. Forgive me, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde introduced himself. You are Yakumo Kurama, correct? Let me guess, that bitch sent you. Naruto frowned in response. He could see that whatever had happened had affected her greatly. She is worried about you. He replied, receiving a scoff in response. So first she comes with her Anbu bodyguards and tells me that I am wasting my time training to become a kunoichi and that I should find a different path, and now she is pretending that it never happened. When did this happen? 3 months ago. Yakumo started with a huff. And you said she had Anbu with her? He asked. Can you describe what they looked like, their masks? Their masks were blank, why? The young girl answered, not understanding what the blonde in front of her was getting at. And you said she came 3 months ago. He clarified. Yes, what does that have to do with anything? Everything. He simply responded, causing her to look at him in confusion. Because Kurenai-san was not in the village 3 months ago. She was out of the village on her team's first C-rank mission. What do you mean she was out of the village? Yakumo exclaimed in fury, throwing the door open to fully confront the blonde teen. She was right here in front of me with those damned Anbu and put that fucking seal on the back of my neck to seal off my powers. At this revelation, Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked at the brown-haired girl. They put a seal on you? He asked, turning to face her completely. Let me see it. Ikumo was hesitant for a moment before turning her head and lifting her hair to expose the seal that was placed on the back of her neck. Upon seeing what the seal was, Naruto was infuriated. "Ikumo-san, that was not Kurenai-san that came to you 3 months ago." He began, pushing down the anger inside of him. "That was an imposter, no doubt a root member that is only loyal to Danzo that used a hinge to look like Kurenai-san. And the seal they put on you doesn't just seal off your power. It's the start of a loyalty seal, combined with an enslavement seal. I suspect you were told they would come back at a later date to check on you." Hearing this, Yakumo's eyes widened in fear. While she wanted to deny that the blonde teen was telling the truth, deep down she knew it was fact. She then realized that she had lashed out at Kurenai for no reason, completely blaming her for everything. Realizing this, tears began to flow down her face as she sank to her knees. "She must hate me now." She sobbed as Naruto knelt down beside her. Wrapping his arms around her in a comforting hug as she cried into his shoulder. "No, she doesn't." He reassured her. "She is concerned for you. I have to get this seal off of me," she said in between sobs. The thought of being blindly loyal to someone and enslaved to them greatly frightened her. "Don't worry, I'll get that seal off of you." "Okay, Yakumo-chan," Naruto stated, giving her a warm smile. Though he didn't miss the blush that crept up on her cheeks at the chan suffix he added to her name. They said they would be back at the end of the month to finish the seal. She informed him. "Then I think it would be best if you were no longer staying here," Naruto suggested. "But where will I go?" Yakumo asked. "Ever since my parents died, the rest of my clan has turned their backs on me and my uncle has even gone as far as to petition for my execution. You'll come stay with me at my compound," he simply stated. "After you get settled in, I'll take care of that seal for you." Nodding, the brown-haired girl got up and wiped away the tears that were still in her eyes and set off the pack that she felt was absolutely required. Which included a few keepsakes she had from her parents, her painting supplies, clothing, and what she had of her clan's jutsus. Once done, she left the house and joined the blonde teen who had been patiently waiting for her to pack. "Ready, Yakumo-chan?" he asked as he offered her his hand. "I am Naruto-kun." She smiled and took his hand. A few hours later, it had been just under 3 hours since Naruto had arrived back home with Yakumo. Quickly introducing the young girl to his other roommates and fiancés, which of course prompted a quick explanation of his place in the Clan Restoration Act and that there were 3 other girls he would introduce to her later. After introductions, Sakura and Haku had helped the rising mistress by settling into a room and giving her a quick tour around the compound grounds. Shortly after that, Naruto had delivered on his promise and set to work removing the seal that had been placed on her. Though he mentally scoffed at the design of the seal, finding it an insult to the art of. It only took a matter of moments to completely destroy the seal, effectively freeing the young Kurama heiress of the bleak future she was once destined for. Though he was forced to leave the power suppression seal on for the moment as it had created another problem entirely within the girl's psyche. After everything was done, Naruto had left the young girl in the company of his fiancés and departed to find Kurenai and give her an update of what he had discovered, just as he told her he would. It didn't take long to find her, as she and his dark clone were now at the dango stand, engaged in a jovial conversation. "I'm back," he announced as the dark clone melted back into his shadow. "What happened, is she okay?" The ruby-eyed woman quickly fired off, prompting the blonde to hold his hands up to signal her to calm down. "She is fine and safe," he reassured her. "So what happened, were you actually able to talk to her?" "I did," he replied. "Turns out, someone came to her as you to make her hate you, to isolate her further than she already was, and had a seal placed upon her to lock away her powers. This seal also had 2 alternative functions. A loyalty seal and an enslavement seal. Someone wanted to make her power their own." "What?" Kurenai exclaimed, now in an even more panicked tone. "Do you know who?" "Kurenai-san, relax and calm down," Naruto gently stated, embracing her hands with his own to further calm her. "I've already said that she is safe. I was able to take the seal off of her. And tomorrow I will be helping her with another problem the seal created. As for who did it, I have my suspicions, as I have had run-ins with people loyal to him before, though I can't say here. Too many ears." Kurenai only nodded in understanding as she moved to get off the stool and leave the stand before she was stopped by Naruto. "Where are you going, Kurenai-san?" he asked, though he already knew where she intended to go. "I need to go talk to her, to tell her I am sorry for everything that has happened," the ruby-eyed woman stated as she moved to leave the stand again. "Then you're going the wrong way." "But she lives." "She doesn't live there anymore." Naruto chuckled as he walked past her. "She is staying at my compound now." Not seeing if she was following, Naruto continued walking. Meanwhile, Kurenai could only watch his retreating back in shock and a little bit of confusion. His long black trench coat gently rolling in the breeze he created as he made his way down the street towards his home. It was then that she realized something that caused her to blush. "Like Kami, I'm starting to fall for him." she thought as she shook her head and ran off to catch up to him. This was the first time she had actually interacted with a young teen on any level, and she was already falling for him. In a short amount of time, he had defended her honor and even helped out her wayward student and hadn't asked for anything in return. Maybe Anko was right. She smiled to herself. Namek, the great destroyer. Sasuke was not in the best of moods as he walked down one of the many streets of Kiri. Not only had he been humiliated once again by walking into the trap set up by bloodline haters and being jumped after they had sealed off his chakra, but Sakura of all people had been the one to rescue him. Even further, when they had returned to the Mizukage tower, they had walked in on Naruto and the Mizukage making out. Which only served to infuriate the Uchiha further. That auburn-haired slut should be with me, not that loser. He seethed. As the Uchiha continued to brood, something to his right caught his eye. Looking to his right, he saw a nice-looking weapon that looked more for clubbing someone to death than actually cutting. Though what caught the raven-haired emo's attention was the sign in front of it. It read, "The Great Destroyer, maximum penetrating power." An evil glint shone in the Uchiha's eye as he thought of what he could do to his enemies with such a weapon. Without a second thought, Sasuke entered the store and demanded to purchase the weapon he saw, ignoring the strange look he received. However, the shop owner didn't argue, nor did the man ask any questions, as he retrieved the product in question and rang it up for him. "Would you like to purchase a bottle of warming oil?" the shopkeeper asked. "What purpose would the oil serve?" Sasuke inquired. "To keep your weapon polished," was the simple answer. "Fine, I'll take a bottle." Nodding, the products were rung up. Without hesitation, the last Uchiha bought the items and left the shop to go rejoin his joke of a team. It didn't take long for him to meet back up with the others, though as he approached, he could see both Naruto and Sakura trying desperately not to laugh. Meanwhile, Kakashi was dumbstruck at what he was witnessing. Sasuke." Kakashi spoke up. "What is that?" "It's my new weapon that I will use on Itachi and anyone else who gets between me and him. Man or woman," the Uchiha proudly exclaimed. This of course was the tipping point for both Naruto and Sakura as the two burst out laughing. "Wow, I know I joked about it, but I didn't really think you were into that," Naruto breathed out in between laughs. Meanwhile, Sakura was already on the ground holding her stomach as she continued to laugh. Not even Kakashi could say anything as he had his hand over where his mouth would be on his mask and was struggling and failing, holding in his own laughter. "What are you laughing at?" the Uchiha seethed. "This is a mighty weapon that only Uchiha is worthy to receive." Despite the emo's prideful boast, it didn't calm the trio down as more laughter erupted between them, causing the sole Uchiha to fume more. Full of anger, Sasuke pushed past the trio and began to walk out the gate, seething even further as the two gate guards began to snicker and point at him. "So, should we tell him?" Naruto asked as he finally caught his breath as he watched Sasuke walk down the path with a massive weapon on his back to be proudly shown off to the world. "Nah, let's see how long it takes him to figure it out." Kakashi spoke up, surprising the two. "And what if he never realizes he just bought a massive sex toy instead of an actual weapon?" Sakura inquired with a snigger. "He will be forever known as the ultimate dildo warrior." Naruto shrugged, earning another round of laughter from the other two. "Though I suggest we hang back a comfortable distance." "Agreed," Sakura stated as Kakashi nodded, giving his own agreement. Chapter 20. Unknown location. Threads of light filtered into the old darkened storage room through the cracks in the boards that blocked out the windows, preventing those outside from seeing inside the darkened room. Off to the side, a large man with white hair leaned up against the wall. Waiting. The man seemed anxious, almost giddy with anticipation. He didn't have to wait long as another figure entered the room, whispering for his attention. "Did you get it?" the large man inquired as he turned to greet the new arrival. "Yes." The other, smaller man answered, offering a rolled-up scroll that still had the wax seal on it, proving it hadn't been tampered with. Without a word, the larger man took the scroll and broke the seal, unrolling it to read its contents, which read as follows. "Then you Kitsune, we humbly ask for your expressed permission to use your intellectual property, as the studio is eager to do a movie based off a popular book series, and yours is at the top of the list. It is with great excitement that we contact you with this offer to film a movie based off of your wonderful book series, Demon Heart. You should know that the lead actress herself, Yuki Fujikaze, is an avid fan of your stories and is eagerly looking forward to starring in the film. Please contact us at your earliest convenience so that we may negotiate a fair deal for all involved. With regards, Sandeo-sama." So their studio is looking to make a movie based off a popular book series. The larger man grinned. "I'll give them just a book series that would make the perfect movie. If you say so, I don't really care." The smaller man commented with a shrug, not really caring about the movie industry in the slightest. He just wanted to get paid and go on about his day. "Ha. You say that now, but with the stipulations I will be adding to my contract, you will soon see the true meaning of art, and a body like Princess Koyuki's is truly artistic." The larger man replied with a lecherous grin. "Whatever." The other man shrugged again. My pay. The FFT, you have no respect for art. The larger man commented before tossing the smaller individual a small sack filled with coins. Here. In a quick motion, the smaller of the two caught the sack and proceeded to open it and count how much money was in it, a scowl coming across his face as he saw it was far less than he was expecting. Hey, this isn't the amount we agreed upon. He exclaimed in anger. I paid you what the mission was worth. The white-haired man stated matter-of-factually. It's not like you had to go behind enemy lines or anything. Not all you had to do was intercept a single letter. The smaller man only scoffed and left the room, knowing there was no arguing with the larger man. The larger man stayed silent as he watched the other left, smirking to himself before turning his attention back to the scroll in his hand. Sorry Kitsune, you already have too much success. He smirked. Now it's time for Icha to reclaim its throne, and a movie starring none other than the lost princess of Yuki no Kuni is just the thing to ensure my books get put back on top where they belong. The next morning, it was quiet in the Uzumaki compound. Mostly because the only ones still within the property were Naruto and Yakumo, as the others had left to go about their days, as all of them had the day off. Sakura had left earlier to keep up appearances with her mother, whilst Anko and Haku had accompanied Yugao to run some errands around the village. While everyone else was out of the compound, Naruto had taken the opportunity to address the issue that the power seal on Yakumo had created. An entity that called itself Ido. A manifestation of all of the girl's negative emotions and thoughts. From what the young blonde could determine was that Ido had always been present within her mind, though was set free when the seal was placed on her. Still, it was something that needed to be addressed immediately. Which was why he was now in one of the training grounds. Seals scattered all over the ground, save one large circle in the center of it all. The seal's purpose was to link those who were inside the circle minds together in a safe manner, as well as contain any power that could potentially leak out and cause damage. Are you ready, Yakumo-chan? Naruto asked as he knelt down in the large circle. Why yes. The girl hesitated, clearly afraid of what was about to happen. Regardless, she too knelt down in the circle as well, just across from where Naruto was. Are you sure this is going to work? Don't worry. He replied, giving her a reassuring smile before bending over, he channeled his chakra into the seals. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted around the two, prompting them to cover their eyes. Ikumo's mindscape. When the two opened their eyes, the first thing they noticed was that they were not in the training ground anymore. Instead, they were in what appeared to be a nightmarish hellscape. Barren rock cropping and ruined buildings littered the horizon as the sky above was filled with black clouds, with red lightning striking at random. In truth, the entire scene frightened Yakumo. Is this really my mind? She thought fearfully as she took in the environment around her. However, she was broken out of her thoughts when she felt a hand on her shoulder, turning when she saw Naruto standing beside her. It's only like this because you have an alternative personality fighting for control. He explained. Just remember. This is your mind, you're the one in control. No matter what this Ido says. Nothing can happen unless you want it to happen. Encouraged by the blonde at her side, Yakumo nodded her head and steeled her resolve as the two of them set off towards a large broken tower-like structure. No doubt where Ido was residing. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at their destination. Stepping into the center of the broken tower, they were greeted by the sight of an individual that looked similar to Yakumo, with the exception of horns that protruded outwards and elongated fangs coming from the mouth. Its skin is a dark and grayish-brown, with an almost animalistic cat-like face and eyes. So, my weak pathetic shell finally comes to me. The demonic entity growls out. You must be Ido. Naruto commented as they approached the figure, unaffected by its appearance. How cute, she brought a friend. It sneered. Too bad you have only come to your death. I don't think so. The blonde stated casually. You see, this is Yakumo-chan's domain. Not yours. You are merely a false queen in this mindscape. Taking this as her cue, Yakumo stepped forward. A steeled look of determination in her eyes. All the while repeating what Naruto had told her. Despite Ido's intimidating appearance, the demon could do nothing to her or Naruto without her consent. You have plagued me for the past 3 months. She stated. Filling my mind with thoughts of destroying the village, torturing Kurenai-san to death, and setting the world on fire. No more. Foolish girl. Those were your own thoughts and desires. Ido exclaimed, lashing out with a wave of power, which sent debris and large tendrils of dark energy towards the two. However, before the attack could hit, the tendrils smashed into an invisible wall as the various debris of masonry shattered upon colliding with the invisible force as Ikumo stood there, mildly flinching at the closeness of the attack. Naruto on the other hand, didn't even bat an eye. Seeing that Ido's attack couldn't touch her, the young girl was filled with more confidence as she brought up her right arm and swung it to the side in a sweeping motion, sending out her own wave of power that obliterated the dark tendrils and kicked up its own dust and debris. You have no power here. Yakumo stated with finality. This is my domain. As she stated this, she began to stalk forward towards the demonic-like entity. All the while, her power kept the tendrils that Ido kept sending towards her at bay, as they were destroyed upon impact by the powerful barrier Yakumo kept around her. Gradually, the young girl drew closer to the Ido, causing the entity to begin to panic as its powers were having no effect on the girl or the blonde that had accompanied her. As Yakumo drew closer, Ido began to panic further. "Stay away." Ido cried out as she started throwing more attacks at the girl in desperation, though as expected, none got even close to her. "Stay away from me." "You're right." Yakumo finally spoke once she got within arm's length of the demonic-looking entity, using her power to hold Ido in place. "I did have those thoughts. I wanted to see the village burn. I wanted to see Kurenai-sensei suffer for what she did to me. I wanted everyone who had wronged me to pay. But I was wrong. So what now?" Ido asked, resigning herself to her fate since she couldn't escape from her captor. "Would you banish me from your mind? Lock me away or just snuff out my existence?" "No." The brown-haired girl replied to the surprise of Ido. "You were created by my own negative emotions and thoughts. You were able to grow and nourish due to the seal that was put on me to suppress my power. However, despite how you created it, you are still part of who I am." It was then that Yakumo did something that neither Naruto nor Ido had expected. She brought the entity into a hug. Upon doing so, a bright light flashed, temporarily blinding the blonde from seeing what was happening. As the light faded, the brownish skin began to shed away from Ido, revealing a more fair complexion underneath it. The horns that adorned her head became smaller, before twisting and changing into a more elegant-looking set, looking almost like the horns of a ram. Her fangs also became smaller, almost to the point that they only barely protruded from under her upper lip. Her eyes, while still keeping their cat-like appearance, had changed color. What was once yellow filled with malice was now pinkish color. As this happens, Ido's eyes widened in shock at what had just happened. Feeling as if all the darkness that had clouded her mind had been cleared. This was further reflected as the environment around them began to shift and change. Buildings that were once crumbling repaired themselves as the darkened sky cleared to allow rays of sunshine to wash over the newly repaired city, leaving the three of them standing in the center of a beautiful park. "I'm sorry." Ido cried, allowing her head to drop onto Yakumo's shoulder, to which the brunette stroked the girl's hair to comfort her. "No, I am sorry." Yakumo smiled. "I thrust all of my negative emotions upon you unfairly." Meanwhile, Naruto merely smiled as everything unfolded. He was honestly surprised at Yakumo's approach and how to handle Ido, how she had accepted that Ido was part of her, despite what the being had represented. He knew that had Yakumo tried to fight it, Ido would have only become stronger and increased its chance of completely taking control. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Yakumo stated, breaking the blonde out of his musings. "I couldn't have done this without you." "How did I help?" he asked, a little confused. Sure, he may have set up the seals to allow them both in her mindscape so that they could confront Ido, but aside from that he did nothing. "But your words and belief in me." She smiled, while still stroking the hair of the still sobbing Ido. "At first, I fully intended to fight with everything I had. But when you told me that she couldn't do anything as long as I didn't allow it, it made me realize that she was bored because of me. So instead of fighting her, you decided to embrace that she is a part of you." Naruto surmised with a smile. Approving of her resolve. Yakumo merely nodded with a smile. "Of course." She replied. "As one, we can move forward towards our dream to be the most renowned Jinjutsu mistress in not just Konoha, but all of the elemental nations." At this, Ido nodded in agreement. "Together," she said. "Real world." Slowly the two opened the eyes, the glow that the seals had once given off when activated had died down. Looking around, Yakumo could see that it had only been roughly half an hour, though it had felt like an entire day. Naruto seemed to catch on to her confusion and chuckled. "Time flows differently within our minds," he commented. "How do you feel?" "I feel whole and..." She paused, scrunching her nose slightly. One thing that she noticed right away was that she felt physically stronger. Stronger than she had been 3 months ago. Stronger. Like I was missing something that I just got back. "That's good." Naruto smiled as he moved to stand from his kneeling position, only to be tackled in a hug from the brunette. Tears streamed down her face as she muttered thank yous over and over again. Smiling, the blonde rubbed the girl's back as he was forced to sit back down while she cried into his chest. Another half hour passed as the two sat there, Yakumo having finally calmed down from her emotional state and had fallen asleep in the blonde's arms. Seeing this, Naruto softly chuckled to himself and carefully stood up, adjusting the brunette into a bridal position and proceeded to take her to her room. Mentally noting that he was going to need to talk to the old man about expanding his home, especially at the rate he's been getting roommates. Laying her down on her bed, Naruto smiled and leaned in and kissed her forehead, causing Yakumo to smile softly in her sleep. "Get some rest," Naruto said as he turned to leave the room. "I am sure Kurenai-san will be coming by to visit later today." As he left, Yakumo cracked open her eyes and smiled once more. You know, he is cute. You should see about dating him. Ido commented from within her mind, prompting Yakumo to widen her eyes in surprise as a blush crept across her face. Hokage Tower, 30 minutes later. But Ido now dealt with, in a rather peaceful manner, Naruto knew he had to talk to the old man about his root problem. He knew that with his latest interference, Danzo would be after him even more than before. Which is why he found himself in front of the familiar set of wooden doors. Giving them a firm knock, he waited for the elder village leader to call him in. Ah, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen greeted me with a smile. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Jai. The blonde greeted back. Unfortunately, I am not here for a social visit. Could we have some privacy? Nodding, the elder man dismissed all of the Anbu in the room and activated the privacy seals in his office. As an added step, Naruto had activated his shadow side ability to ensure the room was truly empty. Once it was confirmed that they were alone, Naruto deactivated his ability and took a deep breath. What do you know about root? The question alone was enough to make the elder man's blood freeze. Where did you learn of that, Naruto-kun? Had a few run-ins with him. The blonde explained with a small scowl. And just recently, they had attempted to acquire Yakumo Kurama into their ranks through the use of loyalty and enslavement seals intertwined together. Root was a group of Anbu led by Danzo. The old man sighed, not liking the implications. Emotionless tools to be used for Black Ops missions. Assassinations, infiltration and worse. I had ordered them to be disbanded before retiring from this position, before your father took over. It would appear that this order was never fully carried out. Naruto mused. Or, the previous Hokage allowed them to reform in secret under him. I agree. Hiruzen sighed once more, rubbing his temples as he felt a massive headache coming on. Unfortunately, these root Anbu have seals on them that prevent them from talking, even if tortured. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a dead man switch seal on them somewhere. The blonde added. So with no concrete proof, we have nothing to show. What are your and Yakumo-sen's memories? The old man offered. Inoichi could easily share those. Except you're forgetting that due to Danzo being an elder counselor, this would involve all council members, and the civilian side doesn't like me all that much. Naruto pointed out. Also, Yakumo-chan has been ostracized by her own clan and family, so she doesn't have much support either. I see, this does complicate things. The Hokage started with a frown. For now, keep your guard up. And be sure to inform your girls, no doubt Danzo will target them to get to you. Naruto nodded at this, as he knew this was a very likely scenario. Already ahead of you, Jai. He commented. Now, is there anything else, Naruto-kun? Actually, yes. The blonde answered. I would like your permission to expand my compound. Why do you need my permission? Hiruzen asked, a little confused. Because I plan on bringing in someone from outside of the village. Naruto grinned. Tsunade. I see. The old man chuckled. Very well, when do you plan on doing this? Probably around the Chunin exams that are coming up. The blonde shrugged. Tsunami-chan plans on attending anyways. Very well, Naruto-kun. You have my permission. Thanks, Jai. Naruto replied as he left the room, leaving the elder village leader alone with his thoughts. I'll need to keep a closer eye on Danzo. He thought. Unfortunately, I don't know who to trust. So it must fall to myself and Nico when she is around. Ramen Ichiraku, the purple-haired beauty, known as the Queen of Blades, was sitting by herself at the ramen stand, enjoying a bowl of pork miso, while chatting with Am. The subject of course was about Naruto. Am was a little disappointed that Naruto had been unable to come see her the previous day, but Yugao explained that he intended to before something serious came up. Going on to explain how Naruto had helped out Kurenai's student and potentially saved her from a very bleak future. As the two were conversing, two shadows cast over the two women. Am scowled, having a good view of the two that had just entered the stand, prompting Yugao to sign to herself. It was too much to hope that the bastard would leave me alone. Hey Yugao-chan. Hey greeted as he entered the ramen stand, ignoring the scowl Am was sending his way as Kakashi entered along with him, reading his usual orange book. What do you want? The sword's mistress asked in an annoyed tone. Don't be like that Yugao-chan. Hey said as he took a stool next to her, ignoring the glare he was receiving from Am. I just wanted to have a friendly chat. I've already told you, I am not interested and I will not forsake my fiancé. Come on Yugao-chan, I know you were forced into that arrangement against your will. The coughing swordsman continued. But I can take care of you a lot better than that brat can. In more ways than one. This of course prompted both women to scowl at the man's words. If you're not going to order something, then I am going to have to ask you to leave. Am stated, glaring at both men in the stand. Turning his attention to the ramen waitress, Heiei couldn't help but notice her own beauty as he let his eyes travel up and down her body. This of course did not go unnoticed by the two women, earning him another pair of heated glares that he ignored. Don't even think about it. The ramen waitress started with a cold edge to her voice. I have a boyfriend. Fine, fine. Hayate held up his hands in mock surrender. I'll have beef ramen. And you? AM turned her attention to the masked. Pork ramen, please. He replied before turning back to his book, clearly showing he would much rather be anywhere else but here. The brunette ramen waitress made eye contact with the sword's mistress before disappearing back into the kitchen area to prepare the orders. Normally her father would cook while she took orders, but he had an errand to run and wouldn't return for another few hours. So how about you forget about that brat and I will take you out on a nice date. The male swordsman pressed on. That brat probably doesn't respect you anyways. What harm could it do to give Hayate here a chance, Yuzuki-san? Kakashi piped in lazily, still not looking up from his book. Go out a few times as friends and you may be surprised. So that's his plan. Yugao thought to herself with a scoff. Bring along a wingman to pressure me into going out with him. Dumbass. I assure you, I am quite happy with my engagement to my fiancé. The purple-haired woman started with a clipped tone. And as far as our relationship goes, it is purely professional. And even that is pushing it. I just don't get what you see in the brat. Hayate scoffed. He should have died on his first mission out of the village. Kakashi couldn't help but frown at his friend's words. The masked pervert could understand being jealous that someone was dating the girl he liked, after all, he himself was jealous when Rin and Obito had started dating, but to wish death upon someone was crossing the line for him. What I see in Naruto-kun is none of your business. Yugao stated. And to see you sink so low as to wish death upon a fellow Konoha shinobi just further lowers my opinion of you. You truly are pathetic. Hearing Naruto's name come out of the purple-haired Anbu's mouth, Kakashi nearly dropped his book in surprise. Stealing a quick glance at her, he could see the black streaks that ran through her hair, making him wonder how he never noticed it before. However, he didn't get to dwell on it further as another person entered the ramen stand, immediately causing Hayate to scowl at the newcomer. How's my queen of blades? Naruto asked as he wrapped his arms around the purple-haired woman's waist from behind, giving her a light kiss at the base of her neck. This of course prompted her to smile and lean back into his embrace, all the while getting a sense of enjoyment as jealousy and rage washed over Hayate's face. Meanwhile, the masked could only look on in surprise as the scene unfolded before him. Now, haven't I already warned you about harassing my fiancé, Hayate team? The blonde inquired as he settled into a stool on the opposite side of his purple-haired beauty, who of course after Naruto got settled and slid over into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck while he supported her by holding on to her waist. It was clear that she was relishing the fact she could be openly affectionate with him. Like you have any power over me. Hayate scoffed. I outrank you as a shinobi. As a shinobi maybe, but you're forgetting something. Naruto smirked. As the clan head of the Uzumaki clan, I outrank you. And with myself being a shinobi as well, gives me a voice on the shinobi council. At this revelation, the sickly swordsman paled. Now, so far I have been polite about your unwanted advances towards Yugao-chan. The blonde continued. However, I am beginning to grow tired of your foolish pursuit of my fiancé. As such, I am tempted to bring this before the Shinobi Council, in which one of many things could happen to you, as you would be perceived as a threat to one of my future clan members. Firstly, you could find your shinobi license revoked and your chakra sealed. Secondly, you could find yourself stationed far outside of the village to ensure no accidental contact with the affected clan member. And lastly, as I just overheard you stating your desire that I died on a mission outside of the village, it could be seen as you conspiring against a clan head, in which the punishment is public execution. So what will it be, Hayate team? While scowling at the implications, Hayate wisely remained silent. Meanwhile, Kakashi couldn't help but shudder, not just because of the words his estranged student had said, but the tone he used. Which promised that he would follow through if needed. As silence fell over the four, AM returned with the two orders, placing them each before Hayate and Kakashi. Ah, Naruto-kun, you're here. AM smiled as she made her way around the counter and enveloped the blonde in a hug from behind, as the young blonde craned his neck to give her a soft kiss on the lips, while the purple-haired beauty moved slightly out of the way to allow her future sister-wife and fellow in for some affection from their mate. Sorry I didn't come by last night. The blonde apologized. Something came up that I had to look into. It's okay, Yugao-chan let me know what happened. The brunette waved off his apology. Her too? Hayate inquired as he watched the two girls surround the blonde. As the last of the Uzumaki clan, he is in the Clan Restoration Act. Kakashi spoke up with a slight sigh. In all honesty, he wasn't surprised by AM being in a relationship with the blonde with how he loved Raymond. Of course you would know that, since you cornered Sakura-chan about it yesterday. The blonde commented. I was curious since Anko and Sakura both seemed unaffected by other women's attraction towards you. The mask shrugged, skillfully eating his ramen without lowering his mask. And you were busy talking with the Hokage. I'll give you that. Naruto conceded. Though I must say I am insulted by the implications you made about me to Sakura-chan. Oh, and what did he imply about Naruto-kun? AM asked, seeing the purple-haired Anbu woman scowl at the masked man, as Yugao had already heard about what happened. I implied that Naruto may have been using fear to keep them with him. Kakashi sighed, knowing it was best if he admitted it freely, then tried to deny it. And for that, I apologize. Apology accepted, Taita-sensei. The blonde started with a shrug. As silence settled over the group, AM ducked back into the kitchen area to prepare a few orders of the blonde's preferred dish. Meanwhile both Yugao and Naruto merely enjoyed each other's company, with the purple-haired woman sitting comfortably in the blonde's lap. Once again, much to the dismay of the swordsman, eventually the man had had enough and left the stand, along with Kakashi after paying for their meals. So how is she? Yugao finally asked, inquiring about their new roommate. We took care of her inner demon this morning. The blonde stated. Truthfully, it wasn't that hard. It was more about Yakumo-chan acknowledging that I do is part of her. You know he is going to come after you, right Naruto-kun? Implying that Danzo would no doubt be sending more root after the blonde. I hope he comes after me himself. He grinned as AM sat down the first of many bowls of the Kushina special in front of her mate. Save me the trouble of having to hunt him down with all the cloak and dagger bullshit. Both girls could only chuckle at their mate. Besides, every time I think of him, I feel a shiver down my spine. He continued. Jashin-chan really wants his soul. Raid headquarters, under Konoha. What do you mean you can't find her? Danzo inquired in a clipped tone. While barely showing any emotion, it was clear that the bandaged warhawk was livid about the Yakumo girl's disappearance. We returned to her residence to finish the seal, only to find that she had left the compound at some point in the last 24 hours. One of the rude Anbu reported from their kneeling position. Do we have any leads as to where she could have gone? I apologize to Danzo-sama, but there are none. Another nameless rude answered. As ordered, we had ensured that all connections with her sensei were severed beyond repair and that her clan had ostracized her. The bandaged elder frowned at this new wrench that was thrown into his plans. With the Akumo's girl powers, he could have easily taken over the village and molded into his own image. But once again, he was faced with another setback. While there was no evidence, the old warhawk knew that the Uzumaki brat had to be involved somehow. Izumi. He called out. A few seconds later, a slender female knelt before him. Long brown hair with bangs framing her face, her onyx eyes fixed firmly on the ground before her, with a mole under her right eye. She wore a long-sleeved, high-collared purple shirt, baggy blue pants, a shuriken hostler on her right leg, red armband on her left arm, and a long purple fingerless glove that ran nearly the length of her arm. Yes, Danzo-sama. The woman identified as Izumi replied. I have a special assignment for you. He stated. I want you to tail Uzumaki Naruto and learn what you can about him and report back to me, but do not move against him unless you see a clear opening and can either subdue or eliminate him without any witnesses or collateral damage. This will be a prolonged mission for you. Do you understand? Hi, Danzo-sama. The woman answered. I am to tail the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and report to you any findings I discover. Should I be given the opportunity to neutralize him, I will take it. Very good, you are dismissed to begin your mission. Danzo stated. Do not fail me. Without a word, the fallen Uchiha girl disappeared while the bandaged warhawk inwardly grinned. Izumi was one of his best trackers, and despite her inability to sustain her Sharingan for an extended period of time, she was quite formidable in combat. Naruto Uzumaki, you will either become my weapon or you will die. Chapter 21. Kakashi could only sigh in annoyance at the sight that played out before him, while the last Uchiha fumed in anger. The source of his frustration and the emo king's anger sat 2 rows in front of them. What he had intended as a simple training exercise for his team had quickly been derailed by his blonde student. Not out of malicious intent or anything to sabotage his teammates' training, no. When the masked man had instructed them to sneak into a particular theater to view the recent Princess Gale movie, Naruto had refused. Citing that he would not rip off one of the few people who had treated him well growing up and a citizen of the village. Which the silver-haired had to concede to, as it would set a bad precedent for his team if word got out that he had his team sneak into a business within the village. Though when they arrived at the theater building, that was when Kakashi's headache began. In the form of Haku and Hana, as the 2 girls had also decided to see the same movie that his team was going to view. The former earned a heated glare from Sasuke, still remembering his embarrassing defeat at the ice user's hands. Thankfully, the boy knew better than to attempt anything in the open, especially with her now being a Konoha Kunoichi. It also came to a shock to both the Uchiha and Kakashi when the young Inyazuka woman greeted the blonde with an affectionate kiss on the lips, followed by one from Haku and a friendly hug to Sakura. While the silver-haired had already known that Haku was involved with Naruto, it came as a surprise to learn that Hana was also dating him. Since the young Inyazuka had turned down all suitors in the past, even himself at one point when he had asked her out on a date a few years back. Many had thought that they would have made a great match due to her clan's pack-like tendencies and his dog summoning contract, which brought forth a small bit of jealousy to see the young woman who had rejected him show such affection to the young blonde. Now the three girls and two Narutos sat a few rows before them as the young blonde had created a shadow clone so that he could be beside all of his girls, making sure none of them felt left out. It made it all the better for the girls as Naruto had ensured only he knew which one was a shadow clone. Though unknown to either Sasuke or Kakashi was that the blonde had created a third clone that was seated behind them. To make sure that the emo duck butt didn't attempt anything during the film. The one thing that the silver-haired was thankful for was that at least they were behaving, with each girl content with claiming a shoulder of the blonde to lean their heads on. With a kiss here and there shared between Naruto and the girls. The last thing he wanted to deal with was two of his students going on one of their escapades in the middle of the theater. Letting out one last sigh, the silver-haired man turned his attention back to the large screen in the front of the room. Meanwhile, the last Uchiha seethed in hatred and anger as he stared at the back of the couple's heads. Incensed that the blonde loser had the audacity to be affectionate with that ice bitch in front of him. It only served to infuriate him further to see Kiba's older sister, Hana, also leaning on the blonde. Sasuke had recognized her as one of the clan females that the worthless elders had promised him. The fools couldn't even give him one worthy girl. The older Inuzuka sibling could have birthed strong children for the last Uchiha as soon as he forced her to toss out her pathetic mutts. If it wasn't for that blonde dope, he would have had both that ice bitch and the mud on their knees before him. Reluctantly, the breeding Uchiha turned his attention back to the movie playing. Though still seething on the inside, glad that he removed himself of that farce that was the clan restoration act if they allowed losers like Naruto to be involved. Meanwhile with Izumi, the fallen Uchiha woman glowered as she sat in one of the back rows to watch her target interact with the women that were clearly romantically involved with him. She could report back to Danzo for more avenues to get at the blonde. Though as she continued to monitor her target, old memories that she had once thought buried began to resurface. The life before her service to Danzo, before the Uchiha clan was wiped out. A life where one Itachi Uchiha had shown her love when others had scorned her due to her only being half Uchiha on her mother's side. Due to her heritage, she was not considered part of the clan itself, with many of the clan members turning their nose up at her or fixing her with scowls. However, Itachi was different from the rest of his clan. He didn't blame her for her mother's choice to leave the clan to marry her father. Instead, he took her under his wing, so to speak, and helped her grow as a kunoichi. He was there for her when both her mother and father died, giving her a shoulder to cry on while she grieved. He loved her, or so she thought. Flashback no jutsu, Izumi couldn't believe her ears as she looked up at the taller Uchiha prodigy. Her eyes widened in shock. "Well, what did you say?" she asked, trembling. "I ask if you would like to get something to eat with me tonight, Izumi-chan." Itachi repeated, giving her a soft smile. "A date? He is asking me out on a date." Izumi thought excitedly. I would love to." She stammered, earning a soft chuckle from the Uchiha prodigy. However, before the two could continue to make plans for the evening, a swirl of leaves caught their attention as a boar-masked Anbu appeared. Knowing what was about to happen, the older Uchiha let out a small sigh before turning fully to greet the newly arrived Anbu. "Forgive me for intruding on your day off, Itachi-san." The man apologized. "But the Hokage has requested your presence." "Very well." Itachi stated before turning back to Izumi. "I will see you later tonight." Being one of few words, Itachi merely turned and nodded to the Anbu before they both disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving behind an excited and heavily blushing girl. Smiling, Izumi turned on her heel and began skipping away as she wondered what she would wear this evening for her date. A few hours later, Izumi was still on an emotional high as darkness fell over the village and the moon illuminated the streets. Though, as the evening hours crept closer, she also began to feel anxious and nervous, giving her an ominous feeling that something horrible was going to happen, and soon. She did her best to ignore the nagging feeling as she wandered around her small apartment that was located on the very edge of the Uchiha district. However, every time she would pause, the feeling would return with greater force. A knock at the door quickly shook her out of her musing as she felt a rush of excitement wash over her. Swiftly, she moved to the door and opened it to reveal Itachi standing before her with a small smile on his face. "Itachi-kun, I am Glark." A wave of coldness washed over her body as she shakingly looked down to see the Uchiha prodigy's sword impaled into the left side of her chest, where her heart would be. Slowly, she slumped to her knees as the blade was ripped out of her body. "Why? Foolish Izumi." Itachi smirked. "Did you really think I would care for you? You were a means to an end." Izumi could only watch as darkness began to claim her vision as the older Uchiha's right eye shifted to a more evolved state, known as the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a tri-bladed shuriken-like appearance, each point bending so that he held a scythe-like appearance. Each tip connected to the body of the shuriken by a small line that protruded from the tip. That was the last thing she saw before darkness finally claimed her. Flashback no jutsu dispel. Upon snapping out of her memories, her hand immediately shot to her chest where she had been stabbed, breathing heavily. Only surviving due to a rare medical condition that placed her heart on the right side of her chest. A single tear running down her cheek at the memory. "Are you alright, miss?" A voice softly spoke from her left. Waving her hand in a dismissive fashion, she turned to look at the concerned individual next to her, only to freeze in shock and even a small amount of fear as she stared into the deep blue eyes of her blonde target. However, in those eyes she could see a trace amount of amusement and knowing, but underneath all of that, she saw true concern. "I'm fine." She managed to choke out before looking to the front of her, where her target was still seated with his girls. Which made her question where this third one came from. Just bad memories is all. He knows I am following him, but how? She thought to herself. Perhaps I should report this to Danzo-sama. No, he would deem the mission a failure then. I must succeed. I see. The blonde nodded as he turned his attention back to the screen. The past always does like to sneak up on us when we haven't settled it. Cut the crap, how did you know? She harshly whispered, shooting a glare at her target. Straight to business then, huh? He sighed. I swear, your root type is no fun. But, to answer your question. Your chakra signature was unique and was constantly within range of my sensory capabilities. In other words, you were too complacent. Izumi only scowled in response, though before she could voice her protest, a dim light shined upon the two of them. Looking over, she could make out the outfit of the usher of the establishment, causing her to seize up as she had snuck in and had no ticket to allow her to be here, thus jeopardizing her mission further. Sorry to disturb you, but it was reported that someone had snuck into the viewing. May I see your tickets? Izumi was about to make a break for it when Naruto had gently placed his hand over heart, preventing her from leaving, much to her shock. With his free hand, he produced 2 tickets to show the usher. Here you go. The blonde smiled. The usher looked over the tickets and confirmed they were for the seats the two were seated in, before nodding and handing the tickets back. Sorry for disturbing your date. The man replied, earning a slight blush from Izumi at the misconception, before moving on to the next row. You can let go of my hand now, Uzumaki. The Uchiha girl softly growled, earning a chuckle from the blonde as he removed his hand from hers. Why did you do that? 2 reasons, 1, I knew you snuck in. 2, I won't allow anyone to rip off a friend of mine if I can do anything about it. He smirked. And to answer your unasked question, I knew you would sit here because I purposely tilted the tickets for my Himes and myself in your direction so you could see. He maneuvered me to be in the position he wanted me to be in. Izumi thought to herself in embarrassment of being so easily manipulated by her target. So, once I knew you would make your move, I bought these 2 tickets for these seats. Then I really have failed my mission. She commented with a frown. I will have to report my failure to Danzo-sama. Or, you could continue on with your mission. The blonde offered, earning a look of confusion from the root member. No doubt, if you report that you failed, you will be punished. Naruto explained. I also wouldn't be surprised that once you are of no use to Danzo, he will dispose of you. Besides, you're more fun than the other root he sends my way. Always with the Danzo-sama requires your presence or you will submit to Danzo-sama. Despite herself, Izumi couldn't help but chuckle at the blonde spot-on impersonation of most of the root members. What's this? A root member that can laugh. The blonde teased, earning a scowl from the woman. At any rate, I suspect your mission is to gather information on me and no doubt subdue or eliminate me. It was more of an observation than a question, still Izumi nodded in confirmation. Knowing it was useless to hide it as her target already discovered her anyways. Then I highly recommend you continue with your mission, though your secondary objective is well out of your reach. What do you mean? Izumi inquired, feeling insulted that the young blonde would imply that she lacked the skill to fight him. What I mean is that what Danzo theme knows of me isn't even a fraction of what I am truly capable of. He stated, looking the Uchiha girl in the eyes, causing her to flinch slightly. And I know far more about my bloodline than I let on. Izumi didn't doubt his words. The look in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. Or, he continued. You can return to your master, report your failure and be severely punished. Deciding enough had been said, Naruto stood up as the movie ended, following his team and mates as they vacated the theater. Leaving behind a conflicted fallen Uchiha to digest over his words. But Team 7, have a good date, Naruto-kun. Sakura teased after Haku and Hana had separated from the group to go about their day, though not before giving their blonde mate another deep kiss. It was enjoyable. The blonde smirked. So, looking forward to meeting Yuki Fujikaze. What do you mean? They asked, wondering where this question came from. Though she did love the actress's movies, she pondered what the connection between the movie they had just watched had with meeting the actress. Then it dawned on her. Our next mission will involve her, won't it? Good chance it will. Naruto nodded. Why else would we come to see her latest film as a team? Nodding in agreement, they walked alongside her blonde mate to meet up with Kakashi and Sasuke, mentally chuckling at the look of jealousy in the eyes of both Sharingan users. Though to the silver-haired Jonjin's credit, his was more controlled than his raven-haired counterparts. Now that Naruto has finished his date. The mask chastised, prompting the blonde to merely roll his eyes in response. Which Kakashi paid no mind to as he produced a mission scroll. Our next mission is to the land of snow. We will protect the famed actress, Yuki Fujikaze. Be ready to leave early tomorrow morning. Having given his instructions, the silver-haired disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving behind his 3 students. Both Naruto and Sakura merely shrugged, ignoring the glare the last Uchiha was sending their way, before walking off towards the compound to pack for the mission and bid farewell to their loved ones. As was customary between the lovers whenever they were sent on long missions outside of the village. Tetsu no Kuni, a week and a half later. Team 7 had wasted no time in arriving at the sleepy coastal town within the Land of Iron to rendezvous with the film crew and director that had hired their services. As they approached the film crew, a middle-aged man with glasses greeted them. "You must be the Leaf Shinobi we hired." The man greeted me. "I am Sandayu Osama, producer for the Princess Gale films." "Nice to meet you." Kakashi responded. "We are Team 7. This is Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki, and I am Kakashi Haddock." Sasuke merely grunted in response, whilst Sakura and Naruto nodded their heads when their names were spoken. "A pleasure." Sandayu stated as he invited the shinobi to walk with him. As he did so, he proceeded to give the mask a light rundown of what the mission would involve. Though it was mostly the usual. Keep the actress and crew safe from bandits and other threats, as they were planning to film in a hostile environment. Hearing the mission parameters, Naruto couldn't help but feel something was off. As if the man had a hidden agenda as to why he insisted they film in the land of snow, which was surprising considering the movie they were set to start filming. Icha paradise. The blonde couldn't help but frown at that. To see a respected actress take up such a role seemed too far out of her character from her standard heroine princess roles. However, he was broken out of his thoughts as an out-of-breath assistant ran towards the group. "Sandayu-san." The assistant gasped as he stopped before the group. "It's Yuki-sama." She ran away again. The producer let out a frustrated sigh upon hearing the news. "I apologize, Yuki has been like this since she learned the movie she would be starring in this time around." Sandayu gave a short explanation. "Could you please search for her and bring her back?" Nodding, the silver-haired turned to his team. "Alright you 3, fan out and find Yuki Fujikaze and bring her back here, safely and unharmed." With a quick affirmative, the 3 split off into different directions to comb through the town to spot the wayward actress. Though, it wasn't too hard to track down the actress as a large crowd of people had gathered around the tavern she was in. As the 3 genins regrouped and entered the tavern, they were able to quickly spot the actress sitting at the bar with a saucer of sake. Surrounded by a small crowd of adamant fans, begging for her autograph, pictures and such. Seeing her irritated state, both Naruto and Sakura nodded to each other, coming to the same conclusion. Yuki was a flight risk and was no doubt going to take off at the first opening. Quietly, Naruto navigated his way through the crowd, whilst the last Uchiha forced his way through towards the actress, earning a number of vocal protests towards the arrogant boy. Once he was within range, the blonde flicked his fingers in the direction of the actress, allowing small black splotches to stain her dress, leaving her completely unaware. "Yuki Fujikaze, the director and film crew want you now." The Uchiha stated as he grabbed her arm to force her to come, earning a glare from the young woman as she pulled her arm out of his grip. This of course prompted the raven-haired boy to growl in annoyance. "Do not touch me," she retorted before going back to her drink. "Forgive my teammate." Naruto spoke from the other side of her, catching her by surprise. He has the social grace of a dying llama. Sakura couldn't help but to giggle at the raven-haired boy's expense. This of course earned the 2 of them a hard glare from the last Uchiha. "Sandayu-san requested that we escort you back to the film crew." Yuki looked at the blonde for a handful of seconds as she weighed her options. Turning back to her sake, she let out a soft sigh as she weighed her options. They haven't even begun filming, and already she absolutely detested this film. Especially with that stipulation the bastard had insisted upon. "She's about to run." Inner Sakura stated. "Yup." They agreed. Though Naruto-kun has already got that covered. "I'll be there after I finish my drink." She finally responded. Not looking up from her sake. "Enough, you're coming now." Sasuke exclaimed as he reached to grab her arm once more. However, it did not turn out as the Uchiha had planned. Without hesitation, the actress quickly activated what appeared to be a self-defense ring of some kind, won her right hand, and sprayed a pepper-like spray into the vaunted Uchiha's eyes, causing him to cry out in pain. Without wasting any time, she placed a well-aimed kick into his groin before shoving him down to the ground and taking off out of the tavern, pushing bystanders out of the way. "Fucking bitch." Sasuke seethed in agony as he cradled his bruised jewels, tears leaking from his eyes. "I think I'm in love." Naruto stated with a grin that told his pink-haired mate that he was joking. Despite herself, Sakura couldn't help but to get a good chuckle out of the scene that played out before her. Though the blonde's joke didn't help ease her laughter any, prompting full Uchiha to attempt to glare at her, though being unable to see made him look far more ridiculous than intimidating, prompting her to laugh even harder. Do what you can to help him, I'll go after Yuki-san. Naruto instructed as he left the embarrassed Uchiha in the capable hands of his mate. Upon exiting the tavern, he caught the glimpse of the actress tearing down the road on a white horse, causing him to raise an eyebrow, clearly impressed by her physical capabilities. However, some sniffling off to the side caught his attention. Turning, he saw two young children starting to cry. "What's wrong?" he asked as he knelt down beside the two. We wanted an autograph from Yuki, but she was rude and ran off." The young girl sniffled. "I understand, she's an amazing actress." The blonde nodded. "But please forgive her, she's had a stressful day with the new movie she is working on. I mean, how would you like to be constantly surrounded by strangers asking the same thing over and over again? I wouldn't like it very much. That is what Yuki-san has to deal with every day." The blonde continued as the two children began to dry their eyes. "So please, forgive her for having a bad day." "We will." The boy answered, receiving a nod from his friend. "Alright, I have to go and make sure she stays safe." With that, Naruto took a step back and disappeared into the shadows, prompting the two kids to exclaim how cool shinobi were, starting to dream up of becoming shinobi themselves one day. With Yuki Fujika's, the young actress sped down the roadway out of the town upon the horse she rode upon. A small part of her loved the feeling of the breeze flowing through her hair and overall the illusion of freedom it symbolized. Though she wasn't naive. She knew they would catch up to her soon and force her back. Still, she was determined to enjoy what freedom she could. Of course, that feeling didn't last long as she suddenly felt a light pressure on her back and a pair of strong arms gently wrapped around her midsection, forcing her to look over her shoulder, surprised to see the young blonde from earlier. "You're a very skilled rider, Yuki-san." Naruto complimented as he gently took the reins from her hands and subtly commanded the horse to slow down to a more peaceful pace. "So what now, going to take me back?" She huffed, annoyed that her freedom ended so quickly. "And how the hell did he catch up to me? Bo doesn't leave until tomorrow, so we have time." He idly replied with a shrug, showing he was in no hurry to drag her back. The two rode in tandem for nearly a half hour before the blonde stirred the horse towards a small lake. Bringing the horse to a halt, Naruto softly dismounted and held out his hand to offer aid to the young women. Scoffing, she brushed his hand away and dismounted on her own with flawless ease. "I don't need your help." "Perhaps not, but etiquette dictates that I at least offer." Yuki only rolled her eyes and walked towards the shoreline. Picking up a handful of rocks, she began tossing them into the water. Watching as the ripples traveled along the surface. "What's on your mind, Yuki-san?" Naruto asked as he followed suit and began to skip some of the smoother rocks across the surface of the lake. "Your producer commented that you've been like this ever since you learned what the movie you're making is. Why do you care?" Naruto Uzumaki. "Why do you care?" She glared at the blonde, refusing to use his name. "Because this seems out of character for you. In your previous movies, it was obvious you loved doing what you did as you fully embraced the character you were cast to play. Even going as far as to learn how to ride a horse, shoot a bow, and even wield a sword to a degree that would give most level shinobi a run for their money." He explained. For her part, Yuki faintly blushed at the compliment. "You're right." She sighed as she squatted down near the water's edge. "I don't want to do this movie. I absolutely hate it and the source material it came from. So why do it at all? Because I am contractually obligated to fulfill my end of the contract." She scoffed. The studio insisted on doing a movie based on a popular book series. This got the young blonde's attention. Popular book series. The studio originally sent out a request to NU Kitsune, but they never heard anything back. She continued. "Then that damned perverted old man showed up and offered his smut and that damned stipulation." "What stipulation would that be?" I have to be completely nude for 60% of the movie." She blushed, clearly embarrassed and upset over the fact. This of course prompted the blonde to narrow his eyes in disgust. "Figures that damnable pervert that is my godfather would demand that," he thought, earning a growl from Ari. "Very convenient he shows up to get the movie deal, since you never received any type of request." The kitsune growled. "Agreed, I have a feeling he is responsible. He wanted more too." She continued, snapping the blonde out of his thoughts. "He wanted me to have actual sex on camera, but Sandeya refused, saying it was going too far. It had already gone too far by demanding you appear nude." Naruto stated, showing his disgust at his godfather's demand. "Is there any way out of this contract? Short of actually running into Kitsune and getting his permission for his books, nothing." She replied, tears of frustration threatening to spill from her eyes. "Sandeyu-san had negotiated that the contract be open-ended in the event we were able to meet with Kitsune or that he replied. Why do you think Kitsune is male?" Naruto decided to ask, grinning slightly at the young actress. Well, I suppose. Yuki pondered her answer. It's the way he writes. It feels like it is from a male perspective. I can see where you're coming from. The blonde nodded. Have you read his books? Yuki raised an eyebrow, as the book series was widely popular among women, since it was considered a romance adventure novel series. You could say that. He chuckled. Have you read the third book yet? She asked, feeling a bit more relaxed being around someone who sympathized with her situation and at least shared a minor similarity. Yup, my favorite so far. The blonde answered. You? No, I haven't been able to get a copy yet. Yuki sighed. Chuckling slightly, Naruto proceeded to reach into his coat and unsealed a copy of his third book. Here. He said, catching her attention as he handed her a freshly printed copy of the third volume. Yuki could feel her breath hitch as she took the book into her hands. When did your studio send the request to Kitsune? About 2 weeks ago, why? She replied, scrunching her eyebrows in confusion. And when did Jiraiya show up to pitch his deal for his smut? About a week ago. What does this have to do with anything? Everything. Naruto replied, turning to look at the young actress. I find it highly suspicious that he shows up so soon after a request is sent out. Not to mention, Jiraiya has an entire spy network at his disposal, so it wouldn't be hard for him to intercept the letter addressed to Kitsune. How can you be so sure? Because? Naruto smiled. I never received any letter from your studio. Yuki's eyes widened to comical proportions upon the revelation. Now, how about we have a private talk with your producer and director and get you out of this trashy smut movie and get you into a movie you want to do? The blonde asked as he extended his hands towards her. Slowly, Yuki accepted his hand and stood up, not trusting her own voice for the moment and merely nodded in acceptance. A flood of relief washed over her like a tidal wave, knowing she no longer had to bear herself in front of the camera and could finally commit to a role she really wanted to do. After all, who wouldn't want to play the role of the Demon Queen? Chapter 22. Konoha, Root HQ. It's been nearly 2 weeks since Izumi. Danzo stated as he glared down at the woman before him. The old warhawk had expected immediate results when he had dispatched the Uchiha woman. Instead, she had so far only relayed information he already knew. What is your progress? Forgive me, Danzo-sama, but I have made little progress in my task, as Uzumaki-san is currently out of the village on a mission with his team. Izumi reported, her eyes to the floor. Why didn't you pursue your target then? The bandaged warhawk inquired, not taking his eyes off her. Outside of the village, there would be a higher chance of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki being isolated. With all due respect, Danzo-sama. Izumi ventured. Even outside the village, Uzumaki-san is well protected and due to his past treatment by the civilians, hardly ever lets his guard down. The Haruno girl that is on the team is also one of his girlfriends and is never far from him. Danzo seemed to mull over this. He already knew from his sources that the pink-haired girl was romantically involved with the Jinchuriki, but was now beginning to wonder if he could use the boy's love interests as a means to trap the brat and finally get him to submit to becoming his weapon. And what of the women involved with this, the bandaged man inquired. Could they be used to lure them into a trap? I do not think so, Danzo-sama. Izumi replied with a slight frown. Almost all of them are formidable and would attract too much attention if we were to attempt to abduct them. And the only civilian is constantly accompanied by one of the others. The old warhawk could only frown at this. It almost felt as if each of the brat's girls were specifically instructed to look out for one another to reduce the chances of any sort of action taken against them. I expect immediate results upon the Jinchuriki's return. Danzo commanded, looking down once more at the Uchiha girl before him. I will not accept any further failures from you, Izumi. He left his unspoken threat hanging in the air. Of course, Danzo-sama. She replied automatically. You're dismissed. The bandaged warhawk waved his hand in a dismissive fashion. Without another word, Izumi stood and left the room. Hiding the fear she felt as it was very clear what the threat was. If she fails one more time to acquire her target, she will be disposed of. Though from her conversation with the blonde last week, she already knew she was doomed to fail. Recalling the words he spoke to her in regards to Danzo. I wouldn't be surprised that once you are of no use to Danzo, he will dispose of you. It's true. Izumi thought to herself with a frown. Danzo-sama has made it clear that he is already thinking of disposing of me. Meanwhile, Danzo watched as the Uchiha girl left the room before turning his attention to another individual that was in the room. Has there been any leads for the Akumo girl, Sai? No, Danzo-sama. The emotionless boy replied. If she is involved, then she is likely at his compound. I have been unable to confirm that, as the security seals around the Uzumaki compound are extremely complex. That damned able woman was far more efficient with seals than Minato could ever hope to be. Danzo mused. Continue searching for a way into the compound. Of course, Danzo-sama. Sai replied. Is there anything else you require of me? Yes. The old warhawk stated. Have 2 root squads follow Izumi. If she shows any disloyalty, they are to eliminate her. It will be done. The boy said before standing from his kneeling position and setting off to complete the tasks given to him. Are you sure it's wise to just eliminate her? She could be used for breeding. A shadowed man inquired from the shadows. Hell, I would even volunteer. She isn't bad looking. Unfortunately, her Uchiha blood is too diluted to guarantee the Sharingan is passed down. The old man informed his partner in the shadows. She is also unable to fully utilize her own, which also makes her useless as a test subject. Still, we can give her body to Orochimaru. I am sure he will appreciate that. How goes Operation Red Dawn? The old war hawk turned to the larger man, who only grinned in response. The organization has been established and will begin to move within a few months. The man reported. All it took was a few well-placed lies, a little nudging, and a fake promise about peace. Good. Danzo replied with a faint smile. If he couldn't get the Kyuubi as his own personal weapon, then he would acquire the rest and force the entire shinobi nations to submit under his rule. After all, why settle for a village when you can have the entire world under your thumb? But Naruto, Isube, Sandayu and the director of the movie could only stare at the young blonde shinobi in front of them, with their mouths hanging open. For his part, Sandayu was greatly relieved that Yuki no longer had to bear herself in front of the cameras, and even better was that the young actress was fully on board and reinvigorated with the new direction they were going in. So you're the author of the Demon Heart books? Sandayu finally asked to clarify what he was just told. That is correct. Naruto replied as he unsealed one of his many scrolls that lined the inside of his jacket, producing 3 medium-sized scrolls in his hands. I even have my old transcripts of my currently published books as proof. So, now we don't have to go to the Yuki no Kuni, we can film elsewhere. Yuki put in with a smile. How about waterfalls or hot springs? Sandayu frowned slightly at this. He needed to get her to Yuki no Kuni, especially since the studio had already fronted the bill for the travel expenses. Naruto also cocked an eyebrow at her actions. He could feel that she really didn't want to go to their destination, even though they were already on the boat. Of course, this was solely up to the producer and director. But Yuki Haim. Sandayu sighed, using her nickname he had given her. We are already on the boat to the Yuki no Kuni. The studio has already paid for the travel expenses, as well as the shinobi protection detail. If we were to go elsewhere, the expenses would increase further, and they may halt the film altogether. At this revelation, Yuki's eyes widened in shock before she sank back down into her chair. Asama sighed. He didn't like using this underhanded tactic, but it was the only way he could get her to Yuki no Kuni. He just hoped he could convince her to help inspire the people still loyal to her father to fight back and overthrow her uncle that had usurped the throne, and then perhaps have her take her rightful place and lead the country. She really doesn't want to go to Yuki no Kuni. Ari observed. Yeah, I'll have to talk to her about it later. The blonde mentally nodded. Find out the reason why. So, Naruto spoke up, bringing the attention back to him. I will write the script for the movie, I just need to know if you want it to be a compilation of the books or if you want an original story. For this, we really need to wow the audiences. The director exclaimed as he stood up for his chair, waving his hands around in erratic fashion. We go for an original screenplay. This will be the best movie ever. Clash in the Land of Snow. The blonde mused out loud. What? Asama inquired. That will be the name of the movie. I love it. The director exclaimed once more, full of energy. Demon Heart. Clash in the Land of Snow. It's perfect. Very well, I will start on the script tonight and I should have it finished before we make landfall. Naruto stated as he stood up from his chair. And please keep this quiet from Kakashi and Sasuke. This is something I do in my personal time and would prefer if only a select few knew of it. Of course, Naruto-san. Asama replied. Nodding, the blonde made his way towards the door, silently removing the silencing seal that had been placed and exited the room, closing the door behind him so the director, producer and Yuki could discuss the shooting schedule for the film. Only to come face to face with a grinning pink-haired and annoyed Uchiha and Kakashi narrowing his eyes in suspicion at the young blonde. And what was that about? The mask inquired. Something that you need not worry about. Naruto replied as he walked past the other two, only to be stopped by Kakashi, who placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder. I would like to know, regardless. The masked man pressed the issue. Just know that it does not affect the mission. Naruto stated as he shrugged off the Jonin's hand. Now, I have stuff to do, so I'll be in my room until it's my turn to take a watch. The FFT, I don't know why that stuck-up bitch wanted to talk to you anyways. Sasuke commented. What's the matter with duck ass? The blonde smirked as he turned his attention to the raven-haired emo. Are you still upset that a civilian took you down? We should keep an eye on him. The Kitsune girl commented. Remember what happened last time someone humiliated him. Already got that covered. Naruto mentally replied. That bitch just got lucky. The Uchiha fumed. So what now? Are you going to attack her like you attempted and failed to do with Haku-chan? The blonde taunted. I am sure that will go over great with the rest of the elemental nations. This seemed to strike a chord with the Uchiha as he was reminded of his failure to enact his revenge on the ice user and a bit of shame on Kakashi's part. As the mask had known what the last Uchiha would attempt and still let it continue. Looking back, he realized how lucky he was that his blonde student had prevented the Uchiha from enacting his revenge. Realizing that if the last Uchiha had been successful, Kakashi may have found his neck on the chopping block for allowing it to happen. Not saying another word, the blonde departed with Sakura and To towards their shared cabin on the ship. Leaving the two Sharingan users to brood and mull over what was said. It wasn't until Naruto and Sakura had disappeared into their cabin did Kakashi realize that the blonde still did not inform him of what took place in the room prior. But Naruto and Sakura, so? Sakura began, looking at her mate expectantly. Well. Naruto began as he activated the silencing seal around their cabin, giving them some privacy from prying ears. I found one of the reasons Yuki-san was in a bad mood. And? He required as she took a seat at the table next to the blonde who had begun writing away in his notebook. Well, turns out my ever so humble godfather is the cause of it. Naruto began. I have reason to believe that he used his spy network to intercept a letter addressed to Kitsune since the studio originally wanted to do a movie based off of my books. Shortly afterwards, Jiraiya moved in with his own deal. Fortunately, Sandayu left the deal open and in the event that I did finally reply, they would drop the Icha movie in favor of their first choice. Sakura could only scowl at the information she had just been given. Good thing Jiraiya was too arrogant to consider the chance of them getting permission for my books. The blonde continued. Bastard made some disgusting demands for Yuki-san while she was on camera. Dashin, don't tell me. She cringed, knowing full well what her mate was implying, as the legendary Toad was well known for being a pervert and having no respect for women in general. Naruto said nothing, but only nodded to confirm her suspicions. Anyways, I am starting to write out the script for the movie. They want an original story, so might as well make this a continuation of the third book. So I take it Yuki-san is a fan of yours as well. Yup. He grinned, looking at his mate. You should have seen the look on her face when I revealed that I was the author. I can only imagine. At any rate, I don't think she will be prone to run away anymore. Naruto continued. However, I think there is more to this mission than just simply protecting the actress and film crew. I'm going to have to do some digging when we make landfall. Why do you say that? Yuki-san really doesn't want to go to Yuki no Kuni. The blonde explained. I don't know the reasons yet, but I have a feeling it will reveal itself soon. Sakura only nodded. She had complete faith that her mate would ensure the mission would be a success and even do everything in his power to ensure no one got hurt. Of course this made her think of how the actress had humiliated the arrogant Uchiha earlier that day. You really think Sasuke team will try something against Yuki-san? They inquired. I wouldn't put it past the duck-ass emo. The blonde replied. He has an extremely fragile ego and needs to stroke it constantly. And if he does try something, I've already taken care of that. He reassured his pink-haired lover. I've placed a seal on her that will warn me if she is in danger. Always thinking ahead, Naruto-kun. She smiled as she stood up from her chair and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning over his shoulder. You know, we could make use of that silencing seal. The blonde couldn't help but chuckle at his mate's insatiable appetite. The next morning, the light mist blanketed the water's surface, mildly obscuring vision just enough to force the boat to slow to a crawl as they navigated around various sized icebergs and other smaller debris that flowed on top of the water. Which served the blonde just fine, as it gave him, or rather his shadow clone, more time to continue to work on the script for the movie. As the director had insisted on starting to shoot at least Yuki's solo scenes as soon as they made landfall. Of course, that didn't stop the director from starting to shoot some boat scenes with Yuki. Prompting the actress to have to be on call at all times. However, the slowed pace didn't sit well with the Soul Uchiha as the raven-haired emo was brooding and complaining to Kakashi about the lack of movement and that they were just wasting their time. Time that he could be using to train instead of watching after some spoiled actress, which of course earned him a hard glare from said actress. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura only rolled their eyes at their teammates' behavior. If the young teenager wanted to train, there were dozens of exercises he could do right now to help get his reserves up. But it seemed as if the brooding Avenger only cared about training with flashy jutsus. Regardless, performing them a handful of times would leave the Uchiha exhausted to near chakra exhaustion. Uzumaki-san. A feminine voice sounded from behind the blonde who was standing at the bow of the ship watching for anything suspicious within the mist. Please, call me Naruto. The blonde smiled as he turned his attention to the young actress. Very well, Naruto-san. Yuki replied. I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about your current project. Said blonde cocked an eyebrow at her wording, though figured it was due to the possibility of the two Sharingan users possibly overhearing their discussion. Of course, Yuki-san. He replied as he turned his attention back to the mist as the actress stood beside him, leaning her back against the railing. The characters seemed to be alive. The actress began. Are they based on people you know? That is correct. He chuckled. As selfish as it sounds, the main character, Dante, is based off of me and very loosely inspired by events in my life so far. The demon queen, Trish, is also based on someone very close to me, as well as the other demon hunter woman, Lady, who joins the hero. I see. Yuki nodded. Though she had a feeling he wasn't divulging everything and that perhaps some of the experiences the hero in the books were far closer to home, then he led on. So how is the script coming along? First draft is almost done. Naruto replied, earning a shocked gasp from the actress. But you just started last night. Well, I already had most of the fourth already written. So I just converted it into a script. He explained. That way, the fourth book will be the novelization of the movie. And don't worry, you have full authority to refuse any part you don't feel comfortable with. I thank you. She smiled with a faint blush, charmed with how considerate he was. Especially considering her previous situation. I'll bring the draft by later this afternoon for you to look over and give your insight. The blonde stated, giving the actress a warm smile, causing her to blush once more. Uchiha, we're ready to shoot the next scene. Asama called out from the other side of the ship, causing the young actress to sigh. Duty calls. Naruto commented, earning a small giggle from Yuki before she departed to shoot her scene. Though I wish the director would ease off a little with all these extra scenes. Because somehow, I have to work the scenes they want to use into the script. I guess that's show business for you. Ari quipped, earning a mental nod from the blonde. Turning his attention back out to the water, he could see the mist starting to get thicker, prompting him to narrow his eyes in suspicion. He could feel the chakra in the air that powered the mist that now began to envelop the boat. We got in. Naruto yelled to the rest of Team 7 and the film crew, alerting everyone to the coming threat. Quickly jumping away from his position to regroup with his team. Immediately, everyone began to run for cover as some of the film crew sought refuge within the ship as the others were instructed to keep filming in case they could get something they could use for the film, causing Naruto to roll his eyes, though he supposed it would look good on film. As this happened, Kakashi began to bark orders at the genin. Sasuke, you protect Yuki. He called out. Sakura, I want you to protect Asama-san, and Naruto you protect the film crew. Immediately after the orders were given, 3 individuals landed on the bow of the ship where Naruto stood only a handful of seconds prior, prompting the 4 Konoha shinobi to take up a defensive stance close to their assigned detail. All 3 fitted with an armor-like outfit that none of the Konoha shinobi had ever seen before. Grinning, the smallest of the trio spoke. A pink-haired girl with her hair tied up and pigtails peeking out through her hood that covered most of her head. How cute, the princess got herself some bodyguards who wanted to play ninja. At the word princess, Kakashi, Sakura and Naruto cast their eyes towards Yuki. All 3 come to the same conclusion. Well, Naruto-kun was right, there was more to this mission. Sakura thought to herself. And this is why we trust our maid over Taita-sensei. Inner commented. So, we can do this the easy way and you just hand Princess Koyuki over to us and you get to live. A tall, slender man with lilac-colored hair tied back into a ponytail commented. Or we do this the fun way and you resist and we kill you and then take the princess. Seriously, has that ever worked on anyone? Naruto remarked sarcastically as he summoned one of his dark blades into his hand in a reverse grip position. A simple tanto-length blade, showing he was ready to fight as he positioned himself to defend and counter as needed. Though he didn't miss the now identified Princess Koyuki's eyes widened in fear at her identity being revealed out of the corner of his eye. Fun way it is then. The large snow shinobi started with a laugh. A large man with short, crop-cut purple hair with a thick muscular face. Earning chuckles from the other 2 snow shinobi. If you're smart, you'll give up now. The emo arrogantly started with a smirk. Because you're going up against an Uchiha elite. Too bad the current score for his elite status is 0-3. Ari commented from the blonde's mind. Let's see, he's lost his abuser, Haku-chan, and that one chick that lured him into a trap in Kiri. Naruto recounted the Uchiha's current losses. Could make an argument that he also lost to Koyuki-san. The Kitsune girl added with a mental grin at the memory of the vaunted Uchiha being taken down by a mere civilian. That is true, Koyuki-hime did a number on him. Naruto agreed with a mental nod. Ah, this brat is funny. The larger of the 3 snow shinobi laughed. He thinks we give a shit about his name. You dare mock the might of the Uchiha clan, the emo seethed, only earning more chuckles from the 3 enemy shinobi. Which only served to infuriate the last Uchiha further. Enough talking, get the Princess Miser, kill anyone that gets in your way. The lilac-haired man ordered as he moved to engage Kakashi. Fubuki, you deal with the arrogant brat. Damn, I wanted to play with the duck ass. The larger of the 3 commented but moved to carry out his orders regardless. Understood, Natter. The pink-haired snow shinobi replied with a grin as she readied herself for combat. Sakura. back Sasuke up. Kakashi called out as he focused on the apparent leader of the Snow Shinobi. "I don't need help, I'll take them both." The Uchiha exclaimed as he leaped forward to engage both of the charging enemy shinobi. Before the rest of Team 7 could respond, the sole Uchiha had charged the larger Snow Shinobi, leaving Koyuki completely unprotected. This of course caused Naruto to growl in frustration as the arrogant emo refused to follow orders. Quickly, the blonde summoned half a dozen shadow clones to not only protect the film crew and director, but also lead them away from the battlefield. Despite the director's insistence to capture the action on film. This was simply solved by one of the clones taking the camera to capture the confrontation between the 6 shinobi. Of course, Sasuke's blind attack on the large purple-haired man did not go as the Uchiha had planned or envisioned, as Mizur proved to be far more agile than the young genin had expected, despite the Snow Shinobi's size. Twisting gracefully out of the raven-haired boy's attack and countering with his own as the larger man grabbed Sasuke by the foot and effortlessly tossed him in the direction of the pink-haired Snow Shinobi. Seeing his opening, Mizur launched his metallic-like gauntlet towards the now exposed princess. However, before the clawed hand could reach Koyuki's position, the princess disappeared and was replaced by a grinning Naruto as he caught the gauntlet with his left hand and yanked hard on it, forcing the larger man to sail forward with no control towards the waiting blonde. Naruto wasted no time and clotheslined Mizur into the deck of the ship with a sickening crack as the boards threatened to break under the impact. Not giving the fallen man a chance to counterattack, the blonde quickly leapt back to where Koyuki now stood in complete shock, having experienced being switched for the first time. "Are you alright?" he asked her, only receiving a nod in reply from the dumbstruck princess. Satisfied with her response, the blonde turned to his pink-haired mate and motioned her to come to his location with Asama. "Can you protect these two while I handle the jolly green giant over there?" he asked, gesturing towards the large man that was struggling to stand once more as Sakura approached him with Asama in tow behind her, getting a quick nod from the. Knowing that his mate could easily defend the two, Naruto stalked towards Mizur, who was once again on his feet and in a foul mood due to being taken down so easily. "Damn brat." He grunted as he narrowed his eyes at the blonde in front of him. Naruto said nothing as he simply dropped into a wide stance that was unfamiliar to the larger man. His fists balled up and extended outwards, set to either attack or quickly defend and counter. Mizur didn't get long to contemplate this as the blonde quickly shot out from his position and began to assault the larger man with a flurry of elbows and knee strikes, as well as a series of powerful punches and kicks that sent the Snow Shinobi staggering backwards from the onslaught. However, the larger man failed to notice his position and was soon thrown off the side of the boat due to a brutal jumping knee strike to the chest, accompanied by a vicious elbow to the top of his head, causing white dots to cloud his vision as he spilled onto a smaller iceberg next to the ship. "Damn kid's elbows feel like steel." Sasuke vs Fubuki. Meanwhile on one of the larger icebergs just off to the side of the boat, Sasuke was evading a flurry of ice attacks from his pink-haired opponent as he countered with his own. More than once had he nearly been trapped within one of the ice techniques that the Snow Shinobi was using, only barely escaping with a split-second substitution with various items and at one point a poor seal that was resting on the iceberg. "You're really good at running," she commented with a grin, trying to get under his skin. "Is this all the mighty Uchiha is capable of? Try this." The raven-haired teenager exclaimed as he went through another series of hand seals before launching a massive fireball towards her. Fubuki countered with another series of hand seals before slamming them to the ground, forcing a large ice wall to shield her and begin to surround the lone Uchiha. Attempting to trap him once more. However, Sasuke saw her intent and quickly bounded back as the ice began to enclose upon him faster, nearly capturing him once more before he was forced to substitute himself with an oil lamp with an explosive tag on it. As the tag went off, sending a shower of ice and snow everywhere, the Uchiha used the explosion as a distraction and launched a pair of ninja wire around in an attempt to capture the Snow Shinobi, hoping to catch her in the explosion. It had almost worked, though the pink-haired shinobi was quick on her feet and activated a pair of wing-like apparel from her armor that cut through the wire before using the heat from the explosion to push her upwards into the sky and away from the fire and a bit towards the ship. Smirking, she went through another series of hand seals before launching a barrage of ice-shaped birds towards the sole Uchiha, forcing him to evade once more, though not before getting cut a few times from the razor-sharp wings. Taking a moment to gauge the location of the 4 Konoha shinobi, seeing that all of them had their attention elsewhere, the pink-haired Snow Shinobi reached into her pouch and produced a simple scroll and tossed it in the direction of the princess, whom had quickly picked it up and stuffed it in her pocket, hoping to avoid any attention. However, neither of the two women expected a soul shadow clone to witness the exchange. "If that is all you can do, then I am not impressed," Fubuki commented as she landed a good distance away from the raven-haired Uchiha, earning a growl from her opponent. However, before they could continue their fight, both were forced to jump back as 2 massive whales made of ice landed between them. forcing them to retreat to higher ground to avoid being sent to the icy waters below them. Meanwhile Sasuke leapt to the boat for safety. Fubuki watched as the Konoha shinobi managed to return to the ship as her teammates landed beside her. Omizur looked like he had seen better days with his chakra armor full of dents and blood running down from the top of his head. "The hell happened to you?" Fubuki asked. "That blonde brat." The big man replied with a groan. "Damn has hands of steel. Either way, we should inform our failure to Dodo-sama," Natter stated. "But Team 7 and Princess Koyuki, mind explaining why you lied to us, Asama-san?" Kakashi asked. Now that Team 7, the newly identified princess and her producer, were gathered in one of the rooms. "The only thing I lied about was Koyuki's identity," the producer defended. "And that was for her protection. And the mission I hired you for clearly stated that there was a high chance of encountering hostile shinobi. Still, you should have let us know beforehand," the masked man continued with a sigh. It seemed his team was cursed that all over their missions outside of the village were destined to be far more difficult than anticipated. "So what do you plan to do?" Asama looked towards the princess, whose eyes were on the floor before sighing and looking at the silver-haired. "I am hoping Koyuki Haime's presence in the country will inspire the rebels that hope still exists so we can overthrow Dodo and put Koyuki back on the throne," he replied. "Admirable goals, but my team cannot fight a rebellion for you." Kakashi sighed. "We are not asking you to fight in our battle, only that you protect Koyuki as you were hired to," Asama stated. "We were hired to protect Yuki Fujika's, not Princess Koyuki," the silver-haired stated, pointing out a clarification to the mission parameters. This of course prompted both Naruto and Sakura to shoot the masked glare at what he was implying. "I will have to talk to my team tonight about what we are going to do, as the revelation of Koyuki's true identity does complicate matters. By talking with his team, he means he is going to ask what Sasuke team wants to do." Inner Sakura commented, earning a mental nod from the "How much you wanna bet that now that duck ass knows she is a princess, he will start to make a move on her?" "That's a fool's bet. We both know he is going to start flaunting his Uchiha superiority to win her over. Too bad it looks like she already has eyes on another." Sakura mentally grinned as she had caught the princess-turned-actress casting glances at her blonde mate. This of course prompted Inner Sakura to giggle. "At any rate, we should get some rest for the night," Kakashi said as he moved towards the door. "I'll let you know of our decision tomorrow." Having said that, the two Sharingan users departed the room, leaving only Sakura and Naruto behind. As soon as both Kakashi and Sasuke left the room, Naruto closed the door and activated the silencing seal before turning back to the now confused actress and her producer. "So, would you mind telling me why that pink-haired shinobi tossed a scroll to you?" he asked, prompting Koyuki's eyes to widen in shock. She's my best friend." Koyuki sighed as she took the scroll out of her pocket. "We've discreetly kept in contact throughout the years after I was forced to leave when my uncle murdered my father. If she is your friend, why is she working for the bastard that usurped the throne?" "Because Dodo held her family hostage," the princess replied. "She has also been acting as a spy for the rebellion to help them avoid traps and attacks as much as possible. I just want this to end so the people can be free of my uncle's tyranny, but you're afraid you will fail. That you will not be able to live up to the people's hopes." Naruto finished, already picking up on the princess's fears. Moving towards her, the young blonde knelt before the princess and grasped her hand reassuringly. "I, Naruto Uzumaki, will stand by your side until you are rightfully seated on your throne and the tyranny of your uncle has ended," he vowed before the now shocked princess. "And you have my help as well," Sakura responded as she knelt down alongside her mate. "But what about your team?" Koyuki asked. "If he decides to, fuck him," Naruto commented with a shrug, though earning a small chuckle from Sakura. "I will not leave anyone to suffer if I can help it. Besides, I already know he will continue the mission, if only to stoke the Uchiha's pride and ego." "I thank you." Koyuki smiled as she wiped away a few tears of joy. "Now, I promised I would let you look over the script, so here you go," the blonde stated, getting everyone's attention as he produced a scroll from his trench coat and handed it towards the princess. "Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.